Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I want to address some concerns that my Republican colleagues have raised about my decision to insist on a one-day debate on the nomination of John Ratcliffe to be the director of the CIA. Plain and simple, I think that we should take some time, one day, to consider one of the most important, sensitive national security posts in this new administration. I do not think it makes sense to ram through Mr. Ratcliffe's nomination with only 120 minutes of debate, as was the suggestion last night. Many people here have raised serious concerns about his qualification. For instance, during his short tenure as Director of National Intelligence, Mr. Ratcliffe showed a very troubling propensity to play politics with sensitive intelligence. Most notoriously, just 1 month before the 2020 election, on the day of the debate between Donald Trump and Joe Biden, Mr. Ratcliffe chose to declassify a cherry-picked CIA memo from 4 years earlier that outlined Russian claims that Hillary Clinton had approved a plan to tie Trump to Russia's hack of the DNC so that Trump could use that in the debate. These were unverified Russian intelligence claims. And Mr. Ratcliffe's decision went against explicit warnings by CIA personnel that its release would put in jeopardy CIA sources, methods, and personnel. But he did it anyway on the day of the debate, a month before the election, because its release would help Donald Trump's reelection campaign. Now, it's true during this day of debate that we are having before we vote likely tomorrow, senators may not be coming to the floor to give lengthy speeches on Mr. Ratcliffe's nomination, but this debate time, this day, gives all of my colleagues the time to carefully review the record and consider whether Mr. Ratcliffe is qualified. Now, maybe members of the Senate Intelligence Committee have had the time to do a full study, but the full Senate has not. So it's not too much to ask, given the very real concerns about this nominee's politicization of intelligence, for us to take a day, not a week, not 2 weeks, a day, for senators to take the time to consider the record. But I want to make a broader point. I hear Republicans claiming that my decision to ask for 1 day of debate on a controversial nominee to lead the CIA somehow compromises our national security. So let me say this. Spare me. 2 days ago, President Donald Trump pardoned 1,500 rioters, including the most violent rioters who stormed this building 4 years ago, brutally beat law enforcement over the head with poles, tried to crush the heads of Capitol Police officers, walked around here with zip ties, looking to do God knows what to any Democratic congressmen or senators they found. They assembled a gallows and a noose outside the Capitol to chants of "Hang Mike Pence." All my Republican colleagues were here when a Capitol Police officer burst through that door to rush us to safety before the mob attacked us. And Republicans all of a sudden claim that law and order is a priority and we have to rush through nominees, and yet they stand by a president who just threw law and order out the window by pardoning not some of the rioters, but all of them. Political violence in this country just became mainstream. It is now a fact of life in America. If you commit an act of horrific violence in the name of the President of the United States, that president will make sure that you get away with it. That is fundamentally un-American, and it makes this country less safe. Let me guarantee you, a one-day delay, a one-day debate on the confirmation of a CIA director does no damage to our nation's security compared to the decision to pardon every single January 6th rioter charged and convicted of crimes and let out of jail some of the most violent rioters. And just to hammer home the point, if you don't believe me, let me explain to you who Donald Trump let out of jail yesterday. This is David Dempsey. He gave an interview in front of the gallows that had been built and fitted with a noose. He said he was at the Capitol that day, January 6th, because Nancy Pelosi, James Comey, the Obamas, and the Clintons need to hang. At the Capitol, he climbed to the front of the mob and immediately began attacking law enforcement officers who were trying to protect us. He used his hands, his feet, flagpoles, crutches, broken pieces of furniture, and anything else he could find as a weapon to attack police officers. At around 4 p.m. that day, Dempsey pepper sprayed D.C. Detective Fuson Nguyen as another rioter yanked off the detective's gas mask. The spray burned Detective Nguyen's lungs, throat, eyes. It left him gasping for breath, fearing that he might lose consciousness and be overwhelmed by the mob. Moments later, because Dempsey wasn't done, he hit Sergeant Jason Mastany over the head with a metal crutch. He struck him with so much force that it cracked the shield of his gas mask, causing Sergeant Mastany to collapse as his ears started ringing. Dempsey wasn't done, though. He was thorough. He was vicious. He kept going. He sprayed chemical agents at officers. He stomped on their heads. He hit them repeatedly with metal and wooden poles. Dempsey's violence reached such extremes that at one point, he actually attacked another rioter who was trying to stop him. He was sentenced by a jury of his peers to significant jail time for his litany of brutal attacks, as anyone in this country would. He walked out of jail last night in the middle of his sentence because Donald Trump pardoned him. That's DJ Rodriguez. He didn't make any bones about what he was coming to the Capitol to do. The night before the insurrection, DJ Rodriguez posted on Telegram, "There will be blood. Welcome to the revolution." For weeks, he and members of his violent right-wing group had been organizing and planning what they were going to do. He encouraged members of the group to get a large knife, told them where they could buy bear spray. He said he highly recommended to wear goggles with breath holes, told them where they could get an axe handle. He was prepping for war. He began, rather innocently, just spraying a fire extinguisher at a line of officers. When that didn't work, he found a long wooden pole to attack the officers. He wasn't done. 37 minutes of repeated frantic attempts to breach the Capitol, and he finally got to the mouth of the tunnel in the Lower West Terrace. He grabbed an officer by the neck, dragged him into the mob. He takes a taser and tases the officer in the head. The officer screams in pain, recoils from the shock, jerks back his head. Rodriguez isn't done because he wants this guy dead. He strikes him again directly in the neck. The officer yells out, but it's over. The officer collapses, unconscious. And another officer has to drag his lifeless body away from the mob. The officer suffered a heart attack. His law enforcement career is over. Later that day, Rodriguez went to those gallows, took a picture, and posted, "No Democrats, unfortunately." After being convicted of beating a police officer by a jury of his peers, DJ Rodriguez was pardoned by Donald Trump. This is Thomas Webster. He traveled to D.C. ready for battle with a bulletproof vest. He carried a large metal flagpole with him to the riot at the Capitol. He led the charge against the police line. He spent 8 minutes elbowing his way through the crowd so that he could be at the front of the mob. He used that pole to repeatedly attack police officers. He slammed it so hard, the metal pole broke in half. So then he just charged directly at one officer, tackling him to the ground. He grabbed the officer by the helmet, dragged him, and pinned him to the ground. As Webster tried to rip off the officer's gas mask, the officer began to struggle for breath because he was being choked by the chin strap. And as he gasped for air, Webster held him down on the ground, and other rioters kicked him repeatedly. After that, Webster was so fired up, he posted a live video. He pleaded, "Send more patriots, we need some help." He was convicted of all 6 counts of his indictment, including assaulting a police officer, like anybody would be in this country if they did what Thomas Webster did. He walked out of jail in the middle of his sentence Monday night, pardoned by Donald Trump. So here's the message. If you beat up a police officer in this country, you're going to jail for a long time, with one exception. You don't go to jail if you beat the hell out of a police officer in the service of Donald Trump. If you're engaged in violence to further Donald Trump's political career, then you face no consequences. What happened this week is that political violence got mainstreamed in America. There are still a lot of radical, dangerous people out there in this world, and they now know that if they carry out violence in the name of Donald Trump, if they beat up police officers, or they attack Democratic officials, and they're doing it to support Donald Trump, they are likely immune. That puts this nation's security in jeopardy. That puts our lives in jeopardy. And I'm just going to say it, it puts Democrats' lives in jeopardy in particular. Remember, DJ Rodriguez went to the gallows and said, "No Democrats here, unfortunately." Where is the broad, righteous indignation from my Republican colleagues about that? Yes, a few of my Republican colleagues have criticized the pardons. I'm thankful to them. But it's a minority. It is a small handful. Most Senate Republicans are silent. The wholesale endorsement of political violence is a grave national security threat to this nation. Having a one-day debate on the nomination of a CIA director is not. I yield the floor. Mr. President, I come to the floor to join many of my colleagues in expressing grave alarm over the choice of Pete Hegseth to run the Department of Defense. It is not hyperbole to say that we have never seen a candidate, at least in modern times, to lead our soldiers and our troops who is as dangerously and woefully unqualified as Pete Hegseth. I think everybody understands his primary qualification. He was on TV during the weekends when Donald Trump would watch Fox News. Period. Stop. Because as we have learned more about Pete Hegseth, his history of sexual misconduct, his history of public drunkenness, his history of financial mismanagement, it appears as if there must be thousands of other people who were easily more qualified. But I want to talk today about his qualifications, his views that he's made known on television, that he has expressed to the committee about how he would do the job. I think his history of personal misconduct in and of itself is disqualifying. It's just an embarrassment to the country at a moment when we want to win more friends and allies. It's just the wrong match for a department that oversees the moral and professional development of young men and women. To have somebody like that, with that kind of history, leading the agency. But it is also important, the views that he has expressed on how he would run the Department of Defense, because I fear he will run it into the ground. First, let me talk about the politicization of the Department of Defense. Listen, I don't like the fact that all across government, the design seems to be that if you don't agree with President Trump's political ideas, that if you don't pledge loyalty to President Trump, you don't have any future in the federal government. That's not how we've ever run the federal government. Yes, we've always had a class of political appointees. Yes, you want the people at the very top of each department to be broadly aligned with your view of the world. But this administration, most recently by reclassifying thousands of employees in the federal government to make them political, to make them immediately fireable, is a fundamental rewrite of the way that we traditionally view government. We want civil servants, people whose oath, whose loyalty is to the American public, is to the Constitution, is to the law, not simply to a political party or to a political ideology. Kash Patel has made it very clear he doesn't want anybody in the Department of Justice who doesn't line up with his particular political view of the world. And Pete Hegseth seems to be of the same mind. He seems to be proposing creating a Department of Defense that abandons its core values and its traditional review processes in favor of a new culture of paranoia and mistrust amidst unexplained firings for even being perceived as having the wrong political leanings. Now, this didn't happen inside the Department of Defense, but it's the highest profile firing in the national security chain of command. On Monday, on Trump's first day in office, he fired the head of the Coast Guard, Commandant Linda Fagan, without explanation, beyond anonymous statements to the press about vague concerns about Fagan's approach to programs aimed at improving diversity or opportunity within the Coast Guard. Many of us have had the opportunity to work with Admiral Fagan. She's a straight shooter. She improved morale at the Coast Guard. She has vigorously defended our shores. She has helped increase readiness. There's nothing political. There was nothing political about Linda Fagan and her career of service to this country to become the first woman to lead the Coast Guard. And yet she was fired on Monday without explanation, except for these anonymously sourced vague concerns about her focus on trying to bring more women into the Coast Guard and more cadets of color. And it seems to serve a very clear end to make everybody wonder what that line is. Nobody knows the line that Linda Fagan crossed, but now that it's blurred, everybody is going to hunker down, buckle down, do nothing at all that may arise the suspicions of the White House. And it seems to me that that's exactly what's going to happen at the Department of Defense. He has promised to fire top-end military leaders who are engaged in his nebulous war on woke. So if you care about making sure that you've got troops from different backgrounds and different parts of the country, maybe that's a war on woke. If you promote a woman, maybe that's a war on woke. If you care about making sure that your troops don't engage in unethical conduct. Maybe that's a war on woke. If you contract with a local business that may not be aligned with Donald Trump, maybe that's part of the war on woke. We have no idea. And so what will happen inside the Department of Defense is just a constant sense of paranoia, a constant looking over your shoulder, a grinding to a halt of business as normal because nobody knows what is a fireable offense and what isn't. How do I stay on the good side of Pete Hegseth? What gets me on the bad side? Second, I want to talk about his views on women in combat. He wrote in his book this: "Dads push us to take risks. Moms put the training wheels on our bikes. We need moms, but not in the military, especially in combat units." What an insulting thing to say. What a disgusting thing to believe. Dads push us to take risks. Moms put the training wheels on our bikes. My mom taught me to take risks. My dad told me to take risks too. But is there a single United States senator here who believes that our mothers, the women in our lives, aren't risk takers? That they didn't push us to be better? Pete Hegseth believes, he just believes this, that women hold us back, that women hold men back, that women hold their sons back. And it just doesn't matter that he has walked back these statements. Magically, he had a conversion on the issue of women in the military. Magically, he started saying less offensive things about women right after he was nominated to be Secretary of Defense. Nobody believes this conversion. This is a conversion for political reasons only. It does not mask the fact that this is what Pete Hegseth believes, that he believes that women are inferior to men. And again, not just that they shouldn't engage in combat. He believes they are morally inferior, that they have qualities that men don't have. Many women, most women that I know who have served bravely and effectively in combat, some serving with us on Capitol Hill, have taken grave offense to Pete Hegseth's unfounded denigration of their service. And many have pointed out the real impacts his ideas will have surrounding women in combat and what those comments could mean for our more general readiness. Why? Because there are 360,000 women serving in the U.S. military today in a variety of capacities. They are essential to keeping this nation safe. And now every single one of them knows that the man taking over the Department of Defense doesn't think they are worthy to serve, and that their prospects for advancement upon his elevation to the Department of Defense are compromised. Their ability to get fair treatment inside the Department of Defense has been compromised. And it won't shock anybody if we see many of those women leave the service, and if we see many fewer women sign up to protect this country. That would come at an enormous cost. An enormous cost to the security of this nation. Third, I want to talk about a topic that I hope this body finds a way to have a non-political, nonpartisan discussion on. And that is the growing problem of extremism in our military. Now, I think every large organization has to tackle this issue. anytime you have a big, large organization, you are going to have individuals amongst your ranks that are affiliated with extremist and dangerous causes. So I don't think this problem is exclusive to the U.S. military. But people who have military experience are about 6%, 5% of the overall population. They comprised 15% of the people who were pardoned by Donald Trump just 3 days ago. A share 3 times greater than that of the general population. We have watched as a disproportionate share of individuals who have engaged in mass shootings have had a military background. Now, a lot of that is connected to post-traumatic stress disorder and our failure to get services to those individuals. That's on us, and we should have that conversation as well. But Pete Hegseth has said that this issue of whether the Oath Keepers and the Proud Boys have influence inside the military, and there are plenty of reports that there are lots of active channels of communication and recruitment between these right-wing groups and the military. He says that that problem is fake. It's fake. Now, I don't know the extent of this problem, but I know it's something we should talk about. And I'm very, very worried to have a Secretary of Defense who doesn't believe it's a problem even worth mentioning. And then lastly, Madam President, I want to talk about what I maybe think is the most dangerous part of Pete Hegseth's views on the military, and that is his history of support for war criminals, his low regard for the Code of Military Justice, and his disbelief, his non-belief in the concept of international law and the laws of war. It's pretty shocking that we are even having a debate here about whether the United States military should engage in torture or adhere to the Geneva Conventions. For those of us that served with John McCain, I cannot believe what he would think about the decision of a Republican president to appoint a Secretary of Defense who does not believe in the Geneva Conventions and the basic laws of war, and claims that it is weak or unmanly to believe that there should be some common set of rules about how we engage in war. I do think it's legitimate to have a conversation about the rules of engagement. We should always be willing to revisit the rules of engagement. It is entirely possible, plausible even, that the rules that we apply to our soldiers in very difficult, complicated engagements, where they often don't know who is friend or foe, are outdated. We should be willing to have that conversation, but that's not what Pete Hegseth is interested in. He is interested in obliterating the rules of engagement. He doesn't want any constraints on our soldiers. And while it is true that many of the enemies that we fight don't follow any rules at all, it is not good for the United States security more broadly to give up on international law, the rules of war, and the rules of engagement, and just accept a race to the bottom. At the hearing, Ranking Member Reid asked Pete Hegseth about 3 instances of clemency granted by President Trump in 2019. Grants of clemency that the nominee supports. One soldier, a lieutenant in the Army, had been serving for 19 years in prison and was pardoned after being convicted of 2 counts of second-degree murder for ordering a soldier to fire on unarmed Afghan motorcyclists in 2012. Another was pardoned after being charged with murder, just murder, of an Afghan in 2010. Another pardon was for an individual who posed and took photos with a corpse during a 2017 deployment to Iraq. This problem is minuscule inside our armed forces. It really is, right? 99.9% of our soldiers, men and women who fight for us, are never, ever engaged in these kind of horrific crimes. But the reason for that is A, that we have good moral people fighting for us, but B, because we have a code of conduct. And that deterrent helps to make sure that the instances of misconduct are very, very small, are infinitesimal. If all of a sudden that code of conduct is obliterated, and it becomes harder for our military leadership to make sure that when we are in war, we are following those rules of engagement. And remember, our power in the world is our tanks and our soldiers, our airplanes and our aircraft carriers, but it has always been our moral authority. We have never been perfect. We have never had leadership that was perfect. But to voluntarily give up on our belief that U.S. troops are held to a higher standard than our enemies, that shrinks our power in the world. That makes enemies run away from us. And in a world today where there is just a descent from truth, right? That's what Putin wants. Putin wants to obliterate objectivism in this world, to believe that there is no right or wrong, that everything is just an individual's viewpoint. When we retreat from those long-held and consensus-developed ideas about, for instance, not torturing our enemies during times of war, it provides a lift and assist to people like Putin, who are trying to make us believe that there is no such thing as right or wrong in the world, that it is all just different shades of gray. So I understand that much of the debate here will be about this litany of really ugly personal misconduct. And I think that is reason alone to say, you know what, find somebody else. It's not as if Pete Hegseth is the only person qualified to run the Department of Defense. There are other people who are loyal to Donald Trump, who are conservative, maybe even believe in this campaign against wokeism, but don't have the history of personal misconduct. But I also think that these questions about women in combat, about the political campaigns that will be run inside the department that will breed a sense of paranoia, about taking seriously small but growing real threats to us, like extremism in the military, and then this bigger question of making sure that we have fealty to the laws of war and prohibitions against torture. I think all of those really concerning views of this nominee, even if the misconduct didn't exist, would be enough for us to say, find somebody else. Find somebody else who is just going to do the job instead of trying to bring these political agendas, whether it's misogyny or anti-wokeism or anti-multilateralism, into a job that really should be pretty simple. Lead our troops, protect the nation, lift up America's standing in the world. I know the cake may be baked at this point, but I just want to make one more plea to my Republican colleagues to reconsider their decision to confirm to lead the Department of Defense somebody who seems just hell-bent mostly on pursuing a political, not military, agenda that I truly believe is certain to weaken our armed forces and threaten our national security. I yield the floor.
Chair recognizes Senator from Connecticut.
Is the Senate in a quorum call?
We are.
I'd ask that we dispense with the quorum call.
Without objection.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, a lot of Americans turned on the TV today hoping that the President of the United States was going to make a non-political, nonpartisan statement grieving the loss of those who died in that awful plane crash last night. Instead, he almost immediately launched into a political tirade, blaming what he called DEI. That accusation was echoed by the new Secretary of Transportation, the new Secretary of Defense. Apparently, the allegation is that by hiring non-white men at the FAA, this plane crash occurred. That's not true. That's offensive. It's not grounded in fact. It's just not accurate that by hiring women or black people or Hispanics that the safety of this nation is compromised. That's offensive. What we've just learned, though, is that the initial FAA report suggests that the tower staffing was not normal during the crash, that the controller on duty last night was doing a job traditionally handled by two people. There is supposed to be someone handling helicopter traffic and someone guiding planes into the airport. There was one person doing that job last night. We will learn more about what caused this crash. But it is not lost on us that the President of the United States made a choice when he came into office. He threw the FAA into immediate crisis. He ousted the administrator, replaced the administrator with no one, spent the first week trying to bully and intimidate federal employees. He fired the entire FAA Safety Advisory Board. So we will take the time to find out what actually happened. But this happened under President Trump's watch. Clearly something was not right in that tower last night. And it is important for us to follow the facts instead of making quick accusations. Mr. President, I came to the floor to continue the discussion that my colleagues have been having over the course of the last 2 days about something fundamentally dangerous that the President is engaged in, an attempt to seize power from Congress. I don't understand why my Republican colleagues aren't outraged by President Trump's announcement 2 days ago that he was suspending all federal spending. I don't know why my Republican colleagues don't see how that essentially makes us irrelevant. If we spend hundreds of hours of time engaged in very difficult bipartisan negotiations to come up with a federal budget every year, as is our constitutional responsibility under Article 1, and then the President of the United States decides to cancel all spending for weeks or months or longer. That's what the President did 2 days ago. Now, the courts have put a stay on that order, but the White House press secretary yesterday afternoon made it clear that they are still intending to pursue a shutdown of federal spending. And notwithstanding the very confusing set of news that came from the administration yesterday, notwithstanding the court order, my office has continued to be peppered with phone calls from organizations in Connecticut that are doing incredibly important work who can't get paid. One of our most critical homeless shelters called this morning to tell us that the disbursement system was still down. This is a homeless shelter that relies on federal dollars in order to pay the bills. Right now, they are potentially not going to be able to pay certain rents for their clients that are in emergency housing right now. They are facing an immediate cash flow issue. They'll be able to make payroll this week, but not next week. They still haven't been able to get paid by the federal government because their payment system was shut down. Yesterday, it's still not back up. Another not-for-profit in Connecticut that relies on federal funding to provide food for families and children that are having trouble putting a meal or two meals on the table report that they are still not able to log on to get reimbursement. This is, again, a small not-for-profit that helps keep people alive with emergency food that does not have ample cash flow in their bank account, that is still unable to get federal reimbursement. The result of them shutting down or suspending operations is literally kids going hungry tomorrow, the day after that. The state of Connecticut has had a really important series of grants still suspended. Payments have been suspended to a federal grant that helps install solar and clean energy projects in Connecticut. That is not back up and running either. I mean, this is just the tip of the iceberg. So nobody should think that this crisis has passed. Donald Trump suspended federal spending. The Medicaid system got turned off. Many other important payment systems got turned off. Some of them got turned back on after the order went into place or after it was clear that there was going to be a court order to stop the president from engaging in this unconstitutional action. But many of these federal programs are still suspended. There are literally people who may be tossed out on the street and become homeless. There are kids who may go hungry because this crisis has not been fixed. This is a fundamental corruption, what is happening right now. Because what Donald Trump will be able to do if he seizes control of federal spending from us is to be able to use his unilateral discretionary power to be able to send money to people that agree with him and deny it to people who don't agree with him, to send money to his billionaire friends' companies and to deny funding to the competitors of those companies, to decide that this disaster in a red state will get funding, but this disaster in a blue state won't get funding. And if you don't believe me, just look at the way that Donald Trump and Republicans are behaving right now about the wildfires in California. All of a sudden, Republicans are talking about applying conditions to saving people's lives and saving people's property in California. California is going to have to comply with an unknown set of conditions designed by Donald Trump and Republicans, conditions that were never even contemplated by Republicans when there was a hurricane in Louisiana or in Florida, when there were floods or devastating tornadoes in the Midwest. People aren't dumb. People know what's going on. There's a different standard if you are a friend of President Trump's than if you aren't. There's a different standard applied to aid that goes to states represented by Republicans than aid that goes to states represented by Democrats. And if we hand the unilateral decisions about where to spend money and where not to spend money to the chief executive, there's no going back. This is unconstitutional because the founders and the framers thought about this. We are Article 1, not Article 2, for a reason. We have the spending power for a reason. Our founding fathers were scared to death about the second coming of a monarchy. They were scared to death about putting too much power in the hands of the executive. So they said that Congress decides the big questions, where and how to spend money, the conditions applied to how that money is spent, whether or not the country goes to war or not. Those decisions are made by us, and when you hand them to any executive without check, it is a violation of the framers' intent, it is a violation of the letter of the law of the Constitution, and it is a recipe for corruption. And so I am angry that a lot of my Republican colleagues that I believe in, that I've worked with, that I've sat and negotiated tough bipartisan pieces of legislation, aren't raising alarm over what President Trump has done and what he is continuing to try to do. If you believe that this pause is good for 90 days, then I got a handful of bridges to sell you. If it's for projects in Democratic states or projects that don't align with the president's personal political priorities, I mean, nobody should believe that that pause is just going to last 90 days. This is a constitutional crisis. And yes, the courts have stepped in and put a stay on the president's order, but ultimately we should stand up for ourselves. We should stand up for congressional prerogatives, Democrats and Republicans. And what pains me even more is that my Republican colleagues don't see the story and the broader danger to our democracy, to our country, that is posed by the actions of this president in the first week. There were a small handful of my Republican friends who stood up and said it was wrong for Donald Trump to pardon the most violent of the January 6th rioters. Now, it was wrong for him to have pardoned any of the rioters, the people who sought to do violence to us. I hear a lot of Republicans claiming that, these were just tourists. Yeah, there were a couple bad apples in the bunch, but most everybody just kind of got pushed into the building by accident. They thought they were coming for a tour of the place. I was here that day. I don't remember a single one of my Republican colleagues staying in the chamber after we were told to flee to greet the tourists. Everybody knew that day that our lives were all in jeopardy, that they were looking for blood. One of the rioters, one of the most violent rioters, who beat police officers, who was let out of jail last week by Donald Trump, went to the scaffolding, the gallows, after he beat up police officers, and he posted on social media, "Too bad there aren't any Democrats hanging." I don't know why more of my Republican colleagues, and I thank Senator Grassley for speaking up on this, don't realize what happens when darkness descends on our agencies. I remember a time when Republicans believed in stewardship of the dollars that we appropriate, that we wanted to see what happened inside these agencies. Donald Trump fired all the inspectors general. Like, there are people, they're there for us, for the American people, to make sure that there's not thievery happening in these agencies. If you want to fire an inspector general or replace them with somebody better, fine. There's no inspectors general in our agencies. They're gone. And as far as I can tell, there's like one Republican that raised an objection to this. You put all of this together, the absolution of political violence, the darkening of operations in the executive branch through the firing of the inspectors general, and the seizure of spending power, that is all a recipe for despotism. And I understand that some people might think that that's hyperbolic, but I will just tell you that democracies do not die in an instant. Very few democracies that have perished have a day, a before and after moment. It's a descent, and then all of a sudden you wake up one day and you discover that you're not in a democracy any longer, that the leader, the president, has so much power that it can never be taken away. And the steps that have been taken by Donald Trump in the first week are a masterclass in the kind of plan that you would undertake if you wanted to grab power permanently. You say to your supporters, if you threaten or intimidate my opposition, I'll let you off the hook. You cast darkness over what happens inside the agencies so the president can move money any way that he wants without any accountability. And you seize control of spending so that you can use money to reward your friends and punish your enemies. One of the things that my Republican friends may not understand is what's happened since the January 6 pardons to Democrats. A lot of us don't talk about this because we frankly don't want to legitimize the people who are making the threats. But Mr. President, when Donald Trump's supporters are told that if they engage in violence in support of their president, that they will be let out of jail or face no consequences, they believe him. And so I will just tell you, the calls and the threats that I have received since those pardons are serious. They have changed the way that I have to think about protecting my family. And I know that Republicans have received those threats over the years as well. I understand that these threats of violence do happen to both sides. But this is a specific immunity that has been given by Donald Trump. He has not given a broad immunity to people for beating up police officers. He gave pardons to a specific set of people who beat up police officers. If you are beating up police officers to further the political agenda of Donald Trump, you have immunity. And so all of a sudden, a lot of unhinged people out there believe that if they engage in violence to further Donald Trump's political ambitions, they have immunity too. Now, maybe at some point, they will believe that they are furthering Donald Trump's political ambitions by making threats against Republicans. But right now, the threats that they are lodging are against Democrats, especially those Democrats that have spoken up most vocally against the pardons of the violent January 6th rioters. And what happens when people start to feel those threats of violence, what happens when people worry about their safety if they engage in political action, is that they don't. What happens to organizations when they fear that they won't get a grant from the federal government if they don't pledge loyalty to the president, is that they don't speak up. Democracies don't die in a moment. They die when the rules get rigged so that there is a price to be paid, a bodily or financial price to be paid for standing up to the leader. That's what Donald Trump is constructing in his first week, a system of rules in which you as an American will pay a financial price or a physical price for criticism of the regime. That's not allowed in a democracy. And so I do not understand why we have been totally unable to find unanimity in two simple ideas. The President of the United States cannot, should not, excuse and encourage political violence. And that the President cannot and should not seize control of the spending power in this country to decide for himself which of us and which of our states get money and which of us and which of our states do not. Those are fundamental corruptions that make our country weaker, that destroy the democratic norms, that are existential to our sense of patriotism and Americanism, but also ultimately allow this administration to facilitate a kind of corruption that happens to almost every country that slides away from democracy, in which the leader, unbound, gets to reward friends around him who are loyal. So this crisis has not passed. As I said, there are organizations in my state that today cannot receive federal funds. A homeless shelter that is thinking about whether it's going to have to put people out on the street very soon if that funding portal doesn't get turned back on. But I'll leave you with this, Mr. President. I get it that today it feels like everything has to be partisan. Everything has to be us versus you. And I'll admit that I sometimes fall for that trap. We probably all of us sometimes fall for that trap of just evaluating everything based upon red versus blue. If the other side's for it, I have to be against it. I admit that I will fall for that trap sometimes. But I also, have my bona fides. I've sat down and negotiated with Republicans I disagree with on some really tough issues like guns and immigration and come to conclusions on those issues. So I've been willing to put my action where my mouth is and say, even on the tough stuff, we can find accommodation and agreement. But I don't know. I'm heartbroken. I'm heartbroken that more of my Republican colleagues didn't stand up and say, Mr. President, you shouldn't have pardoned the people who tried to kill us, the people who tried to steal the ballot box, the people who desecrated our Capitol. You shouldn't have pardoned them. I don't think that should have been so hard for us to agree on. It shouldn't have required courage for my Republican colleagues to stand up and say those pardons were wrong, Mr. President. And I don't think it should have taken courage yesterday for more Republicans to say you can't seize control of federal spending. It's not constitutional to cease paying people and paying nonprofits and paying for homeless services and paying for nutrition services. Well, you evaluate whether the programs line up with your political priorities. We passed a budget. We hammered out an agreement, a budget that has amounts and numbers, conditions on it. The president doesn't get to exercise independent authority. He has to implement the budget we pass. That weakens the institution. That weakens Republicans and Democrats. And I will guarantee you what comes around goes around. Sometime down the line, a Democratic president will do the same thing. We'll just suspend money for things that Republicans care about. I'll end up hurting you too. So I'm mad, I'm angry, I'm heartbroken, and I hope that this crisis will pass. But my belief is the only way that it passes. This crisis caused by the endorsement of political violence by this president, the shuttering of the inspectors general, and the seizure of spending power. I think the only way that this crisis passes, and it's a crisis, it's a constitutional crisis, is if we find a way to come together, Republicans and Democrats. That's not happening today. I hope as it happens tomorrow. I yield the floor.
Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you very much, Mr. President. Brian, thank you very much for your work in organizing this effort, and always great to be with you on the floor today. I will not hold it against you. If you go take an actual nap and get some rest, you exerted a lot of effort to make sure that we were all here united, Democrats on the floor, raising the alarm. Listen, I'm going to try to go through the case as to why I do think this is a red alert moment, the reason why I was so glad to jump in and join you this evening, and why I volunteered for the 2 to 5 shift tonight. And I'm very grateful for Senator Welch. We had a gap from 5 to 6, and I may not have to go the full 4 hours. But I've certainly got 2 hours of material here because I think something really, really dangerous is happening to this country right now, something that is worthy of an overnight session on the floor of the United States Senate, something that every American needs to be talking about. And I first want to just go through all of the events and developments of the last 2 weeks that matter. Because Senator Schatz was referring to a phenomenon that I think is important. Donald Trump and Stephen Miller and Stephen Bannon and other people that advise him are pretty unapologetic about the strategy. They call it flooding the zone. The idea is that they are just going to make so much news, they are going to make so many outrageous statements every day, that it becomes really hard for Americans to understand what's real and what's not real, what's important and what's not important. I'm not saying that the president's comments last night on Gaza won't have deep impact. They will. I can guarantee you that Hamas and Hezbollah and other terrorist groups in the Middle East right now are using the president's comments to recruit. The idea that the United States is coming to Gaza to invade, occupy, cleanse, and level Gaza, that is bulletin board recruiting material for terrorist groups. Our country is less safe today than it was yesterday because that is easy recruitment material for the groups that we are fighting. It keeps them alive at a moment when they were on the run. It separates us from our allies because despite what President Trump said last night, that everybody agrees with the plan, that was not true. Not true. Nobody agrees with that plan. Benjamin Netanyahu doesn't want America coming in, invading and occupying Gaza. No Middle Eastern leader wants that. The president said it. It's not true. He says a lot of things that aren't true. It makes America just look like a laughing stock around the world because everybody knows we are not invading Gaza. So when the president announces that he's come up with this brilliant plan that everybody supports and every world leader knows that he's not telling the truth and that he's never going to do it, it undermines American credibility and reputation around the world. So I'm not suggesting that the president's absurd statements last night about Gaza don't hurt America. They do. But he's not going to do it. He won't get support from Congress to do it, and nobody in the American public wants him to do it. I can't get into the president's brain, but I suspect it was part of this strategy, this articulated, purposeful strategy to try to confuse people about what's real and what's not real. I don't think it was coincidental that the president was making this outrageous, outlandish statement about Gaza last night on the first day that you really felt like the American people had figured out the game. The people turning out to protests were bigger than they had been since the election. And all of a sudden, the president comes up with a new plan to invade and occupy Gaza. So I think one of the exercises that I want to go through in my time today is just to tell you the pieces of the agenda, an agenda set by Russ Vought, that matter, that are the most dangerous, are the ones that you should pay attention to. I wouldn't spend a lot of time worrying about the drama over the Panama Canal or Greenland, just like I wouldn't worry too much about the president's statements on Gaza. But here's what I would worry about. And I'm clearly going to cover ground that has been covered here today, but I just want to lay it out because I've got more time to do it than anybody else, so I'll be a little bit more thoughtful and comprehensive about it. At the top of my list is the president's decision to seize control of federal spending. So this was his executive order from a few days ago that suspended all federal spending. For that day, everything seemed to be turned off. Even the Medicaid program was not open for reimbursement. Head Start programs were not getting money. No state in the country could access dollars for different projects that they run. Not-for-profits weren't receiving funding. Now, the order was for 90 days, but, if you believe that, I've got some bridges to sell you. But even if it was for 90 days, that's patently illegal. That is patently illegal. So The Founding Fathers spent a lot of time wrestling with a foundational question: how to preserve democracy in America and prevent what up until that point had been an inexorable retreat to despotism in countries that had tried to engage in some kind of self-determination. The Founding Fathers thought relentlessly about the kind of tools that would be available to a president that could allow him to take control and rule as a king or as a monarch. Now, some of the things they spent a lot of time thinking about feel today a little anachronistic. The Founding Fathers, for instance, were really focused on not giving the president a standing army. Now, we have moved beyond that belief that a standing army is a threat to our liberty, but that was one of the things that the Founding Fathers worried greatly about. They didn't necessarily write that protection into the Constitution, but they thought a lot about it. The protection they did write into the Constitution was the protection to reserve spending power for the branch of government most directly connected to the people. That's Congress, the branch that gets elected every 2 years, the branch that has different factions, different geographies represented. They wanted the spending power to be invested in the most democratic body so as to make sure that the compromise on spending ended up benefiting the whole country, every geography, but also every political affiliation. So they said Congress has the power to spend, Congress has the power to decide how money is spent. And so for 240 years, courts and the Supreme Court has broadly recognized that a president cannot decide by himself what money to spend and what money not to spend. A president also cannot decide for himself to apply new conditions to spending beyond what the democratically elected Congress selected. And the reason for that, the reason why that power is vested in Congress, is primarily a check on despotism. Because if a president has the ability to unilaterally decide how to spend money, then of course the natural temptation is to only spend money in a way that benefits, preserves, and advances your political power. Spend money on people who support you, deny money to people that don't support you, in order to pressure more people to support you. I wasn't here for Senator Kim's speech, but it sounded like he laid out the corollary that still exists, unfortunately, in some closed political systems in this country, where you have party machines that give out favors and money and privilege based upon loyalty. Okay, we decided in this country the president is not going to get to do that because it is inherently subject to fraud and abuse and corruption. And as we have talked about, as Senator Schatz and I talked about, this president has been pretty unapologetic. Russ Vought has been pretty unapologetic in their insistence that, yes, in fact, people that are loyal to the president should be treated differently. It isn't as if we don't understand what the president is trying to do by capturing federal spending power. He's criticizing projects in Democratic states. He's saying we may not fund disasters in Democratic states. They are targeting agencies that they believe are populated by people with different political affiliations than the president. They are firing FBI agents that engaged in any kind of law enforcement action against Republicans. And so maybe this conversation would be a little bit less frantic. The moment would feel a little bit less urgent if you thought that the president was seizing control of federal spending for some halfway legitimate reason. But in fact, it looks as if President Trump is trying to seize control of federal spending for the exact reason that worried the Founding Fathers so much that they were explicit in the Constitution. No, the president cannot seize control of federal spending. It will lead to fraud, corruption, and ultimately the erosion and perhaps destruction of our democracy. The Founding Fathers worried every single day about writing a document that prevented a slide to despotism. And you can laugh that off as hyperbole. You can say that, Democrats are crying wolf. Of course, America is always going to be a democracy. Every democracy dies. It does. Every democracy has an expiration date, just like every civilization has an expiration date. There is an end, and there are a series of events that lead to that end. Maybe this isn't it, but boy, when you package the list that I will give you together, it looks suspiciously like the roadmaps that caused other democracies to fall, and it looks suspiciously like the set of things that our Founding Fathers were clear about protecting against. The second thing that matters is the president's decision to shutter certain departments. It has started with USAID. We spent some time talking tonight about what has happened at USAID. Absolutely extraordinary. This is the nonpartisan agency that fights for the United States abroad. Our military leaders, I suspect, most of which are Republicans, I don't really care, are fond of saying, if you get rid of USAID, if you were ever to stop paying for foreign aid, you'd have to double the number of bullets you buy us. Our military leaders consistently make the case for USAID because USAID is a partner with our military in preventing chaos and instability that ultimately leads to war and threats to U.S. troops. The Army and the Navy, the Air Force, they chase Chinese influence. They try to protect us from Russia, but so does USAID. China's power in the world is not just military power. Every nation's power is multifaceted. China, frankly, gets more influence in the world from its non-military tools than it gets from its military tools. China doesn't have the number of military partnerships that the United States does. In fact, it has very few. Its partnerships are information partnerships, technology partnerships, economic development partnerships. Those are the kind of tools that USAID has. And so when USAID just vanishes from the playing field, China wins, Russia wins, non-state terrorist groups win. One of the things USAID was doing in Lebanon was running a bunch of programming trying to depress Hezbollah's influence and trying to help stand up a government that was independent and free of terrorist influence. What was USAID doing in Mexico? Trying to build up the capability of law enforcement so the drug gangs that send fentanyl to the United States didn't control areas of Mexico, which allow them, without interruption or harassment, to be able to send fatal drugs like fentanyl to the United States. So there are things our military can do to advance U.S. power, but they can't do everything. And so USAID was doing those other things. And now that they are off the playing field, America is fundamentally weaker. That's the merit-based case for why it is a disaster for the United States and a gift to China and Russia and terrorist groups that USA has disappeared. But there is a clear legal and constitutional case. USAID is an agency established by statute. We passed a law establishing USAID. We pass a budget every year funding not just USAID, but specific accounts in USAID. A president of the United States cannot, by fiat, eliminate a statutorily authorized agency. That's what a monarch does. And you are already hearing that the Elon Musk crowd that so happily got rid of USAID is now talking about USAID as a verb. They're going to USAID the Department of Labor. They're going to USAID the Department of Education. They can't eliminate those departments from the statutes, but they could just send everybody home. That would be illegal. But they could just send everybody home. What a disaster it would be if the people that make sure that our factories are safe, that workers aren't abused by greedy corporations, all of a sudden don't show up to work. That's great for the companies and the corporations. That's terrible for workers. Pay attention to this effort to shut down agencies, because these agencies, well, certainly you can have a conversation about making them more efficient, provide essential services. The Department of Education provides essential services. 2/3 of our schools run on funds from the Department of Education. Disabled kids are protected because of laws administered by the Department of Education. The Department of Labor protects workers to make sure that they don't get run over and abused by companies. USAID protects America all over the world. There is a cost to Americans' pocketbooks, to the quality of life, to the defense of America when these agencies get shuttered. So you should pay attention to that. The third thing that you should pay attention to is the corruption that's happening inside the Department of Treasury as we speak. The Department of Treasury pays the bills of this country. And those bills range from contracts we have with companies and non-for-profits to, your tax refund or your Social Security check or your Medicare benefit. That's really sensitive stuff. And so we historically have had totally non-political people running that payment system. Congress decides how that money is spent, what the level of your benefit is. But a bunch of civil servants, people who are not loyal to Democrats or Republicans, who just want to make the payments, run that system. What really caused this public tempest in the last few days was the disclosure that Elon Musk, a billionaire with all sorts of interests when it comes to the federal government, he became a billionaire based off of federal policy and federal contracts, has been given access to the Treasury's payment system. Not just him, but a bunch of kids that work for him. So a bunch of 20-somethings fresh out of college with absolutely no expertise in payment systems have gotten access to these payment systems, and they are apparently inside these payment systems right now fiddling around with them. They broke one payment system as soon as they got access to it in the Medicaid system. Now, I'll be honest with you, we don't know why they want access to the payment systems. We don't know what they're doing inside the payment systems. But there aren't a lot of benign possibilities. Are they getting ready to turn off payments to individuals and entities that they don't like? Are they just sort of looking under the hood so that they can get your tax information or get the tax information about Elon Musk's competitors? I mean, this is unheard of. This is a private sector individual, an individual who actually cannot get a security clearance because he is deemed to be a security risk, who is inside the most sensitive part of the Department of Treasury with access to every single American's personal data. That is a corruption. That is a perversion of norms and rules. And it matters. That matters. You should pay attention to it. The fourth thing that matters is the darkness that is descending over the federal government. So a few hours, maybe it was a day, 2 days after President Trump was inaugurated, he fired, I believe, every single inspector general. What's an inspector general? Inspector general, again, is an independent, nonpartisan individual who's got an office and staff that work for them that sit inside each of our agencies. Our federal agencies are big. They are. They spend billions of dollars. They do really good work, but there is always the chance for fraud and abuse. And so we historically, Congress historically, has authorized a little bit of money inside every department to have a watchdog. We call them inspectors general because they're inspecting how taxpayer dollars are being spent to make sure that the dollars are being spent in accordance with the law. And the inspectors general normally have the power to intervene when something has gone wrong. At the very least, the power to issue a report to tell the public and Congress, hey, guys, the money was supposed to be spent on, trying to fight wildfires, and instead it's being spent on something else. Those inspector generals are gone, and Donald Trump didn't get rid of them because he thought they were doing a bad job and he wanted to replace them with somebody else. He just got rid of them illegally. You can't do that. You have to, at the very least, give notice to Congress. At the same time, they have begun issuing what we call gag orders to federal employees. The most notorious one happened at USAID as the purge started beginning at USAID, when they started at first just sending all the supervisors home, when they suspended all USAID programming all around the world. A corresponding order went out to employees saying, do not talk to anybody about what's happening. Now, I can understand being sensitive about rank and file employees talking to the press, but they didn't just say the press. They said, don't talk to members of Congress. Don't talk to elected members of Congress who are in charge of spending the taxpayers' money. Don't even talk to them about the purge that is happening. And so that all sounds a little suspicious, right? Like, that's a little worrying when, with intention, all the watchdogs are fired. With intention, an order goes out to employees, shut your mouth, don't say anything. That probably doesn't mean that good legal stuff is happening inside these departments. That probably doesn't mean that this administration is really focused on rooting out fraud and corruption and tackling inefficiency. When you get rid of the watchdogs, that normally means that you are preparing to engage in some pretty bad stuff. Pay attention to the fact that the watchdogs are no longer there. The fifth thing that matters, and I wrote it on my list here, is the fifth thing, but it probably matters the most. And I'll spend some time later talking more about this, is the legitimization of political violence in this country. There's something special about force. The thing that matters most to us in life is the physical safety of ourselves and our kids and our family, right? I talk about this a lot because I do a lot of work on gun violence, and I try to explain to people that, this is the issue that matters the most to people, the physical safety of their family. I mean, you would give up anything in life to defend your family from physical harm. You would give up your house, you would give up your savings, you might even give up your life to protect the life of somebody that you love. Physical harm is really, really scary. And the threat of physical harm, because physical harm is so traumatic. The threat of physical harm is impactful. It makes people do things and change behaviors if they think there's a chance that they are going to be hurt. Every single person knows this because at some point in your life, you were threatened with physical harm. And yeah, maybe once or twice, or maybe for some people more often than once or twice, you stood up to that bully or you fought back. But for most people, there are plenty of other times in which you just changed your behavior. If the bully was on this street, you went the other block. I stood up to bullies a handful of times in my life, but I also changed my route home a bunch of times as well. There can be no place for physical violence in politics. There just can't. Because it does change behavior when somebody is subject to the threat of physical violence. You are no longer making a decision based on what is best for the country or for your constituents. You are instead making a decision based upon what keeps you physically safe and what keeps your family physically safe. Democracies do not exist when the party in power, when the individual in power, gets to use the threat of physical violence as a tool to try to influence behavior. That is, by definition, not a democracy. I am pretty confident none of my colleagues really thought that Donald Trump was going to pardon every single January 6th protester. But he did. But he did. And I will just tell you, subsequent to that decision, the threats of violence to my office, and I suspect the same is true for Democrats, have risen. Republicans have been subject to threats of violence before. They will continue to be, but this is different because Donald Trump has not immunized violence writ large. Neither has he immunized political violence writ large. What Donald Trump did by pardoning all of the January 6th protesters is say, if you commit violence in my name against people who are trying to stop me from advancing my power, it's cool. It's cool. What were the police officers doing? They were defending the Capitol from an attack that was designed to keep Donald Trump in power. Those people were storming the Capitol because they believed that the election had been stolen from Donald Trump. They were coming here to install him in power permanently. The police officers who were defending the Capitol, they weren't political, they weren't Democrats, but they were engaged in an effort to try to stop the seizure of power by Donald Trump's supporters. And when every single one of those rioters got pardoned, the message was clear. If you commit violence against people who are trying to stop Donald Trump's political agenda, it's cool. Do it. There will be no consequence. And so it is not shocking that threats of violence have increased to me and my Democratic colleagues, because right now we are trying to frustrate or stymie President Trump's political agenda. And Donald Trump has said, if you beat the hell out of people that are trying to stop my political agenda, I will let you off the hook. The legitimization of political violence, the endorsement of political violence, that matters. And the final thing that has happened over the course of the last 2 weeks, really it's been happening since the election, that matters, is the effort by Donald Trump to try to co-opt and control the media. Obviously, the Founding Fathers thought a lot about the independence of the free press. They knew that one of the bulwarks against despotism was a free and independent press. And so even though they didn't get around to it until a little bit later in the Bill of Rights, they guaranteed the freedom of the press. And as we have watched other democracies fall in the last 240 years all around the world, as we've watched countries like Hungary slide away from democracy, a key facet of that slide, that purposeful slide, engineered by a would-be autocrat, is the seizure and control of information. And it's obvious why you would want to do that, because if you can control information, then you can make sure that the dominant narrative is your spin, and you can suppress any criticism. Already, one of the nation's biggest information platforms, Twitter, is effectively an organ of the White House. Donald Trump announced that he wanted to take a 50% ownership stake using taxpayer dollars in TikTok, maybe the most influential of platforms today. He has apparently cut deals with the owners of other platforms, most notably the CEO of Facebook right after the election came down to Mar-a-Lago, and Trump openly bragged that Facebook had decided to do what he wanted, which was to stop fact-checking all of the lies that get put online by Trump's supporters. And Trump said, yeah, he probably did that because I threatened him. He was probably worried that I was going to do something to hurt him. Maybe not coincidental to the fact that there's a FTC lawsuit pending against Facebook. We'll see what happens with that lawsuit. But would it be surprising that that lawsuit disappears after the owner of Facebook said, yeah, Mr. President, I'll do what you want. I'll take down my fact-checking to make sure that your misinformation, and all misinformation, frankly, because the misinformation doesn't only come from the right, misinformation gets to exist freely on my platform. So pay attention to the hard work that Donald Trump is engaged in to try to control, to the best he can, the information infrastructure in this country. I mean, it wasn't a coincidence that not every billionaire was sitting up there on the dais with Trump during the inauguration. It was primarily the billionaires who control information companies. Facebook is an information company. Apple is an information company. Amazon is an information company. They have other business lines as well, but they are controlling huge amounts of information in this country. It's not a coincidence that those are the companies that Donald Trump is trying to gain the most influence over. So those are the 5 things that I've identified as the things that should matter. The seizing of control of federal spending, the illegal shutdowns of departments. And by the way, I mentioned USAID, but as I said, labor and education seem next on the chopping block. The infiltration of Treasury's payment system by Elon Musk and private sector individual who can't get a security clearance. The firing of the IGs and the gag orders shedding darkness on our agencies. The legitimization of political violence, the endorsement of political violence. And the attempt to put the president in a position to control the flow of information in this country. And why this matters tonight is that Russ Vought is going to occupy a space at the nerve center of all of those policies. That's what OMB is. The Office of Management and Budget is essentially the government's nerve center. It's the place where all the departments of the federal government and all the accounts and all the policies, they all connect. In many ways, the director of OMB is the most powerful person in government, often one of the least well known. The job tends to exist behind the scenes, but OMB is the place where all the pipes connect, where all the regulations and policies and executive orders have to be vetted, the place where all the department's heads have to get sign-off before moving forward with policies. And so none of this can happen or will happen, the seizure of federal spending, the shuttering of departments, the infiltration of the Treasury payment system, the firing of the IGs, the legitimization of political violence, or the influence of information platforms without the director of OMB being in charge. And by the way, it isn't coincidence that that comprehensive document that Trump swore he had nothing to do with, Project 2025, was authored in part by Russ Vought. Russ Vought was one of the primary authors, one of the primary organizers of Project 2025, which was this document that explained exactly how you would do many of these things to push American democracy towards autocracy. It isn't a coincidence that one of the authors, one of the primary authors of the Project 2025 document is now the nominee to run the agency that perhaps has more influence than any other agency in the federal government, the Office of Management and Budget. Okay, so having talked about the things that matter versus the things that don't matter, I want to talk about the why. And I want to talk about how all of the 6 developments that matter fit together. Because this isn't a random set of priorities, events, or developments. All those things that I mentioned serve 2 major purposes. And this is what I want to spend the remaining time that I have on. The first goal is to enact a massive, massive transfer of both money and power from poor people and the middle class to the corporations and the billionaires and the millionaires. Senator Schatz and I talked about this long discredited economic theory called trickle-down economics, in which if you just cut taxes for the very, very wealthy, the economic elites, the masters of the economic universe, eventually all that money will spill down to everybody else. That was a fraud as a theory. It was a fraud. It was essentially made up in order for rich people to just pretend like there was some intellectual underpinning to their greed. When people get really, really wealthy, they tend to just want to get more and more wealthy. For many people, being a billionaire is not good enough. You have to have 2 billion and 3 billion. And so they came up with this idea that if you just continue to give us money, it'll eventually find its way down to everybody else. But everybody knows that that's not how it's worked. Because people in this country, in the middle of the economy, are miserable. They're miserable because they're working harder and harder, and they're not getting anything back in return. Wages have gone up a little bit, especially over the last 4 years, but they're not keeping pace with prices. They have not for decades. And even though this country is becoming much more productive, every worker is way more productive than they were 10, 20, 30 years ago, in part because of technology. The gains from that productivity are not accruing to workers. It's accruing to the owner class, to the capital class. And so there's this separation happening in this country whereby everybody in the middle is just kind of like treading water, and then you have this set of super elites, people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos and Mark Zuckerberg, the people that were on that inauguration platform that have more money than they know what to do with. And very little of it is actually ending up trickling down. They are hoarding much of the money that they are collecting. And so this theory has never, ever worked. But greed is powerful. It's powerful. And so that crowd, that economic elite crowd, there aren't any poor people walking around Mar-a-Lago. Everybody that Trump hangs out with at Mar-a-Lago, those are really, really rich people. Really, really rich people. Trump's not, playing golf with, he's cleaner. The people that Trump is talking to are people who are immensely wealthy, and they see a real opportunity. It's not just good enough to have low taxes, they want them lower. And they also want the ability to squeeze as much as they can out of the federal treasury for themselves. So what Project 2025 is all about and what the Trump agenda is all about is first and foremost about a massive transfer of wealth and power from the middle of America to a very handful of elites. And so I want to try to walk you through that for a second. So the first thing that they are doing is trying to set up another round of massive tax cuts for the billionaires and for the corporations. They're going to try to get money other ways, but the most important thing to them is for their taxes to be much lower, for the corporate taxes to be low or non-existent, for them to be able to pass along all their wealth without any taxation to their kids so that you have these permanent billionaire families where nobody ever has to work. The money just gets handed down from generation to generation. For regulations to be gutted so that they can abuse the environment or workers in a way to pile up more money. And they're going to do that in this bill that will be considered later in the year through a process called reconciliation. Now, when Republicans did this bill in 2017, they made no attempt to try to pay for it. It was almost all borrowed money. And it was one of the reasons that the piece of legislation was really unpopular. People hated that tax cut because fully enacted, that tax cut would have sent about 80% of the benefit to the very, very wealthy, but it also was just all put on the American credit card. There was, again, this argument that, A, if we cut taxes for the wealthy, it'll trickle down to everybody else and it'll result in a magical increase in tax revenue because of all the economic activity caused by the tax cut. And that magical economic activity and the tax revenue from it will pay for the fact that we are now collecting less in taxes from the very, very wealthy. That didn't happen. It just didn't happen. We lost a ton of revenue because the rich and the corporations were paying much less. The economic activity that they predicted did not happen, and the deficit grew. The deficit grew. It was a massive explosion in our deficit. No president, up until Donald Trump, had added more to our deficit than he did during those 4 years. So this time, knowing that that tax cut was really unpopular for a lot of reasons, but not least of which the fact that it wasn't paid for, it was all borrowed, Republicans are trying to create the illusion that they're serious about savings. And so part of what is happening with the cuts at USAID, the evisceration, the elimination of USAID, and the next round of cuts at the Department of Education or the Department of Labor is about gutting a series of programs, or at least creating the illusion of cuts that then create a pretext that, hey, we've saved a lot of money. We've cut a lot of government services. We can afford that massive tax cut for the rich and for the corporations. Now, as I talked about with Senator Schatz, a lot of those cuts are illusory. All those USAID employees that have been sent home, they are still getting paid. I mean, it's insane. We have thousands of federal employees right now who are home or are about to be recalled, many of which have lost access to their emails, so they can't even work from home, that are getting paid to do nothing. So some of these cuts are illusory. They don't exist. It looks like you're saving money, but you're not really saving money. But eventually, if you do shutter the Department of Education and you do shutter the Department of Labor and you keep USAID illegally closed, then, yeah, some savings will appear. But where do they come from? They come from a retreat of American power. They come from our decision to stop contesting the rise of China. They come because we've decided to hand Ukraine to the Russians. They come from our decision to stop fighting terrorists. If you close the Department of Education, you'll get some savings, but it will only be because we have abandoned children with disabilities. We have stopped trying to fight bias and discrimination in our school. We are no longer helping kids afford college. If you destroy the Department of Labor, yeah, you will get some savings that you can apply to the billionaire tax cut, but it's because you have shut down OSHA, which makes sure that our factories and our workplaces are safe. It's because you are no longer helping workers collectively bargain so that they can get better wages and better benefits. USAID protects this country. The Department of Education and the Department of Labor help regular people. It's easy for the billionaire class to say, let's shut down the Department of Education. All their kids go to private schools. They don't need the Department of Education. And even if their kids are discriminated against, they can hire fancy teams of lawyers. So some of the savings are illusory, some of them are fake. But many of the savings, if you shut down USAID and Department of Labor and Department of Education, they are real, but those savings are gleaned by hurting real people. Shutting down schools or withdrawing from a fight for civil rights and protections for kids with disabilities, or stopping trying to protect workers from harm done to them by corporations, or a retreat from the world, a decision to just pack up and let China own the world. There's a cost to all of that. And the cost is borne not by the wealthy and the billionaires, but by regular people. Why does the military say, military leaders say routinely, I'll say this again, I mentioned it earlier, that if you eliminate USAID, if you stop soft power, right, you got to buy us twice as many bullets. Because they know that USAID helps keep really dangerous places, places that matter to the United States, like the Middle East, stable. And if you stop focusing on stability in parts of the world that matter to the United States, conflict breaks out. And the United States often gets dragged into that conflict. And when the United States gets dragged into that conflict, it is not the billionaires' kids that are fighting. By and large, we all know this, the people that sign up for our military are middle-class families. are often poor families. And so the billionaires and the corporations, they won't have much to lose if the evisceration of USAID leads to American troops being sent into conflict around the world. It'll be regular folks, the non-billionaire class, that'll get impacted by that when their kids are sent overseas, when their kids don't come home. So this attack on agencies, this illegal shuttering of departments, it's all in service of trying to make it seem as if there are savings happening so that we can afford that tax cut for the very, very wealthy. But then there's this other thing that's happening. And again, we don't know what it is yet, but man, it looks really worrying. So why is Elon Musk inside the Department of Treasury? Why has Donald Trump given him access to this incredibly sensitive payment system? I'm going to admit to you, we don't know yet. It just is unprecedented. And you saw the longtime Treasury employee, I mean, this is a non-political guy. This is just the guy who shows up to work every day trying to make sure that you get your Medicare benefits and you get your refund check. He left. He left because he'd never seen anything like this. He had never seen a billionaire with a political agenda come in and take control of this payment system. And so what's the agenda there? I don't know. But could it be in the same service as the elimination of USAID and the potential elimination of other departments? Could it be that they want to take control of the payment system so that they can strip benefits, admittedly expensive benefits for the middle class so that they can afford their tax cut? If you have control of the payment system and you don't care about the law and you don't care about the Constitution, you can decide to reduce payments or shut down payments. For a day, they stopped paying Medicaid claims. So it's not like this is beyond them. For a day, they shut down the Medicaid system. If Elon Musk has control of the Treasury payment system, and there's a need to save some big money so that you can claim that you passed along the big tax cut to the billionaires and the corporations and you didn't increase the deficit, then maybe those Social Security benefits get turned off for a day. Maybe those Medicare benefits get turned off for a day. I don't know what the hell he's doing inside that payment system. And you can say, well, you shouldn't believe the worst, or you shouldn't just hypothesize, you shouldn't guess. But we haven't been given a good explanation for something that looks like a fundamental perversion of precedent and the law. Remember, Elon Musk can't get a security clearance. He can't. But apparently, he can have access to all of our most sensitive information and data. And maybe it is in service of trying to rearrange payments to save money for that tax cut. I mean, it's stunning the number of programs that he has access to. Social Security and Medicare benefits, salaries for all federal personnel, payments to government contractors and grant recipients, tax refunds. The system holds a lot of sensitive information, including Social Security numbers, all of our Social Security numbers, all of our names, all of our addresses, much of our private banking information, much of our private tax information. News broke today that Musk now has access to even more. He didn't just get access to the Treasury payment system, but now he has access to CMS's payment system. CMS runs Medicare and Medicaid. So now Elon Musk has access to all of the payment and contracting systems that run Medicare and Medicaid. literally has control of hundreds of billions of dollars in payments to healthcare providers. They got access to that payment system. Today, they also showed up at the Atlanta headquarters of the CDC. They met with Labor Department leaders to begin the process of getting access to those payment systems as well. Why is this happening? Why is this happening? Well, it could be that they are trying to save money so that they can afford the billionaire's tax cut, but it also may be so that they can direct payments to the companies and the individuals that have pledged support to Donald Trump, and they can deny payment to people who have not pledged loyalty. And again, I understand that that sounds a little fanciful, but just look what's happening right now at the White House. The president is saying he's going to shut down a high-speed rail system in California, while saying nothing about a high-speed rail system in Florida. He's proposing eliminating FEMA because there was a series of devastating, deadly wildfires in California, but he wasn't, and Republicans weren't talking about eliminating FEMA when there were disasters in Republican states. It seems as if there's a pretty unapologetic preference for political friends. And if Elon Musk has control over the payment system, then why should we assume that he wouldn't use that control to turn on money to people he likes, or maybe even entities that he is affiliated with, and turn off money to entities that he's not affiliated with, or to his competitors? That's why you don't allow a billionaire, that's why you don't allow somebody with massive financial interest to be in charge of the Treasury's payment system. That's bananas. We don't do that because it opens up the opportunity for fundamental corruption. But if you understand one of the key reasons for all of these early actions to be a transfer of power and wealth away from regular people to the billionaire class, then it makes sense. Because you can either use your control of that payment system to bank money that you can use to cut your own taxes, or you can just use control of that payment system to pay people that are affiliated with you or help your business and deny money to your competitors. This is where the firing of the IGs matters. Because if we had inspector generals in these departments, then we would actually be able to have a view as to whether the access to these information systems are being used for corrupt purposes. Here's the list of the inspectors general, or inspector generals. I get confused. I know it's attorneys general. I'll say inspector generals. Here's the list of inspector generals that have been fired. The Inspector General at the State Department, the Inspector General at the Department of Energy, the Inspector General at the Interior Department, the Inspector General at the Defense Department, the Inspector General at the Department of Veteran Affairs, the Inspector General at the Department of Transportation, the Inspector General at the Environmental Protection Agency, the Inspector General at the Small Business Administration, the Inspector General over Social Security, the Inspector General of the Department of Labor, the Inspector General of the Department of Health and Human Services, the Inspector General of the Department of Agriculture, and the Inspector General of the Department of Housing and Urban Development. All of those watchdogs are gone, and they are being replaced with no one, because the complaint wasn't that these Inspector Generals weren't good enough watchdogs of the federal taxpayer dollar. The complaint was that they were watchdogs. The complaint was that somebody was looking and watching. All of these inspector generals were fired and replaced with no one for the purpose of darkness descending. Elon Musk got access today to the entire Medicare and Medicaid payment system. Why, we do not know, but it is certainly plausible to believe that there are nefarious purposes afoot, that his access to that system is part of a design to harm our democracy or enhance his economic interests. But we will have a really hard time figuring out because the Inspector General at the Department of Health and Human Services coincidentally was fired days before Elon Musk was given unprecedented access, a unaccountable, unelected billionaire with tons of business interests inside this government was given access to the most sensitive payment systems in our government. It is not a coincidence. I was being facetious. It is not a coincidence that all the inspectors general were fired right before Elon Musk got access to these payment systems. The intent is darkness. And if your intent is to steal from the American people, if your intent is to use that access to be able to divert money from legal purposes to illegal purposes, if your intent is to transfer resources that are supposed to be due to the taxpayer instead to the millionaire, billionaire, and corporate class, then you can't have sunlight. You can't have pesky inspector generals because the public would hate that if they knew it was happening. There are thousands of people showing up to riots, but there would be hundreds of thousands showing up to protests. But there would be hundreds of thousands of people showing up to protests if they knew through the reports of these inspectors general that there was thievery happening. We don't know what's happening because darkness has descended upon these agencies. The other part of this plan related to the shutdown of these departments and the infiltration of these departments by people like Elon Musk is that another way for the billionaires to get richer beyond cutting services, influencing the economy by giving themselves payments and denying payments to their competitors, is to just privatize more and more of the federal government so that they get to take it. To privatize more and more of state and local services so they get to take it. Project 2025, written by Russ Vought, amongst others, is very clear about that intention. They, sort of look at the remaining parts of the federal government and our government writ large that are still done just for the common good, not done for profit. And they say, to hell with that. We want every public service to be a source of profit. I think that's a disaster. I think there's an important public-private sector partnership in a lot of parts of our government, right? I think it actually does work pretty well, for instance, the Department of Defense to have the Army, the Navy, the Air Force, to have our military service members be a public service, right? We don't have a mercenary army, right? Our army is run by the government, by generals, by officers who work for the government, but they are supplied with equipment that comes out of the private sector. Because in the private sector, you're maybe going to get some more innovation than you would in the public sector. I think that's a very legitimate public-private partnership. Same thing in healthcare. I don't like how much of our healthcare system has gone to the for-profit sector, but I understand that it is important to have a profit motive, for instance, in drug discovery, that private companies probably push a little bit harder to commercialize a breakthrough therapy than might a government laboratory. So I think there are plenty of places in government where public-private partnerships work. There are plenty of places in government where maybe it should all be in the private sector and we just flow money from the public sector to the private sector. But I don't think that works for law enforcement. I don't think that that works for protection services. I don't think that works for our public schools. I do not want a private equity firm to own my kid's public school. I don't want the motivation of the administrators of my kid's elementary school to be sucking as much profit out of the school as possible. I want my kid's school to be a place where they only care about quality and performance. And does that mean that there might be a little redundancy built in? Does that mean there might be a little inefficiency built in? Yeah, but I just want the mission to be doing good for my kids. But that's not how Russ Vought sees it. That's not how the Trump administration sees it. They see every existing remaining public service, from the security at our airports to the administration of our schools, as a lost opportunity for the rich to get even richer. I referenced this article earlier, but I'll do it again. This is from a publication called Buyout Insider. It's a pretty long article entitled "Back to School." Cute little heading. Back to school. Investors are bullish again on education. Private equity's appetite for the sector is strong, is the subheadline. And while a lot of this article is admittedly about private equity's interest in ed tech, the technology that surrounds schools and is used by teachers, it also talks about private equity's interest in just buying schools, buying and running schools. It talks about some of the schools that are already being bought and run by private equity. Remember Betsy DeVos, the first Secretary of Education during Trump's first term? She ran for-profit schools, schools where the goal every day was not to educate kids, but to make money for Betsy DeVos and her family. And so part of the agenda here is not just to pass along a tax cut to the billionaires and the millionaires and the corporations, but also just ship big parts of our public service infrastructure into the private sector. I'm a capitalist. We're all capitalists here. I believe in the genius of the private sector. I just do think there are some things that we should just do for the common good. There are some things that shouldn't be about how much money can I make. The billionaires and the corporations, the private equity firms, they're doing fine. Like, they don't need our schools. They don't need our schools. And frankly, there's plenty of evidence to show that when they get their hands on fundamental public services, they do it worse. For instance, if you look at nursing homes that are owned by private equity firms versus nursing homes that are not-for-profit, the not-for-profit homes are better quality homes, Less people die in nursing homes owned by not-for-profit organizations than die in nursing homes that are owned by private equity. Why? Because private equity exists not to keep patients alive. I'm not saying that the owners of these companies aren't moral human beings. I'm not saying they're indifferent to life, but their bottom line is how much money do we make? And there are certain sectors of public life, like the end of your life, like my kids' education, like whether I'm safe at the airport, that I just don't want profit to be the motivating factor. And so it's important to sort of understand the why. The effort to shutter these agencies is in part an effort to send their services into the private sector. The agenda at the Department of Education is not just to destroy the bureaucracy at the department, it is also to outsource the education of our kids to the private sector. They want to destroy these agencies so, in part, they can move the services into the for-profit realm so that the billionaires and the millionaires and the corporations can get even richer. So I think it's important to understand that element. There's another piece of this story, specifically the story about USAID, that is relevant to this effort to transfer power into the hands of the elites. You have to ask, why was USAID first? Why was there such a fervor to shut down USAID? I don't know the answer. But what I know is that we traditionally don't allow people like Elon Musk to be this involved in foreign policy because they are conflicted. I understand that that is probably the reason why Elon Musk can't get a security clearance, because he has these massive business interests outside of the United States, in particular in China. And so you have to ask yourself, why is USAID being shuttered? Why does Elon Musk care so much about USAID? And I hate that we're searching for explanations, but the explanation that we've been given on the record is a lie. It's not true. What Elon Musk and others have said is that they had to shut down USAID because it's a criminal organization. I mean, there's not a single United States senator, even the United States senators who don't like the fact that we spend money addressing famine overseas, that thinks USAID is a criminal organization. That's ridiculous. It's not true. Nobody who's spent a day looking at USAID thinks it's a criminal organization. This is just normal public service committed people who show up to work every day trying to solve problems for America abroad. So we just have to accept that their on-the-record explanation that they're shutting down USAID because it is a criminal organization is not true. That's not true. So we have to search for what the answer is. Who benefits most by USAID shutting down? I would argue it's China. So China's influence in the world is primarily non-military. China's got a big growing military. We've got to worry about that. But China doesn't have military partnerships with countries like the United States does. China has economic development partnerships, technology partnerships, mineral resource extraction partnerships, port ownership and administration partnerships. China's influence in the world right now is primarily non-military. They don't do as much relief aid as we do, but they do a lot of it as well. They do help countries invest in public health infrastructure. They do show up and help with disasters. And that's how they gain influence. The defining contest in the world right now is between the United States and China for who is going to control the piping of the international economy. And when I say piping, I mean the navigation of the seas, the information infrastructure, the AI data sets, the flow of critical minerals that are so key to making all of the technologies, the chips, et cetera, of the future. China is trying to buy up that piping. And they do that by creating relationships with governments overseas based upon their non-military relationship, the economic development partnerships, the investments that they make. USAID competes with China when it comes to those non-military investments, so that China won't command that competition over who controls the economic piping of the world. And so when USAID disappears, China cheers. They are cheering right now because now they have the run of the place. They are able to gain more influence when the United States is withdrawn. I say that because Elon Musk has a lot on the line with China. Here's a recent article describing the extent of Elon Musk's business relationships in China. Mr. Musk has a lot on the line in China. His best-known company, the electric vehicle maker Tesla, makes half its cars in China. Tesla sells more cars in China than anywhere else except the United States. And his local competition is getting stronger. And Chinese regulators have not yet allowed Tesla to offer its latest assisted driving and self-driving car technology, while allowing Chinese automakers to race ahead with similar systems. Many of Musk's other companies, including his ventures in solar energy and large batteries, face formidable competition from Chinese businesses. Some of his businesses might benefit from a decoupling of the Chinese and American economies. Goes on to explain all of the different ways in which Elon Musk has real interest in China and real reason to curry favor with the Chinese government. We can't know for certain whether there is a connection between Elon Musk's ferocity in eliminating USAID, a daily thorn in the side of China, and his business interests, but we certainly haven't seen any more credible explanation. And we got more evidence today of how Elon Musk's business interests seem to be dictating American foreign policy. One of the places that decisions get made about the rules of the world, rules that matter to the United States and U.S. companies, is the G20, the 20 biggest economies. We're there every year because we want a seat at the table when the rules of the global economy are set. Because if we're not there, the rules are going to disadvantage America, disadvantage our interests, and disadvantage our companies. Well, the Secretary of State today announced that we would be boycotting the G20 this year. Why? Because we just don't like the place that it's being held. And guess where that place is? South Africa. And guess what Elon Musk has been doing over the course of the last several months and years? Running a PR campaign against the government of South Africa for a host of reasons, but one of them is that the South African government refuses to sign a contract with Starlink. He's very mad that the South African government refuses to sign a contract with him on Starlink. It's because, whether he likes it or not, the South African government has certain rules about diversity and inclusion and equality that he can't meet. And so what did Secretary Rubio announce today? We will not be attending the G20 in South Africa because we don't like their rules on diversity, equity, and inclusion. The very rules that are preventing Elon Musk from getting a contract in South Africa are now the reasons why the United States is not showing up at the G20. So I'm not a conspiracy theorist, but man, this seems a little weird that our foreign policy seems to be impacted by the billionaire's interests, the billionaire that has such close connection to the policy of this administration. So one of the other ways that American policy and American law can be perverted to serve the billionaires and the corporations is if there is an integration between the interests of the billionaires and American foreign policy. It's just something that we have to have our eyes wide open to. And then the last thing that I want to talk about is, just what's coming with this reconciliation bill. Because it could be that what's happening inside Treasury or what's happening at USAID is partially an effort to try to create savings or the illusion of savings to be able to afford this big tax cut for billionaires and millionaires. But there's also a plan that's put down on paper by a congressman in the House who's very influential in budget circles that lists out a series of cuts that they intend to carry out or want to have on the table in order to afford that big tax cut for billionaires and millionaires. On that list is $479 billion of cuts to Medicare, $2.3 trillion worth of cuts for Medicaid. Medicare insures all seniors in this country. Medicaid insures seniors and pays for many senior services, but also pays for many services for the poorest families and kids in this country. 40% of births in this country are paid for in part by Medicaid. $2.3 trillion. I know nobody understands how much money that is, but that's a lot of freaking money. That's a lot of really hurt people if you cut $2.3 trillion out of the Medicaid system. $151 billion in cuts to the Affordable Care Act. That means kicking people off of their insurance. $347 billion of cuts to things like TANF, which is assistance for the very, very poor kids in this country, food programs that keep kids and families alive who can't afford food. I mean, this is a draconian list of cuts. Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act, food programs, emergency assistance programs. None of these programs that are laid out in the Arrington memo, this is Representative Arrington, none of the programs laid out in Representative Arrington's memo impact billionaires in a meaningful way or millionaires in a meaningful way. There's not a cut here that impacts a corporation in a meaningful way. Every single cut listed in his memo, Medicare, Medicaid, food programs, TANF, the Affordable Care Act, they impact middle-class people, poor people, regular people. Just like USAID benefits regular people, making sure that their sons and daughters don't have to go off and fight a war, just like the Department of Labor and the Department of Education protect regular people. Are you seeing the story here? This agenda is about stealing money from the middle class and poor people and rerouting it to the billionaires, millionaires, and corporations. Every part of this story, the shuttering of these agencies, the removal of the IGs, the infiltration of the payment system, the requisition of American foreign policy by the billionaires, the reconciliation bill, it's all in service of the same thing. Taking power and money from people in the middle and delivering it to the very, very wealthy. For what? What else does Elon Musk need? What more does somebody who makes $500 million need? Why do they need another giant tax cut? Why do they need to run our schools or the TSA? Just to be able to pad their pockets. I mean, I don't begrudge anybody making money in this country. That's the genius of America, is that you get to get rich if you have a good idea and you work hard. But I don't support the wholesale rapid transfer of money and resources from folks in need and the middle class to folks that are already rich and don't need any more help. I mean, all we're talking about here is just a real-time shift, cutting Medicare, Medicaid, Social Security, shutting down agencies that help normal people, corrupting our foreign policy in order to deliver more money to people who are already billionaires. Like, nobody wants that. So let me talk about the second goal here that I think is actually in some ways much more urgent. The second goal is to try to either suppress or shutter public dissent, because they know what they're doing is really unpopular. Cutting Medicare, Medicaid, the Affordable Care Act in order to finance tax cuts for the wealthy. That's not popular. It's very, very unpopular. Repealing the Affordable Care Act was and still is really unpopular. So how do you get away with that? How do you stay in power and win elections if you do things that are really unpopular? Well, you rig the rules. You rig the rules. The before and after moment is January 6, 2021. I'm still flabbergasted by the fact that the majority of Republicans between the House and the Senate endorsed the idea that Donald Trump should still be president of the United States after he lost the election. That was the majority position for Republicans in Congress, that Donald Trump had lost the election. Now, they said he really won the election. They claimed there was fraud. Obviously, there was not fraud. Obviously, there's no evidence that he lost the election, that he won the election. He lost it by a landslide. He lost it by a landslide. It wasn't like 1 million votes. It wasn't like 1,000 votes. He lost the election by a landslide. But Republicans said, no, I don't care that he lost the election. I want President Trump to stay in power. In many ways, it is the most dangerous day in American politics since the end of the Civil War, because it was an admission by one major political party that they care more about power and keeping power permanently than they care about observing the will of the people. The people elected Joe Biden. The majority of Republicans here said, I don't care. I want Donald Trump to stay in power, and I'm willing to do whatever it takes, including endorsing and condoning violence in order to keep Donald Trump in power. That effort to try to destroy public dissent, to try to eradicate democracy as we know it, so as to keep Republicans and the Trump family in power permanently, has not disappeared. And I think it's important to talk about that. So, as I mentioned before, the most significant thing that has happened in many ways in the last 2 weeks, something that was supported by this incoming director of OMB, is the endorsement of political violence, the pardoning of the January 6th protesters. It's unforgivable what happened. It's unforgivable because the people that assaulted the Capitol that day engaged in unspeakable violence. You know these stories. These rioters who came here with metal poles and beat police officers over the head. The rioter who dragged a Capitol police officer by the neck into the crowd and held him down while his fellow rioters stomped on the police officer's body. The rioter who posted the night before, "The revolution is coming, there will be blood." The scaffolding that was erected outside of the Capitol, the chants of "Hang Mike Pence." The rioter who went to the scaffolding after beating up police officers, and posted on social media, "Too bad there's no Democrats here." The police officer who died afterwards. The police officer who had a heart attack after being tased repeatedly by one protester. The rioter who walked around the Capitol with zip ties, apparently looking for any Democrat to be able to seize, to kidnap, to torture. I was here inside this chamber. For my Republican colleagues who remember that day as a day of wayward tourists, none of my Republican colleagues stayed here to welcome the tourists when they were beating down those doors, Republicans ran just like Democrats ran. And so I covered this before, and so I won't belabor it. But Russ' vote is really dangerous, in part because he has been part of this effort to endorse political violence. And I don't know that we ever repair our nation from that transition away from a universal belief that only peaceful protest is acceptable in this country to a world today in which, as long as you are engaged in political violence on behalf of the president, you can get away with it. I mentioned this before as well, but the other component of this attempt to seize power and hold power permanently for Republicans in the Trump family is this attempt to try to control information. It's wild to me that this major information platform, Twitter, is now essentially being run out of the White House. It's amazing to me that President Trump is proposing to spend taxpayer dollars to take a 50% ownership stake in TikTok. It's amazing to me that people like Mark Zuckerberg are making deals with the president in which apparently the company will get some favorable treatment from the administration in exchange for Facebook stopping patrolling false content being posted by everybody, but including supporters of the president. The bullying of the media, the deals that seem to be being cut, are not unfamiliar to those of us that study the ways that democracies die. In democracies that vanish, it is often because the information systems get co-opted or controlled by the regime. We're not all the way there yet today. I admit, even though Twitter is run by an ally of the president, I still post on Twitter, and there's still people that see my criticisms of the president and Elon Musk. But all it takes is one tweak of those algorithms, and all of a sudden, content that opposes the president is depressed, and content that spreads his narrative is accelerated. And it just isn't a coincidence that all the CEOs that were on stage at the inauguration, or the majority of the CEOs that were on stage at the inauguration, run information companies. Again, I've covered this before, but another way in which they depress dissent is by just stopping information from ever getting out into the public. So the effort to fire the inspectors general, the effort to place gag orders on people who work at these agencies, that's just an effort to try to hide the bad behavior, hide the potential fraud, so that folks who are organizing out there to oppose the president's agenda never get access to the information. Second to the endorsement of political violence, I think, in order of urgency for us to talk about, is the seizure of government funding. I talked about the seizure of government funding in the context of how it allows for corruption and how it allows for somebody like Elon Musk to send money to people he likes and deny money to people he doesn't like, how it allows them to unilaterally violate the laws that we've passed, to hold back funding so that they can bank dollars to afford a tax cut or a tax cut for a set of individuals or a corporation. But it also suppresses political dissent and speech. And we saw this happen in real time. When those grants were all shut down, we had a hard time during that day to get information from grant recipients, because they were afraid that if they went public, the grant would never be turned back on. And that fear has not completely dissipated. It is very hard to get information from grant recipients even when their money has been turned back on, because again, they fear that if they collaborate with Democrats, they will be a target to have their dollars turned back off. Again, this is exactly why the Founding Fathers said a unitary executive, a single executive, cannot and should not be in charge of who gets money and who doesn't, because they can use that money to reward friends and to punish enemies. And so we are still trying to understand the full scope of the president's compliance or violation with the court orders. But it seems clear to us that there is an agenda here to protest money when it goes to places that don't align with the president's political priorities, and let money go through when it goes to places that are lined up with the president's political priorities. I mentioned the most obvious example of that being the president's threat to shut down a high-speed rail grant to California, but his disinterest in that grant when it is going to another state that supports him, like Florida. The last very, very worrying development is what's happening inside our Justice Department right now. There is a rolling purge that is happening right now. You are watching the FBI squeeze out anyone that was affiliated with the prosecution of the January 6 rioters. You are watching the firing of anybody that was associated with law enforcement actions against the president. And so the message is clear. If you're in law enforcement and you go after Republicans or you go after Donald Trump's political interests, you are not going to have a job. That would be worrying in and of itself. But there is something else that is happening. And that is early threats of law enforcement against opponents of the president. The new acting U.S. attorney in Washington, D.C., sent a really interesting letter directly to Elon Musk. Again, Elon Musk is a private citizen. He can't pass a security clearance. But Ed Martin, the acting U.S. attorney for Washington, D.C., sent a letter saying it was good to work with the Doge team this weekend. We must keep all our American government employees safe. We must protect the American people's property. I recognize that some of the staff at Doge have been targeted publicly. That's true. Doge is apparently a public agency. If you are working for Doge, you have accountability to the American public. It is true that we are having a public conversation about Doge, about Elon Musk, about the people who work for him. He says, at this time, I ask that you utilize me and my staff to assist in protecting the Doge's work and the Doge's workers. Let me assure you of this. We will pursue any and all legal action against anyone who impedes your work and threatens your people. Let me read that again. Let me assure you of this. We will pursue any and all legal action against anyone who impedes your work and threatens your people. That's extraordinary. The political opposition in this country is allowed to try to impede the work of the majority party. We are allowed to publicly criticize the work of the majority ruling party. We are allowed to protest outside buildings. We are allowed to name individual government officials. and criticize them for the actions that they have taken. But this letter from the U.S. Attorney says that, be assured, we will pursue legal action against anyone who impedes your work or threatens your people. Online, there are many critics of Elon Musk. The other night, one of these MAGA trolls targeted a critic of Elon Musk. And he tagged Ed Martin, the U.S. Attorney, in his tweet. He said, "I found one right here, Eagle Ed Martin. Lots of stuff in his Blue Sky account as well. I'd look into him if I were you." He was threatening to hurt Elon Musk. Very unstable figure. This is a pretty mainstream critic of Donald Trump and Elon Musk. He's not threatening to hurt anybody, but he's a pretty regular critic of Elon Musk. That critic responds to this troll, and then guess who shows up posting? The U.S. Attorney for Washington, D.C. He responds to this MAGA troll. "Thank you for the information. Noted." That's extraordinary. That's a law enforcement issue with the power of arrest and imprisonment. Posting on a thread that includes a very loud, visible critic of the president, Elon Musk, that he's watching him. He's watching him. Coming on the heels of a letter that says, "Let me assure you, we will pursue any and all legal action against anyone who impedes your work or threatens your people." Now, even if this critic doesn't end up getting arrested, because there is no claim that there is anything that he has done, as far as I have seen, that would ever rise to the level of an arrestable offense. He is just a critic of Elon Musk and Donald Trump. Even if he never gets arrested, the chilling effect of a U.S. attorney telling critics online that I'm watching you, that is authoritarian stuff. And it has impact, because this particular individual is not going to stop criticizing. But plenty of other people, faced with a vague threat of federal investigation for their criticism of Doge, will stop doing it. And I wouldn't blame them for it. If I get threatened with imprisonment because I criticize the president, I won't stop. This particular activist will not stop. But it would be reasonable for many Americans, if they were trolled by a U.S. attorney on their Twitter feed, being told, "I'm watching you," it would be logical for them to just stop criticizing, as it would be for the recipient of federal grants to stop criticizing the president because they worry that if they do, their funding will be shut off, as it might be for any ordinary American to do, knowing now that Elon Musk has the ability to control whether they get a tax refund or not. Democracies don't die in an instant. There isn't this minute when dissent has been crushed so badly that we don't have fair contests in this country. It is a slow rolling death. And why Russ Vogt to me is so dangerous is that he helped write the document that is the foundation of all of this attack on democracy that is happening. Put it all together. Information platforms agreeing to the terms laid down by the president because they fear retribution by the president. political violence being endorsed and mainstreamed, people being told that if you engage in violence to support the president's power, you won't be held accountable. The message being sent inside law enforcement that you will lose your job if you pursue any law enforcement action against allies of the president, and the message being sent to critics that you will be subject potentially to arrest, at the very least to harassment, if you impede the work of the administration. Some people will not stand down, faced with potential political violence, faced with a cutoff of funds to their state or their agency or their organization, faced with the potential action from an unhinged prosecutor. Some people will not be silent. In Hungary today, there are still people who show up for protests, but never enough to topple the regime, because lots of other people just stay home because they don't want to get on the wrong side of the government, because the government decides where the money goes and where it doesn't go, because they don't want to be subject to an arrest warrant. We're not there yet. We aren't. We aren't. But we have never had a series of developments like we have had over the last 2 weeks that pose such a significant threat to our democracy and to democratic norms. And so the reason that we are on the floor tonight, the reason that you feel this urgency from our side of the aisle and from the American public, is that we used to think that we were in this together, Republicans and Democrats. We've always had a difference on this philosophy of where wealth and power should accumulate. I think Republicans broadly have believed in this idea of trickle down. They have not believed as much as we have in supporting the middle class with programs like Medicare and Medicaid and the Affordable Care Act. That's a legitimate political disagreement. And if that's what's going on, then the country will survive. But if there's a seizure of spending power by the president, if the president gets to decide by himself which agencies exist and which don't, well, our democracy doesn't recover from that. Because what goes around comes around. Today it's a Republican president seizing spending power. A Democratic president will do it as well. And then all of a sudden, the people aren't in charge. One person is in charge. I thought that we all were in that exercise together. The defense of the Constitution, the defense of Congress's rightful prerogative to decide how money is spent on behalf of our constituents. What Donald Trump is doing is putting Congress out of business. I think I heard Senator Schatz saying something like this as I walked in. I don't know why you work so hard to get a job like this. If you're just going to outsource all of your power to one man. It's not easy to become a United States Senator. Most people spend their entire career fighting to get this job. You got to do kind of ugly, distasteful things like sitting in a room raising money for hours on end in order to become a United States Senator. You have to give up all your weekends. You spend less time with your family. Why go through all of that if you're comfortable with not being in charge of spending, of endorsing the violation of the Constitution and the enshrinement of spending power in the hands of one person? There's really nothing left to do here. There's a lot less to do here if we don't decide how the taxpayer dollars are spent. But even more worrying to me is that it seems like we are getting out of the bipartisan business of caring about democratic norms. I am heartbroken. that a lot of people I like and respect on the Republican side didn't stand up to the president when he pardoned the guys who entered this building and beat police officers over the head with poles. I'm even more heartbroken that many of my Republican colleagues endorsed it. And I don't understand why my Republican colleagues don't see the ways in which this seizure of power could be used for corruption, could be used so that the executive branch gets to shower favor on individuals and entities that are loyal to the administration while punishing individuals and entities that are not loyal to the administration. I'm heartbroken that my Republican colleagues don't have a problem with what's happening at the DOJ and the FBI. If you're an FBI agent and you investigated the people who attacked the Capitol, you shouldn't lose your job, and we should all be outraged over that. Not just because they were doing their job, but also because they were investigating a legitimately illegal action. Come on. We can't agree that the storming of the Capitol and the destruction of the Capitol and the attacks on police officers are out of bounds? Political violence is a real thing. We have had colleagues on both sides of the aisle that have been irreparably injured by would-be assassins, from Steve Scalise to Gabby Giffords. I'm just telling you, the temperature rose in this country when all of those rioters were let off the hook. So this is really important, that we raise the alarm as to what is happening in this country. You need to pay attention to the things that matter, and you need to understand the story. That story is about the wholesale transfer of power and wealth from average people to the billionaires and the millionaires. That story is about the destruction of democratic norms in a way that may be irreversible, if not abated, in the next few weeks or months. Russ Vought is the architect of those plans to erode our democracy and to transfer wealth to the very powerful. He does not deserve to be the director of the Office of Budget and Management, and I am very glad and proud of my colleagues for being on the floor all night to raise those concerns. I yield the floor.
Senator.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, the idea that men and women, citizens, are bound by a common set of laws that are applied consistently and universally, regardless of one's income or political power or political affiliation, it's a fairly modern invention. Because for thousands of years, laws were simply what rulers used to impose and maintain power, to control people. Laws were applied or crimes were invented for the ruler's critics, and laws were ignored or waved away for those in favor with the regime. Now, early Americans had watched the British kings apply laws selectively, both in Britain and in the colonies. And they sought, our founders sought, to create a nation where all men were equal in the face of the law, and that the law was applied uniformly and justly. That idea, equal justice, the law applies to everybody, regardless of who you support politically or who you are aligned with politically, was in many ways the founders' most vital check against tyranny. That's the difference between a democracy made of equal citizens and an autocracy, where the law is simply whatever the ruler decides. It is a foundational principle of American constitutional democracy. It is not something that we can take for granted. Now, I will admit, likely every president has made a decision or decisions that compromised that belief in the rule of law. Often those decisions were related to one of the maximalist powers that the president possesses. That's the power of the pardon. I, for instance, did not agree with President Biden's decision to issue pardons to his family members. I thought that was excessive. I thought that compromised the rule of law. But this president's contempt for the rule of law, Donald Trump's contempt for the rule of law, is unprecedented. What we are all watching right now is Donald Trump throw away the idea that laws apply to everyone equally. And it is astonishing to watch so many of my Republican colleagues fall in line. Some of them may be on board for the destruction of the rule of law because they want the Trump family to rule forever. But many of them know that this is wrong, what is happening, and their silence is heartbreaking. Donald Trump issued a statement over the weekend. Quote, "He who saves the country does not violate any law." Now, that's a quote attributed to one of the most notorious dictators of the last half millennium, Napoleon Bonaparte. It's a stunning claim that Trump, not the law or Congress, decides what is legal and illegal. And if he had said that in 2017, maybe we could just, write it off as Trump being Trump, as just bluster trolling. But this time, he is actually implementing a methodical campaign to seize control of the law and apply it differently, depending on whether you support him or oppose him. Take, for example, what happened on Friday night. Trump ordered the Department of Justice to cut a deal with the indicted mayor of New York City, Eric Adams. The deal was simple. If Adams pledged loyalty to Trump and agreed specifically to cooperate with Trump's immigration raids in the city, Trump would look the other way regarding Adams' corruption. The charges would be dropped, and Adams could keep stealing money as long as he was politically loyal to Trump. They didn't hide this deal. Adams and a high-ranking Trump official literally went on TV to announce that they had formed an alliance based upon the release of charges in exchange for political loyalty. But when Trump told the highest-ranking Justice Department employees in New York City to execute the corrupt deal, they wouldn't. The top official resigned rather than take part in the corruption. So did the next in the chain of command. By the time that Trump found someone who would implement the deal, 7 DOJ lawyers and 4 of Adams' deputy mayors had resigned. Because what was happening in plain view was a fundamental challenge, a fundamental corruption to the rule of law, a rule of law that up until today, Republicans and Democrats had both revered. Meanwhile, other parts of Trump's team are engaging on the other side of the ledger, targeting and harassing, using the law, the president's critics. Because that's what happens in a nation without the rule of law. Law enforcement lets loyalists like Adams off the hook and is overzealous in targeting critics. Let me give you just one example of what is happening right now as we speak. Last month, Trump's new FCC chairman opened an investigation into a single radio station that had the audacity to simply file a news report about an ICE raid that was happening locally. Multiple other sources filed similar reports with similar footage, but only one investigation was opened. And you guessed it, it was against the radio station that was owned by a high-profile critic of Donald Trump, George Soros. So the game is clear. Like, we can see it. They're not even hiding it. There is not a rule of law anymore. There is one set of law for people or entities who are loyal to Donald Trump, and there is one set of law for people who dare criticize him. That is not democracy. And if we don't find a way, Republicans and Democrats, to come together to defend the rule of law, if we don't say that what is happening today, deals being cut with corrupt politicians in exchange for their pledges of loyalty to Donald Trump, if we can't speak with one voice about that kind of corruption, well, then our democracy is cooked. Which brings us to the pending nominee. To lead the FBI, Kash Patel. If your plan is to destroy the rule of law and turn the Department of Justice into a political weapon that rewards loyalty and punishes dissent, then Kash Patel is the perfect person to lead the FBI. And that is likely exactly why he was chosen. Listen, Kash Patel is a joke. Many of my Republican colleagues know this. He has spent the last 4 years taking the most extreme positions inside the world of MAGA in order to make money for himself. For instance, he says that he can provide proof beyond a reasonable doubt that the FBI was behind the January 6th invasion of this building. Let me say that again. The man that my Republican colleagues are about to vote to lead the FBI believes that there is irrefutable proof that the agency he is about to lead secretly organized the violent assault on the Capitol. That is bananas. My Republican colleagues know that. That is a lie. And we're about to put this guy in charge of the FBI, an agency that he claims organized a secret plot to invade the Capitol. He wrote a book called Government Gangsters, and at the end, he added an appendix entitled Enemies List, like straight out of the McCarthy era. He has a list, he wrote it down, of people he believes are enemies of America. And shocker, they're all Democrats or Republicans who dared speak out and criticize Donald Trump. You're going to put at the head of the FBI, the agency that can arrest anyone they want, put people in jail, a man who thinks that anyone who disagrees with Donald Trump politically is an enemy of the United States. Patel has further suggested that anybody who administered the 2020 election could be subject to arrest. Why? Because he believes in his heart that the election was rigged, despite the fact that Joe Biden won by 7 million votes, far, far more than Trump won by in 2024. And so anybody that helped rig the 2020 election is, in his mind, a potential criminal. This is off-the-wall stuff. But of course it is. Because while he believes this, he also knows that there's a money-making opportunity in all of it. This is his logo, $H. He's a brand. He says all these things because he believes them, but also because it makes him a hero to the gullible conspiracy theorists inside MAGA. He uses them. He sells stuff to them, sweatshirts, T-shirts, lapel pins, $H. Now, if you buy this sweatshirt for $55, it says all net profits go to the Kash Foundation. But you know what we found out, unsurprisingly, is that in 2023, by selling all these sweatshirts and merch, the H Foundation had $1.3 million in revenues. Now, it purports to support heroic conservative whistleblowers with legal services and other support services. You know what percentage of that $1.3 million went to actual services? Less than 15%. Kash Patel pocketed almost all of the money that he made from selling these T-shirts. He even hawks a COVID vaccine reversal pill. Let me say that again. The incoming director of the FBI, in addition to selling T-shirts and pocketing most of the proceeds, also sells a vaccine reversal pill that is just like pure snake oil. But if there are enough people loyal to Donald Trump to buy anything Trump's lieutenants sell on the internet, then fair game. To top it all off, just recently, after his confirmation hearing, we also found out that Kash Patel has been a fashion consultant to a shadowy holding company controlled, it seems, by members of the Chinese Communist Party. Like, honestly, how on earth are we going to let someone lead the world's most important, most revered law enforcement agency who is secretly in business with the Chinese Communist Party, who believes that the FBI organized the invasion of the Capitol, who runs a fake charity, who has a brand in order to make money off of his affiliation with Donald Trump? He has an enemies list. He thinks that people who helped elect Joe Biden are criminals. This is a really dangerous moment. It's a really dangerous moment. This deal that Donald Trump just cut with the mayor of New York, it's a big deal. It's a big deal. I admit that prior presidents have made decisions that compromise the rule of law, but we've never seen anything like this so brazen and out in the open. That the mayor of New York and a Trump official would go on national TV to announce that they had made an arrangement in which Mayor Adams could continue his corruption as long as he was politically loyal to Donald Trump. They did that out in the open on TV because it's a signal to everybody else out there that the law will be applied differently to you if you are loyal to the president, and that the law will be zealously applied to you, maybe in excess of the letter of the law, if you are a critic of the president. That's why they went on TV, to show the world the corruption as a signal that things are different now, that the law is not the law. The law is what President Trump decides the law is. The law loses all meaning when it becomes simply what the president, what the leader on any given day decides. This is the worst possible moment to put a person like Kash Patel in charge of the FBI. It is heartbreaking to see so many of my Republican colleagues, many of whom I admire, put loyalty to Donald Trump ahead of loyalty to this country, and more specifically, loyalty to that sacred principle, the rule of law. My prediction is that if you vote for Kash Patel, more than any other confirmation vote you make, you will come to regret this one to your grave. Thank you, Mr. President. I'm down here on the floor tonight, this afternoon, with my colleague, Senator Kaine from Virginia, and the ranking member of the Finance Committee, Senator Wyden, to talk about the spending and tax bill that is coming before the Congress, driven by Republicans and the Trump administration. Whether it's one bill or two bills, it doesn't really matter. It is the centerpiece of Donald Trump's economic agenda. And it's really important to talk about the impacts that this spending and tax package will have on the American public. Well, there will be some new spending for defense and some new spending on immigration policy. The heart of this spending and tax package will be familiar to many Americans because they remember it from 2016. 2017 during the first Trump administration. The heart of this Republican economic proposal is a massive tax cut for the very, very wealthy and for corporations. And this time, not borrowed to be paid back later by middle-class taxpayers, this time paid for by immediate cuts to some of the programs that regular, ordinary Americans, many frail seniors, depend on, like the Medicaid program. Just for a little bit of context, it does appear to a lot of Americans that this whole thing feels a bit like a scam. That this is a government that is being handed over to the billionaire class in order to operationalize government to make money for the very, very wealthy, and for the rest of us to pay the price. The cost of gas is going up, the cost of groceries continues to go up. And meanwhile, Donald Trump and his billionaire crowd are doing better than ever. Just a couple examples. Since Elon Musk, the richest man in the universe, has taken control of the government with Donald Trump, the value of his business has gone up by 30%. Tesla stock has gone up by 30%. Of course it has. Of course it has. Because Elon Musk is now able to get inside the government to arrange things to benefit his companies. For instance, the NLRB is gone. They fired the Democrat on the board. It is unable to muster a quorum. It's not coincidental that the NLRB had several open investigations of Tesla. Our foreign policy has been monetized to support people like Elon Musk. News just broke yesterday that Vietnam is really worried about Trump's tariff policy, and so the way that they're going to try to get some help from the Trump administration is to give some help to Elon Musk's businesses, that they're going to get Elon Musk a Starlink contract. And they believe that by doing that, they'll be able to get some help from the Trump administration on tariffs. So Elon Musk and the billionaires are able to operationalize and monetize our foreign policy. And of course, Elon Musk has access to the data, especially the data inside Treasury, that's going to help him gain an advantage on his competitors, whether he's trying to set up a new tax payment system or he's trying to set up a new universal payment capacity on Twitter. So it's not shocking that the value of Musk's business has gone way up because he now controls the federal government in a way that can benefit his business. But Trump is doing very well, too. He made $100 million off of a meme coin where we have no idea as Americans who's buying it. It is very likely foreign actors trying to influence the administration who can secretly buy the meme coin and then whisper to Donald Trump that we got your back when you needed it. $40 million from Amazon for a new documentary of the First Lady. Legal settlements from ABC News, Meta, and X, all shockingly settled with cash payments to the Trump family after the election. And the monetization of foreign policy for Donald Trump, just like the monetization of foreign policy for Elon Musk. News this week that the PGA and the Saudis were meeting with the president to try to settle their disputes. Not coincidental to the fact that Donald Trump is in business with one of those golf leagues. So it just appears to many Americans like this administration puts the billionaires, the corporations, those that are loyal and friendly to Donald Trump first, and all the rest of us second. The apex of this effort to turn our government and government policy over to the billionaires is this tax cut. Again, this tax and spending package has a lot of elements to it, but the centerpiece is a tax cut that is 852 times bigger for the top 1% of earners in this country than for low-income families. That's a number that's a little hard to get your head wrapped around, so I just wanted to put it on this chart. That's what 852 times looks like. The rates go down for folks that make more than $600,000 a year, but they don't move for folks that make under $600,000 a year. I mean, they're not trying to hide what's going on here. Rates are coming down. If you make a whole ton of money, rates are staying the same if you're middle income or lower income. Another way to tell this story is that if you're in the top 1%, your average tax cut is about $70,000. That's a lot of money. That's a lot of money. But if you're making $30,000 a year, and there's a whole bunch of people in this country that are making $30,000 a year, especially when Republicans refuse to support the minimum wage going above $7.25 an hour. If you make $30,000 a year, you're going to get about $130. $70,000 if you're doing really, really well, $130 for everybody else. That doesn't make any sense. Why do people making $600,000 a year need $70,000? Well, only $100 goes to everybody else. The corporations are in the mix here too. They came to Congress in 2007 and said we'd need a lower tax rate. And then Trump and his Republican allies gave them a tax rate even lower than they asked. And they made this claim that all this extra money going to the corporations was going to be passed down to workers. They had a specific claim that it was going to result in $4,000 more in income to every American. Because that's how trickle-down economics works in the brains of Republicans. You give a whole bunch of money to corporations, and they're going to be generous, and they're going to give that money to workers in extra income. Well, we now have 8 years of experience since that first tax cut that they're looking to reauthorize. We know what happened. The studies show that it wasn't $4,000 of extra income. It wasn't $3,000. It wasn't $2,000. It wasn't $1,000. It wasn't $500. It wasn't $400. It wasn't even $200. It was zero. The tax cut resulted in an increase in salary to those people that worked for those corporations that got the big tax cut. A salary increase is zero. It's a scam. Trickle-down economics is a scam. When you put this much money into the hands of the wealthy, it does not trickle down to everybody else. When you give corporations those enormous tax cuts, it does not trickle down to everybody else. It stays in the pockets of the wealthy. The corporations use it in order to do stock buybacks, in order to inflate CEO salaries. It just separates the rich from the poor. It is a scam. It is a scam. Now, the last thing I'll say before turning it over to Senator Kaine is that this version of the giant billionaire and corporate tax cut is so much worse than the first version. It's still a tax cut for the wealthy that's 852 times bigger than for folks at the bottom of the income scale. But whereas in 2017, it was all borrowed, and that's bad because that money has to be recouped somehow. That means that everybody eventually is going to either pay higher interest rates or have their taxes raised or their services cut to service all that debt, trillions of dollars worth of debt. This time, Republicans are contemplating not borrowing the money, but instead just taking it from poor people and middle-class people. Just taking it from them to give it to the billionaires and the corporations. The cut that they're contemplating in the House of Representatives is a cut to Medicaid. Now, they're also thinking about cuts to Medicare, your parents' primary health insurance. They're contemplating cuts to the Affordable Care Act. That's the program that insures 20 million working Americans. But they're really zeroed in on Medicaid. And they're contemplating such devastating cuts to Medicaid that it would eviscerate the program. And I mean, maybe you can say, well, I mean, Medicaid, it's for poor people, and that's not me. Well, listen, I think that we have an obligation to try to make sure that everybody in this country, even poor children, have access to health care. But Medicaid also pays for your parents' or your neighbors' nursing home costs. If you cut the amount of money that they're talking about out of the Medicaid program, you're literally talking about nursing homes shutting down and seniors being out on the street. That's not hyperbole. That's what happens if you make these massive cuts to Medicaid. And so what they're talking about this year is not just running up a credit card bill in order to fund the tax cuts for the wealthy. They're literally talking about putting seniors out on the street in order to fund a tax cut for the wealthy. The whole thing just feels like a scam to people. The favors being given to billionaires that are inside the government, the tax cut that benefits the very, very wealthy at the expense of everybody else, the cutting of services that help regular people in order to finance the tax cut. And whether it ends up being one bill or two bills, the centerpiece is still the centerpiece. The transfer of resources and wealth from regular people, from the middle class, from poor people, to the very, very wealthy, the millionaire and billionaire class, the corporations. And so we're going to tell this story here on the Senate floor, all over the country, while this bill moves its way through the process, either as one bill or two bills. Because regardless of the process, the story is still the same, a scam. To take money from regular people to make the lives of the rich and powerful even more lavish. I yield the floor.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Thank you, Mr. President. Last November, the American people returned President Donald Trump to the Oval Office with a mandate to restore common sense in government. And in many ways, this common sense was most needed on the issue of protecting women and girls. After 4 years where President Biden waged a war on women's sports, the message from voters was clear. No more biological men competing in women's athletics. No more stolen records and medals, and no more invasions of privacy, humiliation, and harm for our nation's incredible female athletes. To be certain, President Trump has delivered on the mandate. On Inauguration Day, the President issued an executive order that affirms the federal government's position that there are only two sexes, male and female. This is a position grounded in biological reality, not gender ideology. Last month, the President also signed an executive order that bans biological males from competing in women's sports. It was an honor to join President Trump at the signing ceremony, along with the brave young women and girls who have spoken out for fairness, safety, equal opportunity, including one of those female athletes, Tennessee's Riley Gaines. The terms of the order are simple. If you allow men to compete in women's athletics, you will lose your federal funding. To no one's surprise, the order is getting results. Right after President Trump signed it, the NCAA, which oversees more than 530,000 student athletes, announced that it would comply with the order. For more than a decade, the nation's largest athletic association allowed men to compete in women's events. It will be a top priority of mine to ensure that this injustice never happens again and that the NCAA will fully adhere to the executive order. While the vast majority of states are complying, there are some states, blue states, like California and Maine, that are vowing to fight President Trump over the order. The message they are sending is clear. Democrats are willing to risk millions in federal funding for schools to uphold their radical far-left ideology that claims there are no differences between men and women. The American people know better, and so do the more than 3 million female high school and college athletes who deserve every single opportunity to succeed. They work hard, they train hard, they set their goals, they compete, and they work to succeed. To celebrate all of these incredible accomplishments from these 3 million high school and college athletes, I'm asking for unanimous consent for my resolution to establish October 10th, the 10th month, 10th day, recognized by the Roman numerals XX, like the female sex chromosome, as American Girls in Sports Day, setting aside a day to recognize the accomplishments of 3 million high school and college female athletes. In addition to celebrating female athletes, this resolution calls on sports governing bodies across the country to protect women and girls in sports. There is absolutely zero reason for Senate Democrats to oppose this resolution, and here is the reason why. We have a New York Times Ipsos poll that tells the story on this. 79% of the American people, including 67% of Democrats, want to make certain that female sports are for girls and women. Those numbers, 67% of Democrats, 79% of all Americans say they are with us. They want to protect women and girls in sports. They want to make certain that they have the right to compete, the right to train, the right to do team building, and the right to succeed and be recognized for it. So, Mr. President, I ask unanimous consent that the Committee on Commerce, Science, and Transportation be discharged from further consideration, and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 21. Further, that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motion to reconsider be considered, made, and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection?
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, reserving the right to object. So as I understand it, this resolution seeks to establish an American Girls in Sports Day. And obviously that sounds like a really good idea. Until you read the resolution and you realize that this resolution actually has virtually nothing to do with the history and the current reality of girls playing sports. And instead, it's just another attempt by Republicans to pretend that the biggest threat to this country is transgender kids or gay kids or drag shows. Republicans don't want to talk about rising costs, about rising grocery prices, rising gas costs. They don't want to talk about the cratering reputation of America in the world. They don't want to talk about the fact that the stock market is crashing because of the disastrous economic policies of this president. No, as usual, it's transgender kids and drag shows that are causing all the problems in America. How do I know that this bill isn't an honest attempt to celebrate girls in sports? Well, first, if you really cared about girls in sports, you'd know that we actually already have a national day. It's February 7th. It's called National Women and Girls in Sports Day. It was signed into law 40 years ago by President Reagan. The sponsors of this resolution were so eager to shame transgender kids that they didn't even check to see if there was already a day. Now, folks are going to say, well, Democrats objected to an American Girls in Sports Day. Well, that's like bringing a resolution before the floor to declare June 27th Christmas. And when Democrats object, Democrats are anti-Christmas. Second, if this bill was really about girls in sports, it would celebrate girls in sports. But this resolution isn't about that. The resolution, if you read it, is just about this one issue: transgender athletes. And frankly, that's an insult to the thousands of girls who do play sports. 99% of them are never going to compete against a transgender athlete. I'm not saying this isn't an issue that's worth spending a little bit of time on, but let's be clear. A female high school athlete in this country is more likely to be killed by a falling object than to lose a competition to a biological male. If this resolution was really about celebrating girls in sports, instead of just trying to bully and shame transgender kids, then maybe somewhere in the resolution it might talk about Patsy Mink who successfully championed the passage of Title IX. Maybe you'd mention iconic women athletes who broke barriers like Billie Jean King or Althea Gibson or Catherine Switzer or Pat Summitt. Maybe you'd talk about the iconic sports teams that put women in sports on the national stage, like Louisiana Tech or the U.S. women's soccer team. Maybe it would actually tell the story of how over the last 50 years we've gone from 300,000 girls in high school sports to 3.4 million today. But it doesn't do any of that. The text of this resolution isn't about the history of girls and women entering high school and college sports. It's not a celebration of those iconic teams and athletes. Instead, this resolution is just a tactic, another one, to scare and mislead the public and to bully vulnerable kids. And that's the reason that I'm on the floor once again to object.
Mr. President.
The objection is heard. The senator from Tennessee.
Mr. President, I find my colleagues' comments so very interesting, and I think it would have served him well, Mr. President, to actually read the resolution. So I'm going to read part of it so that my colleagues know what this does, because it does talk about celebrating these athletes. And here you go. Whereas athletic participation has an important positive impact on young girls, improving their physical health, self-confidence, and discipline. Women have been responsible for some of the greatest athletic feats in the sports history of the United States, from the Olympic Games to professional competition. He wanted to make certain that some of these greats like Pat Summitt and Our Lady Vols are recognized. Absolutely, that is what we're doing. Whereas female athletes have served as inspirations for generations of women and girls. And then we talk about Title IX. We talk about the fundamental biological differences between men and women that put women at a competitive disadvantage in sports and jeopardize their safety during competition. And 79% of the American people agree with this. And then we go through, since 2003, men have displaced women and girls from over 950 championship titles, medals, scholarships, and records that they should have rightly won, including at least 28 women.
Senator from Connecticut.
Are we in a quorum call?
We are not.
Mr. President, I'm a big Boston Red Sox fan, and one of the most famous players in Red Sox recent history is Manny Ramirez. Manny Ramirez was a good baseball player, but he had a habit of doing some pretty ridiculous things on the field and off the field that were really detrimental to the team. Some really bizarre on-field behavior, cutting off throws from other outfielders before they got to the infield, bizarre off-the-field behavior that disrupted the team. It became so regular that a phrase was adopted amongst the Red Sox fans: that's just Manny being Manny. And over the years, it just was accepted that every year Manny Ramirez was going to do a whole bunch of stuff that was really detrimental to the team. And over time, it just kind of became accepted that that was a fact of life, a way of life with Manny Ramirez. And as time went on, people reacted less hostily. It barely got noticed in some cases when he was engaged in these detrimental forms of conduct. And I tell that story because it stands for, a kind of universal concept. When bad behavior gets normalized, it no longer feels like bad behavior, even if that behavior is hurting people. Today, the world is littered with corrupt governments, governments where the leaders and the really rich men who surround the leaders, the oligarchs, they steal from people. That's what they do. The leaders and the leaders' friends just keep a hand constantly in the government treasury, and they steal taxpayer dollars. They rig the rules of the economy in order to make themselves fabulously rich. They hurt the citizens of those countries. Vladimir Putin, for instance, has never had a job outside of government, but he's reportedly worth $200 billion. One of his many houses cost $1.4 billion to build. Supposedly, the landscaping costs on an annual basis for that house are $2 million alone. That $1.4 billion house was paid for by money he stole from the Russian treasury. In other words, he stole it from the Russian people. Putin and his friends have been doing it for so long and doing it so openly and brazenly. Putin, for instance, wears a watch that retails for $500,000, for $500,000, even though his official salary is only $140,000. They've been doing this so openly and brazenly, they're so public in their corruption in Russia, that it's just accepted. It's just mainstream, the fact that Putin and his cronies steal from the Russian people. That's what's happening in America today. And it's heartbreaking for me to say this. But in the first 6 months of the Trump presidency, Trump and Elon Musk and their billionaire friends have engaged in a stunning rampage of open public corruption. It's not fundamentally different than what happened in Russia. These are efforts to steal from the American people to enrich themselves. And their strategy is to do it all out in the open, to do it at such a dizzying pace that the country just gets overwhelmed or anesthetized or dulled into a sense that we just all have to accept the corruption, or maybe more charitably, that this is just how government works, that government is just corrupt, and so the fact that it's happening out in the open instead of happening secretly, well, it's really nothing new. But this is not how government works. The things that have happened over the last 6 weeks are unprecedented. The president and his billionaire friends are not supposed to steal from us. They are not supposed to use their power and their access to power, their access to government levers, to rig the rules to enrich themselves. That has always been wrong. It is still wrong, and we do not have to accept this. And so in the next few minutes, I want to try out an exercise. I want to try to lay out for you, as quickly as I can, just some of the most significant instances of blatantly corrupt activity that's happened in just the first 6 weeks of Trump's presidency. When you see it all together, there is no way to avoid a simple conclusion. This White House is on its way to being the most corrupt in the history of the country. And just because they are doing it out in the open for everybody to see doesn't mean that it's not corrupt. And my hope is that if you see it all in one place, the gravity of this moment may hit you. My hope is that my colleagues and the public choose not to normalize a president or his advisors using the Oval Office as a blunt mechanism to make themselves even wealthier. It is our decision to have zero tolerance for corruption. It's also our decision to just decide to become a place like Russia, where our leaders are allowed to routinely steal from us. So this is a heartbreakingly long list. This is just 20 or so examples of corrupt behavior in the first 6 weeks of the Trump presidency. So here it goes. We're going to start on January 17th. On January 17th, Trump launches the meme coin. This is maybe the most corrupt of all the acts, because what is the meme coin? The meme coin is essentially a mechanism by which Russian oligarchs or corporate CEOs can literally send money privately directly to Donald Trump. Nobody knows who buys the meme coin, but Trump makes money when people buy it. And so it is just an open sewer valve that allows for anybody who is trying to influence the Trump administration to be able to secretly funnel money to Donald Trump. He reserves 80% of the coin. He waits to release that coin until the price jumps back up again, which essentially means he's waiting for people who want favors from him to buy a bunch of the coin to inflate the value so that he releases more and makes more money. It's a disgusting kind of corruption, because this is essentially Trump just posting his Venmo for anybody secretly to wire him as much money as they want. We've never seen something like this before, where anybody who has anything to gain from the Trump administration through a manipulation of the value of Trump's meme coin can funnel money directly to the president, whisper in his ear, "That was me. That was me that purchased all that coin, that jumped up the value, that allowed you to release new coin. Hey, take care of me on the back end." On January 20th, when he's sworn in, he institutes his new energy agenda. Now, open reporting suggested that during the campaign, he met with the oil and gas industry, and they cut a deal in which the oil and gas industry would give him $1 billion of campaign contributions in order to receive favorable treatment when Trump was sworn in. And guess what happens on January 20th? Trump unveils his energy strategy. And what does it do? It preferences oil and gas, and it punishes oil and gas's competitors. It, for instance, freezes all permits on wind projects, both for the land and the sea. It undercuts permitting processes, not for oil and gas, but for oil and gas's competitors. Oil and gas got exactly what they asked for. They gave a campaign contribution, and they got the favorable treatment. 5 days later, Trump fires 17 inspectors general. What do inspectors general do? They look for corruption inside of these agencies. What do? If you are trying to engage in corruption, if you are trying to steal from the American people, you fire the inspectors general. 2 days later, on January 27th, Trump fires Gwynne Wilcox from the NLRB. This is the National Labor Relations Board. When she's fired, the National Labor Relations Board cannot function any longer. Why does this matter? Because the person that has been put in charge of reviewing the hirings and firings of these agencies is Elon Musk, who, by the way, has lots of cases before the NLRB. So do the people that are standing behind Trump during the inauguration. Almost all of them have active cases before the NLRB. The billionaires supporting Donald Trump now don't have to worry about the NLRB, because on January 27th, the NLRB is rendered powerlessness. 3 days later, on January 30th, Trump awards more than $800,000 worth of stock to several of the board members of the Trump Media and Technology Group. This is the publicly traded company behind his social media platforms. So now his cabinet members, people like Kash Patel and Linda McMahon, are owning equity in Trump's media platform, equity that can be cashed out, sold to people who want to buy them out of their interest at any time. Those people who might want to buy them out, cabinet members, could be individuals with issues before the Department of Education, before the FBI. Yet another avenue in which people who have influence, who want to gain influence inside the Trump administration, have a conduit to be able to move cash from their pocketbooks, from their treasury, from their bank accounts, into the bank accounts of Trump cabinet members. Shortly thereafter, we start to see the weaponization of the DOJ. On February 23rd, a civil complaint from DOJ that had been pending against SpaceX, Elon Musk's signature company, is dropped. 8 days later, the DOJ drops a case against a Republican congressman. On February 19th, 2 or 3 weeks later, the DOJ opens up something called Operation Whirlwind, which seeks to target anyone who dares try to obstruct or criticize the work of Elon Musk and Doge. Over the course of the first few weeks, the DOJ is turned into an entity that drops cases against those who are loyal to Donald Trump and pursues aggressively investigations against those who are trying to criticize Donald Trump. On February 1st, Trump fires the director of the CFPB and announces plans to shutter the Consumer Financial Protection Board. Again, very much like the NLRB, this is an agency that was, at the moment that it was rendered powerless, investigating Elon Musk and many of the biggest financial backers of Donald Trump. So once again, those that have access to Donald Trump, the billionaires that are close to him, now don't have to worry about labor violations being investigated by the NLRB. Now they don't have to worry about consumer protection actions being taken against them by the CFPB. On February 4th, there is the first of two extraordinary meetings in the White House in which Donald Trump convenes his business partners, the Saudi Golf League and the PGA, to try to negotiate a solution to the dispute between those two golf leagues. Why? Because Trump has a business interest in that dispute being resolved. The Saudi Golf League plays tournaments at Trump's courses in the United States. And so if the White House, using its official power, can try to negotiate a settlement between those two groups, Trump stands to make money. On February 6th, something absolutely stunning happens. Pam Bondi, the AG, issues a memorandum in which she proposes to dull the criminal enforcement of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. If you are representing a foreign government before the United States, you have to register so that we know if you are acting on behalf of American interests or you are acting on behalf of foreign interests. In the prior Trump administration, Trump officials got in big trouble for secretly working for and getting paid by foreign governments without registering. Well, what does Trump announce? That they are going to limit the applicability of the enforcement of that statute, making it much easier for Trump's friends, for his MAGA crowd, for the people who show up to Mar-a-Lago, to get paid quietly by foreign governments in order to influence Donald Trump. On February 10th, maybe aside from the meme coin, the most stunning act of corruption, the Eric Adams quid pro quo, in which Eric Adams, indicted for corruption, is let off the hook. His charges are dismissed in exchange for the mayor's pledge of political loyalty to Donald Trump. They literally went on TV and announced the deal, that we're getting rid of the charges against Eric Adams as long as the mayor pledges political loyalty to the president. That was so corrupt that 6 or 7 DOJ officials resigned because they refused to withdraw those charges. But the deal went through because the 7th or the 8th or the 9th official finally filed the withdrawal. And now in America, it is 100% clear that if you want to get away with corruption, if you want to steal from your constituents and you're an elected official in this country, all you have to do is just sign up for political loyalty with Donald Trump, and he will instruct the Department of Justice to let you get away with it. On February 10th, Donald Trump directs the DOJ to pause enforcement of U.S. laws that prohibit companies from paying bribes overseas. Come on. Come on. He instructs the DOJ to pause enforcement of U.S. laws that prohibit companies to pay bribes overseas. Here's an example. Goldman Sachs was engaged in outright bribery. They were paying bribes to Malaysian officials so that they could get a contract to manage the resources of the Malaysian Sovereign Wealth Fund. American companies should not be overseas bribing foreign governments. That compromises America's reputation and America's national security. But now we are going to pause enforcement of the laws that stop American companies from bribing foreign governments because corruption is now being normalized. This is what you do if you want to normalize corruption, is that you make it legal for American companies to engage in corruption overseas. That makes it easier for Trump to get away with corruption here. 2 days later, on February 12th, the announcement comes out that the State Department is going to buy $400 million of armored Teslas Okay, so now it's getting even more blatant. It's getting even more brazen. The State Department is just going to buy a whole bunch of product from Elon Musk, product that they were not previously scheduled to buy. It is true that the Biden administration had a blueprint that was going to buy some electric vehicles, but it was around $483,000 worth of vehicles. Trump revises that blueprint of spending so that now the federal government is going to spend $400 million on armored Teslas from Elon Musk. Let's see. That's February 12th. That same day, Elon Musk's people infiltrate the Department of Labor, and reporting suggests that during that infiltration, Elon Musk's personal representatives get access to enforcement information at OSHA, not only against Elon Musk's companies, and by the way, SpaceX has an employee injury rate that is 9 times higher than the industry average, but also workplace safety violations against Elon Musk's competitors. Here's the message. If you are close to Donald Trump personally, if you support him politically, you can get secret access to enforcement data against your country, against your companies, and your company's competitors. That's what happens on February 12th. 3 days later, there's some suspicious firings at the FDA, again related to Elon Musk's personal financial interests. Elon Musk owns a medical device company called Neuralink. It is currently being reviewed by the FDA, and guess what? On February 15th and 16th, all over a weekend, there are 20 people fired from the FDA's Office of Neurological and Physical Medicine Devices. Fired by Doge, run by Elon Musk. Clear message. You're going to get fired if you aren't on the right side of Elon Musk's application. Now, whether that was explicit or not, if the guy who is firing you has a pending application before your department, aren't you going to think twice? Aren't you going to think twice about ruling against his interests? This is why this is all unprecedented. Again, this feels normal because it's been happening every day, but never before in American history have we allowed someone who has a pending application for approval of a medicine or a medical device to be able to personally decide who gets hired and who gets fired at the regulatory agency making the decision over that medical device. But now this stuff is happening every day because on February 15th as well, that same weekend, there's an announcement that the FDA cuts are going to be even deeper, perhaps as big as 50%. That means that hundreds of drugs and devices won't get approved at the FDA. And you know who benefits from that? The folks that are selling the snake oil products. And guess who's selling the snake oil products? The people who work for Donald Trump, selling Vita gummy scams. The director of the FBI is selling vaccine reversal pills. When the FDA gets gutted, it's the people who sell those unregulated products who stand to gain. On February 19th, 4 days later, we find out that the IRS is going to be cut by 7,000 people. And the biggest chunk of the folks who are going to be laid off are the people who do the audits of the billionaires and the millionaires and the corporations. And so once again, Elon Musk and the people standing behind Donald Trump on Inauguration Day are going to get off because the IRS just had its enforcement powers, its audit powers, absolutely gutted. That same day, on February 19th, you start to receive word that advertising on Elon Musk's platform is starting to grow again. And the reporting on February 19th indicates that American companies have come to the collective decision that they need to keep advertising on Elon Musk's platform because Elon Musk has so much regulatory power inside the federal government. That they need to make sure that they're paying Musk through Twitter and through X so that if they ultimately need something from the federal government, they can get it. This, again, is why we have never, ever in the history of this country allowed for the richest man in the world, somebody who controls major companies, to also have an official position inside the government, because of course, it opens up these clear avenues where people are going to do business with him privately to try to curry favor with him publicly. I'm not done. It just keeps going. The next day, on February 20th, the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices monthly meeting is canceled and not rescheduled. And so we were very worried that Robert F. Kennedy Jr., who makes money off of his attacks on vaccines, would continue those attacks when he took over HHS. Because if faith in vaccines continues to plummet, it is very likely that RFK Jr. will make money. Why? Because the not-for-profit that he will likely return to, the company that he will return to after he leaves, makes money as vaccine misinformation spreads. And he also continues to collect fees for referring cases to a company that handles claims of personal injury due to vaccines. And so when the CDC's Advisory Committee on Immunization Practices is canceled, it is a clear indication that, yes, this campaign of assault on vaccines is going to continue, which, not surprisingly, is likely to make RFK Jr. even more money. On February 26th, we see Trump's MAGA hats that are for sale on his website displayed in the Oval Office. And it's just a reminder that so many people inside Trump's universe continue to sell merchandise on the side in order to make money. Donald Trump has always done this, and we've just kind of accepted it, even though it is a kind of corruption in and of itself. But Kash Patel, the director of the FBI, is still selling cash-branded merchandise, even while he's going to run the FBI. Elon Musk and others are selling Doge merchandise. So as they trumpet their brand inside the government, they're making money off their brand outside of the government. On February 26th, maybe the third most significant of brazen corruption happens, news breaks that Elon Musk is just going to have the FAA cancel a contract with Verizon that has been in the works for years and instead just substitute in Starlink for Verizon. Just extraordinary that this is happening in plain view of everybody. Elon Musk takes his private company, uses his access to government to just shove out of the way his competitors and instead insert himself and his company. Again, we've never seen this ever before in American history. Now it's happening on a daily basis. And now we get to this week. This week, Wired reports that guests are paying millions of dollars to dine with Donald Trump at Mar-a-Lago, and business leaders are being targeted with advertisements that sell access to a one-on-one meeting with the President of the United States for $5 million. Come on. Like, seriously. There's advertisements that say if you're a business CEO and you pay $5 million to Donald Trump, you can get a meeting with him. Like, this isn't okay. And yet, because it happens every single day, they're asking for us to pretend that this is normal. This is just 6 weeks. It's just 6 weeks. And the last thing on the list is an offer to meet with the president for $1 million or $5 million. If any previous president had sent out an advertisement suggesting that you could meet with them for a payment to them of $1 million to $5 million, in and of itself, we would deem that to be unacceptable. But Donald Trump and Elon Musk believe that because they have arranged this dizzying pace of corruption in which not a day goes by in which something doesn't happen inside our government, in which Elon Musk or Donald Trump use their power in order to rig the rules to enrich themselves, that we are all going to feel that it's normal. This is how democracies die. Democracies die when the very powerful people steal from us so regularly, so openly, so unapologetically, that we come to believe that it's normal. And listen, I understand that many Americans may think that all of this stuff just used to happen quietly. And the only difference is that Trump and Musk are just putting it all out in the open. And I'm not saying that there haven't been instances of corruption. Democrats and Republicans in this body have been accused of and convicted of acts of corruption. It has been a fact of life in American politics for a long time. But never before has the corruption happened this openly or this frequently. And so I lay it all out for you this afternoon in the hopes that it is not too late for us to decide to stand up as a body and as a nation to say that this isn't okay. The Trump meme coin is not okay. It's not okay for people who have interest before the federal government to be able to anonymously funnel money to the President of the United States. It's not okay for Elon Musk to have access to Department of Labor enforcement data against him or his competitors that nobody else gets access to. It's not okay to just cancel contracts that were going to Musk's competitors and substitute in his own business just because he has the ability to do it as a friend of Donald Trump. Like, the rule of law matters. Doing things by the rules matter. This level of corruption was not occurring behind the scenes prior. It is not just that the cover got pulled off of it all. And it's our decision as a body and as a country to decide not to normalize this scale of corruption. I yield the floor.
Senator from Tennessee.
Thank you, Mr. President. There can be no doubt Elon Musk is a patriot. He has revolutionized entire industries, whether it is PayPal, Tesla, SpaceX, Neuralink. Across his businesses, there are so many things that he could be working on. But when President Trump asked him to join the administration, he answered that call. He said yes, and he committed himself to serving the American people and helping get this fiscal house in order. In many ways, he is tackling one of the biggest threats to our nation's sovereignty, and that is our debt, $36 trillion in debt. He understands that our fiscal path is unsustainable. And today, we are spending more money to service our debt than to fund our entire military. And as this debt grows, it will become more and more difficult to fund basic government functions. That is why he is leading the Department of Government Efficiency, trying to rein in reckless spending and to get this country back on the track to fiscal health. Now, so far, DOGE has had a lot of success. In just 2 months, they have identified $130 billion in potential savings by eliminating waste, fraud, abuse across the federal government. They hope that that number, and they fully expect that number to reach $2 trillion by the time we get to Independence Day next year, which, by the way, will be our 250th birthday. Every American should be applauding this effort. Our children and grandchildren's future depends on a free America. But because he has been helping President Trump, he has become a target for the radical left, which has launched a domestic terrorism campaign against his company, Tesla. In Las Vegas, suspects set Tesla vehicles on fire with Molotov cocktails. In Oregon, a man shot up a Tesla dealership. And across the country, Tesla owners have had their cars destroyed with arson and vandalism. Now, some of these Democrat-aligned groups are organizing a global day of action on Saturday to target Tesla. The reason for this campaign is simple. In November, the American people rejected the left's radical agenda. They said, enough of this. Well, our friends across the aisle have lost the debate, but instead of making a better pitch to voters, they are trying to stop Republicans with violence and intimidation. The Democrats spent the last 4 years denouncing domestic terrorism and supporting EVs, yet now they are eerily silent. And when they do comment, they celebrate Tesla's setbacks. Tim Walz, Democrats' failed VP candidate, claimed he gets a daily boost from checking on Tesla's stock price, which has declined amid the terrorism campaign. Democrat ally and late-night host Jimmy Kimmel seemed to endorse the violence, sarcastically telling his audience, and I quote him, "Don't ever vandalize Tesla vehicles," end quote. Last week, Democrat Congresswoman Jasmine Crockett said that all she wants for her birthday is to see Elon taken down. This rhetoric is inexcusable, and as the world's greatest legislative body, we should jointly condemn political violence. That's why I'm asking for unanimous consent to pass the resolution that condemns the horrific acts of violence, arson, and domestic terrorism committed against Tesla dealerships and facilities. There is no reason why Democrats should oppose this resolution. Mr. President, as if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent the Senate proceed to the consideration of S-Res 146, which is at the desk. Further, I ask that the resolution be agreed to, the preamble be agreed to, and that the motions to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table with no intervening action or debate.
Is there objection?
Mr. President.
Senator from Connecticut is recognized.
Mr. President, thank you. Reserving the right to object. Listen, come on. This resolution is not about violence or domestic terrorism. It just isn't. This is a resolution that says one thing, and one thing only. Elon Musk is in charge. He matters more than anybody else. Musk is subject to a different set of rules than everybody else. The Trump administration serves him, not us. The Republican Party serves him, not us. Elon Musk right now is effectively stealing from the American people. He is combing through our government, awarding himself contracts, canceling contracts for his competitors. He's shutting down agencies that stand in the way of his business, his growth. He's giving himself access to secret information about government enforcement actions against his competitors. He is also, at the same time, currently the largest funder of Republican politics in the nation. He spent $250 million backing President Trump's campaign. He recently told the president that he would contribute another $100 million to the president's political arm. And guess what? At that same time, the president stood on the White House lawn to give a taxpayer-funded commercial for Elon Musk's cars. That's corruption at a scale that we have not seen before in this country. The integration of the Trump White House and the Republican Party and the business interests of the richest man in the world. It's wrong. Now, this resolution claims to say something about domestic terrorism, but the only terrorism, the only violence it mentions is violence carried out against, you guessed it, Elon Musk. On an annual basis, there are 11,000 reported incidents of domestic terrorism. 11,000. Only a handful of them impact Tesla dealerships, but they're the only acts of violence mentioned in this resolution. 52% of the reported attacks were based on racial or ethnic targeting by radicalized attackers, but they aren't mentioned in this resolution. Only Elon Musk is mentioned in this resolution because a different set of rules apply to him because he is in charge and he deserves protection that no one else gets. He deserves a White House TV commercial for his cars. He deserves to give himself contracts and steal from his competitors. He deserves to have his own resolution. And people are asking why. Why does the richest man in the country get this special treatment? To most people, it feels pretty fishy. It definitely feels wrong. Now, I hate violence of any kind, whether it's perpetrated against right, left, or center. I've spent my life on this floor fighting violence, but I also hate inconsistency. So I'm going to make my colleague a pretty reasonable offer here. At the same time that President Trump is saying that he's going to vigorously pursue people that attack Tesla dealerships, he's giving pardons to the people who beat the hell out of Capitol Police officers. So I don't think that we should consent to a resolution that says we care about violence, but only when it's committed against the business interests of the richest man in the world. And I have a way to solve that problem. Senator Murray has a really simple resolution, a resolution that expresses our disapproval of the pardons that were issued for the very specific set of individuals who on January 6th brutally attacked Capitol Police officers. Now, I understand that many of my Republican colleagues think that the people who trespassed here shouldn't have been prosecuted. Let's set aside that disagreement. This resolution just says that the specific set of people who viciously attacked police officers, the ones that hit the police officers over the head with metal poles, that those people shouldn't have been given a get-out-of-jail-free card. And so why don't we just be consistent? Why don't we say that violence matters when it's committed against Elon Musk's dealerships, and it matters when it's committed against the people that protect us? And so my offer is to just pass both resolutions right now. Right now. We could just agree by unanimous consent to your resolution, and we could agree as a body that you shouldn't pardon the people who brutally beat the people who show up every day to protect us. They matter too. Elon Musk isn't the only person that matters. Capitol Police officers matter too. So I'd ask the senator to modify her request to add the following: that the Committee on the Judiciary be discharged from further consideration and the Senate now proceed to S-Res 42, a resolution condemning the pardons for individuals who are found guilty of assaulting Capitol Police officers, that the resolution be agreed to and the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table. If we agree to move forward on this unanimous consent, I think we can move forward on the senator's request as well.
Is there objection to the modification?
I object.
Objection is heard. Is there an objection to the original request?
Mr. President,
Mr. President, there is.
Mr. President.
Objection is heard.
To speak on my objection, I think it's important to note that the resolution I presented does not mention Elon Musk. The resolved title in this, and by the way, it's really short, that the Senate condemns the horrific acts of violence, arson, and domestic terrorism committed against electric vehicles, car dealerships, and charging stations across the United States. Now, for years, my Democratic colleagues have come to the floor and supported EVs. Just last year, my colleague from Connecticut claimed, and I quote him, "If you want to cut emissions and save the planet, we need more electric cars on the road," end quote. And as domestic terrorists target the largest EV company in the world, they refuse to condemn the violent actions. And in the past, he's also condemned vandalism and political violence. Now, as BLM rioters rampaged through American cities in the summer of 2020, he posted on X that, and I quote, "Looting and property damage is bad." He deleted that post, but I'll give him credit. His sentiment was right. And after an assassin's bullet almost took the life of then President Trump, he said, and I'm quoting, "There is no room in America for political violence." He was right on that quote. And as we see a wave of political violence in our country today, Democrats should have no problem condemning it. Now, to the resolution from my colleague in Washington, I find it interesting that they want to talk about lawlessness. For years, they've pushed policies that weaken law enforcement and promote crime. As BLM rioters rampaged through Seattle in 2020, my colleague called on the Department of Homeland Security to remove federal agents from the city who were trying to quell the unrest. The U.S. Senate should be able to stand up to violence and support law and order. And today, they are stopping us from doing that. And when it comes to pardons, I think we should talk about pardons. In his final weeks in office, President Biden abused his pardon power to protect family members, free violent criminals, and make our country less safe. For years, President Biden claimed he would not pardon his son, Hunter. Yet, in December, Biden gave him an unconditional pardon for any federal crimes he may have committed over the course of a decade. Such an abuse of presidential pardon power has never happened in our nation's history. Just months before, Hunter had been convicted of federal gun crimes and tax offenses totaling $1.4 million. At the same time, evidence continued to mount that Hunter sold access to his father in foreign countries, including China and Russia. This was a multi-million-dollar influence peddling scheme and a Biden family affair. That's why just minutes before leaving office, the former president also pardoned his siblings and their spouses. They joined more than 8,000 people who received pardons and commutations from Joe Biden, including many violent criminals and murderers. With 1 foot out the door before leaving office, he commuted the death sentences of 37 of the 40 men on federal death row, including, get this, Thomas Sanders, who kidnapped and then shot a 12-year-old girl, and he cut her throat. That's who Joe Biden decided to commute a sentence on. Anthony Battle, who murdered an Atlanta prison guard with a hammer in '94 while serving a life sentence for raping and murdering his wife, and Kiboni Savage, who was convicted of committing and ordering the deaths of not one person or two, 12 people, including 4 little children. If we should be condemning any pardons, we should start with violent criminals. To be clear, Senate Republicans strongly oppose any violence, especially toward our nation's brave law enforcement. Our resolution states that all acts of violence are entirely unacceptable in the United States. I would encourage my colleagues to join me in passing this resolution. Instead, they've decided to play games with a sham counter resolution.
Mr. President.
Thank you, Mr. President. The budget that we're debating really comes down to one simple idea. The massive transfer of wealth and resources from the poor and the middle class to the ultra wealthy. What is being proposed in the Senate right now is stunning in its scope. You are talking about a piece of legislation that has such deep cuts to Medicaid. This is the program that ensures 24% of American families. 1/4 of Americans get their health insurance from Medicaid. You don't know it as Medicaid because it's called something different in each state. In Connecticut, it's called Husky. In Wisconsin, it's called Badger Care. But in every state, about 1/4 of the population gets their insurance through a Medicaid-funded program. Most of those folks are working full-time. But for one reason or another, that's where they get their insurance. You're talking about kicking millions of people off of that program. And for what? For what? To rack up the biggest bill ever on the credit card of the middle class, an explosion in debt, but also to fund a tax cut for the fabulously wealthy. This is the 2017 tax cut, which is essentially going to be mirrored, we believe, by this tax cut. The top 1% of earners got tax cuts 852 times bigger than working families in America. We don't know the final shape of this tax cut, but it won't look fundamentally different from that. This is a really bad time to be a working mom or dad in America. This week, we are passing, apparently, a massive cut in health care benefits for working families in order to pad the pockets of the wealthy. But we are also dealing with the Trump tariff plan, which has been a Keystone Cop-like rollout that will ultimately raise prices for every single American. Tariffs can work as part of a coordinated, thoughtful approach to trying to rebuild American industry, but they only work when you partner those tariffs together with industrial policy incentives to help promote the industry that you are trying to punish when the products come from abroad. I'm not reflexively opposed to the use of tariffs, but this use of tariffs is bananas because it's not paired with any domestic industrial policy, meaning that you're just going to get the downside, the massive increase in costs for consumers, without the upside, job creation in the United States of America. And so before I get to the insult to middle-class families that will come through the budget, let's just talk about what's going to happen with these tariffs. We know how it's going to work because we saw how tariffs worked in Trump's first term. Let me just take one specific example. In Trump's first term, he imposed a 20% escalating tariff on washing machines. And the idea was that, we want washing machines to be made in the United States instead of outside of the United States. But because he didn't pair that together with any more comprehensive help for the washing machine industry in the United States, it was only downside. And it was only downside not just because of the lack of a comprehensive policy, but also because there were no checks on the corporations that saw the tariffs as a means to gouge consumers. You have to also partner tariffs together with some accountability for corporations, for the greedy corporations that get wide-eyed when they see the tariffs and realize, well, this is an opportunity to not just pass the tariff along, but to jack up the price a little bit more and say that it was all because of the tariffs. Here's what happened on washing machines. So you got a 20% escalating tariff. We have the data. We saw what happened. The economic data tells us that the washing machine companies passed along the 20% tariff and then padded the price increase, sometimes by 15%, sometimes by 50%. But it's worse than that. The price increase was not just for imported washing machines. They also increased the price of the domestic washing machines that weren't subject to the tariff. Why not? Why not? The Trump administration won't hold us accountable for that. Nobody really looks to see whether the washing machine was made in America or not. We'll just raise the price on everything. What do you buy when you buy a washing machine as well? A dryer. So guess what happened? Even though dryers weren't subject to the tariff, the price got jacked up on the dryers as well. Dryers went up by 50% sometimes in cost, 15%, 20%. All of a sudden, prices went up for everything. Now, Trump collected a bunch of money in tariffs, $80 billion, but that was literally just middle-class people paying the additional amount to the company and the company passing it along to the government. So it was just a tax. It was just a tax. Okay, maybe you could live with that if it revitalized the domestic washing machine industry, if there were tens of thousands of people going back to jobs in that industry. But that didn't happen. I think there were 1 or 2 domestic washing machine factories that opened up, and Trump, of course, made a big deal. You know how many jobs it was in total? Less than 2,000 jobs. Less than 2,000 jobs were created for a tariff that jacked up costs for every American and resulted in $80 billion of middle-class taxes being collected by the government. That works out to about $800,000 per job. So that's what's coming at scale, not just on washing machines, but on virtually every consumer product. A big price increase, little to no domestic job creation, all the pain on the middle class. Tariffs can work, but this is not the way that they work. And so this week, Senate Republicans, instead of trying to help consumers deal with the impact of these tariffs, I mean, we're talking about huge price increases coming for American families. And this week, we could be sitting here voting for bills that cancel the tariffs or try to help middle-class families in another way. We're doing exactly the opposite. Instead of helping families deal with the impact of the tariffs, instead of holding the greedy corporations in check as they're ready to gouge consumers, we are debating a bill that would cut almost $1 trillion out of Medicaid, the program that provides insurance for 1/4 of Americans, that will result in raising healthcare costs for tens of millions of Americans. And we're talking about giving a massive tax break to the billionaire CEOs of the companies that are going to be doing the price gouging, and to the companies themselves. That's outrageous. That's outrageous. If you are a regular, ordinary American, what you are being told is that you're going to have to pay huge new price increases on everything you buy. You are going to have your health care disappeared, and corporate profits and take-home pay for CEOs are going to skyrocket. Who's asking for that? What American is asking for prices to go up, my health care to be cut, and billionaires to get a big tax break? Let's start talking about these tax cuts. Okay, they're the center of this bill. Right, everything in the Trump administration is about a simple story. How do I help my Mar-a-Lago billionaire friends? So this is the old tax cut, because we don't know all the details of the new one. If you look at sort of the poorest Americans versus the richest Americans, the tax cut is 852 times bigger. But here's a back-of-the-napkin analysis of what this new tax cut is likely to look like if it's basically formed like the old one. And instead of taking the poorest Americans versus the richest Americans, instead, let's just look at sort of the bottom 60% of income earners in this country. That's roughly about everybody who makes $90,000 or less. So that's a lot of your neighbors, right? I mean, $90,000 is an income that is familiar to a lot of Americans. So under this new tax cut, if it looks like the old one, and that's the signal that we get, is that households in the top 1% are going to get an average tax cut that's 120 times bigger than the tax cut given to people who are making $90,000 or less. So that's 152 times bigger than the very poor. But let's take somebody who's making $60,000. The richest 1% are going to get a tax cut that is 120 times bigger. How is that fair? Okay, now you'd say, well, that's because they make a lot more money, so of course they're going to get a bigger tax cut. But let's do the math a different way. As a share of after-tax income, the tax cuts at the top are still more than triple the total value of the tax cut received for people with incomes in the bottom 60%. So even when you adjust for the fact that they are making more money, they are still getting a tax cut whose value is 3 times bigger than folks who are making a middle income in this country. And why? I mean, does anybody believe in trickle-down economics anymore? It has been completely discredited. And again, we have the 2017 tax cuts as evidence. Donald Trump trotted out a big promise. He said, these tax cuts for corporations and billionaires and millionaires, they'll trickle down to everybody else. And I'll tell you the number. The average worker will get a $4,000 salary increase. That was the promise. The money will trickle down. The corporations will be so generous, they'll take their giant tax cut, bigger than they even asked for. Senator Whitehouse just showed you the chart where corporations have gone from providing 30% of American tax revenue down to 10% of American tax revenue. What a great deal for corporations. Okay, that's a nice chart. That makes sense if the corporations are taking their lower tax liability and turning it around into wages. Instead, they're not. They're keeping it for themselves, for their executives, for their top shareholders. The analysis shows that promised $4,000 salary increase as a result of the tax cuts wasn't $4,000, it wasn't $2,000, it wasn't $1,000, it wasn't $100, it was zero. Because all of that money, virtually all of that money, ended up getting gobbled up by the corporations, mainly for stock buybacks. Didn't go to increase compensation for their employees. So it's not to raise wages. I guess it's just to make rich people richer. From 2017, when that tax cut passed, that first Trump tax cut passed, until 2023, Elon Musk's wealth grew by 1,222%. I don't even know what that looks like. Jeff Bezos's grew by 96%, Zuckerberg's by 50%, Rupert Murdoch's by 50%. I use those names because those were the billionaires that were at Trump's inauguration cheerleading him into office, because they know that another big tax cut for their company and for them personally is coming. Now, I will admit to you, median income overall grew from 2017 to 2023, so everybody in the country was making more in 2023 than they were making in 2017, but median income was not growing by 50%, 96%, or 1,222%. So this is a massive tax cut, the vast majority of it going to the very, very wealthy. But what makes this even harder to understand is what Senator Whitehouse laid out for you. Most of this is just going on your credit card. Most of this is just being borrowed. And that has a consequence. The national debt potentially doubling as a result of this massive tax cut for the very, very wealthy. And it's just so heartbreaking, the hypocrisy. I mean, I could string together a 24-hour-long video of my Republican colleagues talking ad nauseum about the danger of debt, the rising deficit. We can't spend money on kids. We can't spend money on climate. We can't spend money on schools. We can't help people go to college. No. We can't do any of that. Can't do any of that because the deficit. And yet, when it comes to a billionaire tax cut, a corporate tax cut, we are going to potentially double the debt. Nobody is caring about the debt. In fact, they're rigging the rules of the Senate. They're breaking the rules of the Senate just so that they can get away with a massive increase in debt and deficit. But somewhere along the line, they said, well, you know what? We can't borrow the whole thing. We've got to make it look like we're cutting some spending. So let's cut some spending to make it at least look like it's not all borrowed. But let's make sure that the spending we're cutting only hurts poor people in the middle class. Because God forbid we can cut spending that helps the rich or the affluent. God forbid we take away some of the tax breaks that help them. And so where are the cuts coming? Medicaid. 80% of the cuts are Medicaid, $880 billion in a House bill, similar amount cutting Medicaid. Medicaid, as I said, is the program that insures 24% of Americans. At least 2/3 of those are working full-time. They just don't have health insurance through their employer, so they have to get it through Medicaid. And so when Republicans decided that they couldn't borrow the whole thing, like we'll double the national debt, but we're not going to triple the national debt, they targeted the cuts to hurt the middle class and poor people. And so I just want to end by telling you what this means in real time. I don't actually know what it means to give billionaires another $50,000 in tax breaks. I really don't know what that means. I don't know what that life is like. I don't know what it's like to have 7 houses and 4 yachts. I don't know what a billionaire does with an extra $50,000. I can't actually explain that to you. I don't understand that kind of rapacious greed. What I do know is what happens to poor people, the people who live in my neighborhood on the south end of Hartford when they lose their Medicaid. Linda lives in Sherman, Connecticut, a small town in western Connecticut. Following the economic downturn in 2008, Linda had trouble finding work. And that was tough for her because she's a cancer survivor. She had high health care expenses and she needed work. She was underemployed. She worked in plant nurseries and agriculture. Her husband at the same time lost his job as an auto mechanic. They lost their health care insurance. But then when the Affordable Care Act passed, Medicaid was expanded. More people were made eligible for Medicaid. And in 2010, she was able to sign up for Medicaid. She said, quote, "I had so much anxiety all the time about how to pay for health care. We were going through all of our money, and we just thought this isn't right. People shouldn't have to worry about just being basically healthy." But once she got health care, she was able to restart her life. Linda went back to school because now she had health care. She got a new degree. She found a job teaching agriculture at a local high school. But that program didn't provide health care, so she still needed that Medicaid. Medicaid, she says, just provides such a baseline for society. It allowed me to maintain my health so that I was able to continue working. The Medicaid cuts that they are talking about will destroy Medicaid expansion. In fact, some states will automatically cancel the Medicaid expansion program when these cuts are made, meaning that people like Linda all across the country are going to lose their health care. For what? For a massive tax cut for the wealthy. Emily Grinelli is a worker at one of Connecticut's biggest behavioral health and substance abuse providers. So every day she's talking to people who rely on Medicaid so that they can get help for their mental health disorder or their substance abuse disorder. And let's be honest, we all have somebody in our life who has a serious mental illness or has struggled with substance abuse. So you know these people. She wrote me a letter talking about the fact that the conversations in their therapy groups in the last month have fundamentally changed. They're actually not doing therapy any longer for mental illness or for substance abuse. They are now doing therapy for the anxiety all these people have, knowing they're about to lose their health insurance. One case manager told me, she writes, that she was working with a client to find housing, and the client now just wants to stop looking because she feels like there is no point because she's going to lose her Medicaid. Republicans are going to strip her Medicaid from her. She won't be able to get her medication and services. She feels hopeless. A clinician told me about an hour-long session she had the day before. 75% of it was focused on the client's fear of losing her benefits and what that would mean for her and all the other clients. She shared with me that if there was a way for her to leave the country right now, she would. At this provider, 35% of their clients would likely lose access to mental illness and substance abuse services if these cuts go through. What are we doing? Why are we doing this? Why are my colleagues choosing to destroy health care for millions of Americans in order to pass a tax cut that basically helps corporations and billionaires and millionaires? It is fundamentally immoral. And I have to believe, like in 2017, when Republicans were trying to destroy the Affordable Care Act, which insured 20 million Americans, that there are a handful of Republicans who know that this isn't right, who maybe aren't ready to stop it today. Tonight's vote isn't the final vote, but might be willing to stand up to this thievery before it's too late. The people of this country who are getting killed by higher prices that are coming because of the tariffs and are going to be hurt by these Medicaid cuts and are going to be furious when the rich become richer at their expense. They are counting on just a small handful of my Republican colleagues to realize right from wrong. I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I was sitting with the CEO of one of America's biggest and most influential companies last month, and I asked him a simple question. What could President Trump do that would be a bridge too far for you? What attack on democracy or the rule of law could Trump make that would cause you to speak up? His answer was pretty simple, and it was pretty confident. He said that if Trump were to ignore a Supreme Court ruling, that would cross the line. He was reflecting a familiar theme, that until President Trump thumbs his nose definitively at a court ruling, then his attacks on democracy are troubling but not lethal. It's normal politics up until that dramatic confrontation between the executive branch and the judicial branch, for which the Constitution, as we know, really has no prescribed remedy. And for many Americans, they may breathe a sigh of relief that America's most influential private sector leaders would rise up to defend democracy if this confrontation that we worry about came to pass. Combined with a massive public mobilization, we could be saved. But I didn't breathe a sigh of relief. The opposite. I'm deeply worried that we have really spent little time studying the paths that democracies take when they collapse. Most of the time, there is not a singular moment when the executive dramatically seizes power. There's not normally a brazen attempt to burn down the Parliament building. No, instead, democracies die when gradually, often quietly and methodically over time, the structures that hold the executive accountable for corruption, for thievery, for wrongdoing are dismantled. Dismantled so that citizens can no longer hold the executive accountable. Dismantled so that the political opposition never has enough room to maneuver meaningfully. There are still elections. The executive doesn't try to stuff the ballot box. Occasionally at lower levels, the opposition still wins. But what happens is that those structures of accountability are either so degraded or so completely co-opted by the regime that the truth is just buried, and the political opposition loses the basic tools that it needs to win. In every democracy that stops being a democracy, then there's a familiar story. There are 4 institutions that the regime attacks, and attacks relentlessly until those structures of accountability are so disintegrated that even though elections continue to happen, the same party or the same person wins power election after election. And those 4 institutions are the press, the legal profession, universities, and the business community. If you degrade or co-opt these 4 institutions, you never need to have a high-stakes fight with the top court in your country. You don't need to burn the Reichstag down. You can still have elections, but only one party will win. So that's why this CEO's assurance frankly sent a chill down my spine. Because our democracy isn't at risk of dying, it is dying. As we speak, we are watching it die. It is not too late to save it. Let me say that again. It is not too late to save our democracy, but we can't continue to close our eyes and think that our democracy can survive a coordinated assault on those four key institutions of accountability. Democrats and Republicans need to see what is happening before our eyes, rise up and defend the independence of journalists, of lawyers, of universities, and of the private sector. So I want to spend a minute or two to walk you through what President Trump is doing and how it frankly, chillingly mirrors the tactics that other leaders have used to transition real democracy into pretend fake democracy. It always starts with journalists. From Hungary to Belarus to Venezuela, countries that have elections, but elections where one party just keeps on winning, these are places where journalists are subject to nonstop harassment campaign from the regime, such that people just stop doing journalism or journalists stop telling the full truth. Last month, for instance, the Turkish president, Erdogan, locked up 11 journalists simply because they were covering protests against Erdogan's jailing of the top opposition leaders. Now, Trump has not started jailing journalists, but the pace of harassment in the first 60 days of his second term is alarming. He's denied access to government buildings, including the White House, to journalists who don't use pre-approved language from the White House. He is preferencing credentials to partisan journalists who simply parrot his party line. His FCC has begun to deliberately harass media companies that are owned by political opponents of the president. But Trump's campaign to destroy independent journalism, it has a darker and more menacing side, because Trump isn't just trying to intimidate journalists so that they'll be afraid to tell the truth. He's also trying to destroy the concept of truth itself. And again, this is a key facet of leaders who are elected who are trying to transition democracies away and into something very different. How do you destroy truth? Well, that's why the Secretary of Defense looks into the camera and tells the American public that the text messages that everybody read, filled with classified information and war plans, did not include classified information and war plans. The White House wants you to believe that 1 + 1 does not equal 2 any longer, that you should doubt even the clear things that you see with our eyes, that nothing is real, that nothing is true. That if you are a supporter of the regime and I tell you 1 + 1 = 3, then 1 + 1 = 3. Those weren't war plans, those weren't classified documents. That's also why the official position of the White House on key issues like tariffs changes every hour. Because if the ground truth just changes constantly, then there's no truth at all. Journalists are made to look foolish by reporting a true thing at 9 a.m. that becomes untrue at 10 a.m. Journalism loses its credibility when the facts being distributed by the White House change all the time. Trump says the tariffs are permanent. Journalists report the president says the tariffs are permanent. An hour later, Trump says, I never said they're permanent. They're not permanent. I'm cutting deals. They write that he's cutting deals. An hour later, they're suspended. No more tariffs. When the truth changes constantly, it's hard to believe that there's anything true any longer. Second, universities are always a target of would-be autocrats. Again, in Turkey, the government has terminated thousands of professors just because they criticize the government. In Hungary, one of the nation's most prestigious universities was forced to move out of the country because President Orban attacked it so ceaselessly for fomenting protest against his government. Universities over the long history of democracy have been the place where protest, especially youth protest, begins. They are a thorn in the side of leadership. The famous Tiananmen Square protests in China were, of course, started by university students. So it's no surprise that if you want to crush democracy, you need to crush the independence of universities. That's why Trump's decision to target universities that permit criticism of President Trump is so bone-chilling. He pretends like he's standing up to anti-Semitism on campuses, but what he's really trying to do is make clear that protests against his policies on campuses will result in federal funding being cut off. Columbia University was forced to agree to a stunning list of free speech concessions in order to gain assurances from President Trump that their federal funding would continue. They had to agree to allow campus police to arrest protesters. They had to essentially agree to receivership, federal receivership, over an academic department that houses professors who are critical of Trump and his policies. Effectively, the President of the United States got to pick the person who will oversee the Columbia Department on the Middle East, South Asian, and African Studies, as well as the Center for Palestine Studies. That is extraordinary. That's not what happens in a healthy democracy. The leader of the country micromanaging academic departments at major universities to assure that academic work aligns with the regime. And now, having successfully forced Columbia to bend the knee and quell dissent on their campus, Trump is targeting other universities. Some of them will sign similar agreements, giving President Trump power over those campuses. But frankly, all Trump has to do is make an example of a handful of universities, and others will simply comply and obey in advance. Why, as an academic president, when you've got federal dollars that employ people at your university, would you permit a major protest against a Trump policy if you know that that's going to jeopardize federal funds? Or maybe you allow it because you don't want to so brazenly stand in the way of free speech, but you just make sure that it's not too big a protest or it's not too critical. You police speech to be on the right side of the regime. That is what happens in all of these fake democracies, and that is what's happening here. But controlling speech on campuses is not enough. Controlling and intimidating journalists is not enough. You got to go after the lawyers too. Now, maybe there's not a lot of love for lawyers in this country, but lawyers are the ones that bring the lawsuits to stop the thievery and the illegality. Lawyers are compelled by their oath to stand up for the Constitution. Putin arrested Navalny's lawyers right on the eve of Navalny's trial. In Venezuela, Maduro routinely harasses and detains lawyers, human rights lawyers, because he knows those are the ones that will hold him accountable. In Tunisia, the regime stormed the offices of the Barr administration to intimidate the legal profession into silence. Here in America, Trump is engaged in a shameless campaign of extortion against any major law firm that has taken a position against Trump or Trump's interests. What he is doing is extraordinary, and it is mind-blowing to me that it is just being ignored by my Republican colleagues. He's going firm by firm, and not to every firm, just to the firms that have represented Democrats or brought cases against him. And he's telling them that if they don't fall in line and stop doing work to oppose him, their clients will lose access to federal work. That is extortion. This body, Republicans and Democrats, should stand up against it. But it is working. Several law firms have signed deals with Trump that obligate them to support, guess what, causes aligned with Donald Trump. Paul Weiss was targeted by an executive order and struck a deal. But so did Skadden. They struck a deal with Trump before they'd even been targeted. Already, collectively, these firms have pledged, think about this, about $250 million of pro bono work to file cases in coordination with the President of the United States' political interests. And just like what happened with the universities, there's a lot of extra compliance that's happening. I know for a fact that firms that have already signed these agreements with Trump have gone above and beyond the terms of the agreements to quiet their criticism of the government. And no doubt every single major law firm will think twice before bringing an action against an illegal or corrupt action of the president in fear of Trump retaliating against their business. That's the point. The point is to try to crush dissent The point is to try to stand in the way of anybody who is going to hold Trump accountable by using the power, the official power granted to him by the people of the United States to try to signal retaliation against anyone who dares oppose him. But collective action, it can be a powerful tool. Together, the collective might of our universities and our law firms is significant. So they could choose to band together and decide to sign no agreements with Trump, to refuse to let the President of the United States dictate the terms of their speech, their business, their defense of the rule of law. And I don't want to make the victim the perpetrator. This is all Trump's fault, what he is doing to extort political loyalty from universities and law firms. But instead of there being collective action on behalf of these industries, the opposite is happening. In the legal profession, when Paul Weiss was being targeted, the other big firms didn't rise to their defense. They started making calls to Paul Weiss clients and lawyers using Trump's assault as a means to poach business or partners. That's shameful, acting like ravenous vultures, putting your profits first instead of your country's interests or the interests of the legal profession, which pledges before a court to stand up for the rule of law. Instead, these big firms are aiding and abetting the destruction of the rule of law by doing Trump's work for him, making targeted firms even more vulnerable by working behind the scenes to strip them bare for parts. There are good, patriotic lawyers at many of these high-priced firms who know that this is wrong, and they should speak up. Some of them already have. And now, finally, Trump is coming for the rest of the private sector. Listen, I have no idea what the Trump tariff policy is. The constantly shifting positions of the last week, they're an embarrassment. It's complete incompetent malpractice. It's jeopardized jobs and retirement savings and college funds all across this country. But the tariffs are complicated and convoluting and hard to understand, likely because they aren't actually economic or trade policy. They're a political tool. This one, designed to force every major company to come before Trump to plead for tariff relief in exchange for giving Trump the company's political loyalty. No different than what's happening in the legal profession or in America's universities. A tariff can be written very easily to favor one industry over another or one company over another, and the confusing nature of the tariff regime is a means for Trump to require every major company in the country to come on bended knee to him to get the relief they need. And that loyalty pledge could be anything: the purchase of some Trump crypto coin, public support for Trump's economic policies, donations to his political campaign. But having watched what Trump has done one by one to universities and law firms, why would we assume the tariffs aren't just simply a tool to do the same thing to big companies? So what I'm trying to say here is that you don't need a battle royale between the president and the Supreme Court for democracy to die. If journalists are constantly looking over their shoulder and unable to report on the truth, if protest is suppressed, even moderately, at universities, if lawyers start giving cover instead of uncovering corruption and illegality in the regime, if companies start being mouthpieces for the regime as a price of doing business, if all that happens, then we are not a real democracy anymore. We are a fake democracy. Elections still happen, like in Turkey, like in Hungary, like in Venezuela, but the rules are going to be tilted, and dissent will be suppressed so much that the same side, Trump's side, wins over and over and over. And this should matter not just to Democrats, not just to members of the minority party. This should matter to Republicans as well. We swear an oath to uphold the Constitution. And it is time for us to see the game that is being played. The good news is that the rules have not been fully rigged yet. There is still time, not loads of it, but there is still time for this body to set a tone that causes the kind of massive public outrage necessary to stop this campaign of destruction in its tracks. But that requires those of us who believe that the threat to democracy is urgent to act like it. That means saying to our Republican colleagues that we're not going to act like business as usual, that we're not going to proceed to legislation unless we have agreement, Republicans and Democrats, to stop this assault on free speech and dissent. It requires the minority party to say that right now. Only if we come together are we going to have a chance to save ourselves from the fate that has befallen so many other countries that have slowly, too quietly, seen their countries transition from real democracy to fake democracy. I yield the floor.
Clerk will call the roll.
My colleagues, you're going to hear a lot of stories about the first 100 days of Donald Trump's second presidency, and indeed there are a lot of stories. There's a story of incompetence. We are dealing with multiple measles outbreaks all across the country. There is a story of abdicating our responsibility to lead around the world. Vladimir Putin is laughing at us as Trump goes about the business of handing Ukraine to a brutal Kremlin dictator. There is a story of transferring wealth from the poor and the middle class through massive cuts to Medicaid to the very, very wealthy who are asking for another massive tax cut. But I would argue, Mr. President, that the most important story to tell is a story of corruption, a story of mind-blowing, massive, scalable corruption. That story is important because we are watching the theft of taxpayer money by the decision of the Republican Party to look the other way as Donald Trump essentially monetizes at scale the White House and the powers given to him by the Constitution and the American people in order to enrich himself and his friends. And if we don't tell this story, and if we don't mount a national, bipartisan, apolitical resistance to this thievery, to this corruption, and it becomes normalized as just a part of doing business in America, a normal facet of residents in the White House, then shame on us, because our democracy will not survive this level of corruption, grift, and graft. So I'm going to try to tell this story really quickly. I've got two charts, and it's hard to read. These words are really small because, over the course of 100 days, there are 40, 50, 60 different individual acts of precedent-breaking corruption. And that's intentional because what President Trump is trying to do is engage in so much public corruption that you just become normalized to it, that you stop paying attention to the corruption because can it be corruption if it's just playing out in public? He's trying to make you think that this stuff happens all the time behind the scenes, and now all that is different is that you are seeing it publicly. But that's not true. This is not actually how government works. And I refuse to accept that just because the corruption is happening in public, in front of the cameras for everybody to see, that we should accept it. Okay, I'm going to try to do this, and I'm going to try to do this as quickly as possible. I'm just going to highlight for you maybe the 40 most egregious examples of corruption in the first 100 days, but this is just the tip of the iceberg. So on January 6th, this is before Trump is even sworn in, Amazon, which has a ton of business before the incoming Trump White House, pays $40 million to the Trump family to license a documentary in a series about Melania Trump. Just a cash payment from a company that has huge interests before the incoming White House to the Trump family. On January 17th, a few days before Trump is sworn in, maybe the most corrupt act in the history of the White House. This is the creation of the Trump meme coin. This is just a backdoor way for anybody with business before the Trump administration to send him millions of dollars in total secret. Trump doesn't disclose who buys the coin. He launders his income from the coin through an unregulated Chinese exchange. He promotes the coin on his social media feeds. In the first minute of trading, one buyer, and what we know is that this was likely a Chinese individual, purchases 6 million coins, sending the price through the roof and immediately making a ton of money for Trump, who makes money off of every transaction. Trump knows who this person is, no doubt, but American citizens do not. All right, January 20th, he's now sworn in, and he fulfills a campaign promise to the oil and gas industry. There's a report from the campaign that says they came down to Mar-a-Lago, I think, and said, we'll give you $1 billion in campaign contributions. This is not me alleging this. This is an open report. Oil and gas industry say we'll give you $1 billion in campaign contributions if you do what we want when you are sworn in. And the day he's sworn in, Trump issues an executive order gutting environmental rules so that the oil and gas industry can start making bigger amounts of money. On January 25th, Trump eliminates the inspectors general, the ethics officials in government, and whistleblower offices. It's a late-night purge, so you know it's fishy. On January 25th, 17 inspector generals get fired, clearing the way for the president to engage in even more corruption, because that's what the inspectors general do. They sit in these agencies and they look for corruption. Now the inspectors general are gone. They're just gone. But that's not good enough, because on that same day, Trump fires the head of the Office of Special Counsel. Why would you do that? Well, that office is an investigative and prosecutorial office that works to end government and political corruption and protects government employees who become whistleblowers. That office is gone now, along with all of the whistleblowers. 2 days later, Trump illegally fires NLRB member Gwynne Wilcox. This effectively shuts down illegally the NLRB for a period of time. Why is that important? Because the guys who were standing behind Donald Trump on Inauguration Day, people like Elon Musk and Jeff Bezos, they are being investigated at the moment by the NLRB for massive workplace violations. And now the NLRB is shut down, a big gift to the people who financed Donald Trump's inauguration and stood behind him to give him political endorsement and cover on his inauguration day. On January 31st, a trend begins. Enforcement actions are paused against Trump loyalists. This is Representative Andy Ogles from Tennessee. He was being investigated for loans made to illegal or potentially illegal loans made to his 2022 campaign. But right after Rep. Ogles introduces a bill to amend the Constitution to allow Trump to serve for a third term, what happens? Trump makes the investigation go away. Because as you will see, Trump's justice system will often look the other way if you cheat or steal, but you are a friend of Donald Trump's. At the same time, another of Trump's friends, his IRS nominee, Billy Long, gets his donors. Almost all of them have direct interest before the IRS to pay off his six-figure campaign debt. It's a fabulously corrupt thing to do, but it's just all normal now. So when Trump is showing you the way, then the folks who work for him follow suit. All right, we'll jump to February now. February 4th, we're into what? Week 2 of the Trump White House. Trump hauls the PGA and the Saudi government into the White House to broker an agreement between the two rival golf leagues so that Trump can make more money hosting golf tournaments. He's in business with one of these entities, the Saudi-owned LIV League. In a normal world, the President of the United States wouldn't be in business with any foreign government, but the President is, and not only is that okay, but it is also apparently okay for him to bring the golf league that he's in business with into the White House and pressure the other golf league, the rival golf league, to cut a deal. And guess what happens? The PGA, which had long said they were not going to host events at Trump's courses, after being hauled into the White House, looking the President of the United States in the eye, somebody they clearly have to do business with, they announced that they're going to start allowing their tournaments to be held at Trump courses. Big benefit to Donald Trump's personal bottom line. February 6th, 2 days later, Trump ends the criminal enforcement of the Foreign Agents Registration Act. Do you know what this is? You should. It requires people who are being paid by foreign governments to register. It's no longer going to be enforced. So now members of the Trump administration can get backdoor payments from foreign governments, and nobody is going to enforce the law. This isn't theoretical. There were people who got arrested for doing this exact same thing, getting paid by foreign governments while working for the Trump administration in term 1. He wants to make sure it's not a problem in term 2, so he pauses enforcement of the actual act. 4 days later, Trump eliminates the Consumer Financial Protection Bureau.
This is just a magnificent present to all of his billionaire enablers, because this is the agency that stops big businesses, banks, other financial firms from ripping off consumers, and now it's just shut down. The same day, DOJ drops charges against Eric Adams in a mind-blowingly public and brazen quid pro quo. Adams says he will pledge loyalty to Trump, that he's going to support Trump's political priorities in New York City. Trump drops the corruption charges against Adams. Just like the Ogles case, the door is now wide open to engage in corruption or criminality as long as you support Donald Trump. The thing that makes this one so egregious is that Adams and the White House go on TV to announce the corrupt deal, and they don't hide it. They just say that Adams is now supporting Donald Trump, and we're now going to drop the charges against him, and everybody gets the message. There's a lot of stuff I can get away with as a corrupt official as long as I am in bed politically with Donald Trump. Same day, February 10th, DOJ pauses enforcement of the Foreign Corrupt Practices Act. This is the law that stops American companies from bribing foreign governments in order to get business. On February 10th, Trump suspends enforcement of an anti-bribery statute, paving the way for his friends in corporate America to start bribing foreign governments. Again, 2 days later, the State Department forecasts that they are going to dramatically upscale the amount of money that they're going to send to Tesla. This is the first time that Elon Musk shows up in this story, because by February 12th, Elon Musk is pretty well embedded in the White House, and guess what? The State Department is now going to spend $400 million for armored Teslas, its largest expected contract in the upcoming year. February 12th, same day, Musk infiltrates the Department of Labor and OSHA, giving him exclusive secret access to labor law violation data against him and his competitors. Unethical, corrupt, but this stuff is just happening every single day. A few days later, on February 15th and 16th, Musk now starts really testing the limits of what his boss will let him get away with. He fires a specific set of regulators at the FDA that are reviewing one of his medical products, Neuralink. The message is clear: you got to do right by my applications, or you risk getting the axe too. 3 days later, on February 19th, Trump's new U.S. attorney for Washington, D.C., Ed Martin, starts to use his government power to harass Trump critics. He launches something called Operation Whirlwind, and he's pretty unapologetic about the fact that this is going to be an enforcement operation against anybody who just seeks to get in the way of DOJ. He doesn't say it's going after people who are acting illegally. He says anybody who tries to stop or protest or harass DOJ's work is now going to be the subject of Operation Whirlwind. And he starts trolling critics of DOJ online. The U.S. Attorney for D.C. is now just trolling DOJ critics online, obviously threatening criminal enforcement. You see what's happening here? We're 30 days into the administration, and everybody in Trump's world, including these supposedly independent U.S. attorneys, are getting the message that it is now part of your job, if you work for Trump, to use your government powers to either enrich yourself or Trump, or to help Trump politically. February 21st, 2 days later, the SEC drops a major investigation into a company called Robinhood. Why does this matter? You guessed it. This firm donated $2 million to Trump's inauguration fund. 30 days later, the SEC drops an investigation into that firm. Put a pin in that, because you're going to hear stories like it over and over again. Throughout February, we watched the rich guys that are surrounding Trump come up with new ways to monetize their positions. Kash Patel is a perfect example. He's the nominee to head the FBI, and maybe the most important independent bureau in the federal government. And while he is going through that process, he is selling merchandise online, ranging from T-shirts to playing cards, with the proceeds supposedly going to whistleblowers, education, and defamation cases. February 26th, news breaks that the FAA is considering giving a $2.4 billion contract to Elon Musk's Starlink. But it's not like a regular contract that's up for bid. It's a contract that was already awarded to one of Musk's competitors, Verizon. and word leaks that the White House is thinking of just ripping the contract away from Verizon, because Verizon is not a political supporter of Donald Trump in the way that Elon Musk is, and just giving it to Elon Musk. Now, that doesn't happen as reported. The contract has not been canceled yet, but there are regular reports of the administration still relentlessly attacking Verizon in a clear attempt to try to undermine their contract. February 27th, the next day, Trump drops a lawsuit against Capital One. Why does this matter? Capital One donated $1 million to Trump's inauguration fund. It's now just kind of automatic. You donate a big amount of money to Trump's inauguration, and you can ask him for something. We're not done. That same day, the SEC drops a lawsuit against Coinbase. You got the story now. Coinbase donated $1 million to Trump's inauguration fund. They are now told that it's okay to keep cheating consumers. We're not done. On February 28th, a day later, the DOJ announces that it would drop a complaint against SpaceX, Elon Musk's SpaceX, for labor discrimination. Elon's like, wait a second, all these other big donors to your inauguration are getting out of jail free. I want my get out of jail free card as well. He gets it from DOJ. We're now into March. March 1st, a report breaks. This is maybe second to Coinbase, the most stunning act of corruption. On March 1st, word breaks that Trump is selling meetings at Mar-a-Lago. On at least one occasion, Trump has charged guests $1 million to dine with him at Mar-a-Lago. According to the same report, business leaders can secure a one-on-one meeting with the President of the United States for a $5 million payment to Donald Trump. If you were mayor of a medium-sized town and it was reported that you were selling meetings for like $200, you would be arrested. You would be run out of town, but not Donald Trump. He's selling meetings for $5 million, according to this report. And because of the corruption in this White House is daily and normal, he gets away with it. March 2nd, Trump launches the Crypto Reserve Fund. This is going to involve government taxpayer dollars purchasing and holding a variety of digital assets in a strategic reserve fund, a move that definitely inflates and protects Trump's investment portfolio, by now, you understand, very heavily dependent on crypto assets. Now, this normally wouldn't be a problem, because normally when somebody takes a high position like president or governor or mayor, they divest from their own personal assets or they put it all in a blind fund. Trump does none of that. He's controlling his own assets. His family is controlling their own assets while he makes policy that benefits himself and his family financially. On March 3rd, a really curious thing, DOJ intervenes in an obscure but open and shut 2020 Colorado elections case. This is the case of Tina Peters, who tampered with voting machines on Trump's behalf in Mesa County, Colorado. She was convicted by a jury of her peers, open and shut. But because Peters is a MAGA loyalist, now DOJ on March 3rd says it's going to step in and review the case because there are concerns about how it was prosecuted. This is just President Trump, again, clearly shielding those that violated the law to help him from consequences. Same thing, different day. No, not even a different day. This is actually still March 3rd. Yuga Labs, a blockchain company, donated $100,000 to Trump inauguration fund. They now get in line. They get what everybody else is getting. The SEC closes an ongoing investigation into the company. On March 4th, Doge lays off thousands of IRS employees. This is bad for a lot of reasons, but it certainly helps Trump's Mar-a-Lago friends because the IRS now cannot enforce the law against the big giant tax cheats in the way that it could have when it had those personnel on the books. Mar-a-Lago is celebrating. March 4th, same day, word breaks that the Commerce Department is considering changes to this very specific rural broadband program and who's eligible. Why? Because Elon Musk wants to dominate that program. Under the program's original rules, Starlink was kind of capped at $4.1 billion. This curious change now will allow Elon Musk's company Starlink to receive between $10 billion and $20 billion from the rural broadband program. This is like a broken record, but 6 days later, the CFPB, which is basically shut down but exists in name only, it drops a lawsuit against the Bank of America and JP Morgan. Bank of America donated $500,000 to the inauguration. JP Morgan donated $1 million to the inauguration. On March 11th, a day later, Trump and Musk hold this now very well-known advertisement for Tesla on the White House lawn. This is just taxpayer dollars used to support the personnel at the White House and the White House being used to sell cars for Elon Musk. And the message, again, is pretty simple here. If you are loyal to me and you pay any kind of price for your loyalty to me, I will use government resources to help you, to get you out of trouble, even including free advertising. On March 19th, or 8 days later, the GEO Group donated $500,000 to Trump's inauguration fund. This is a private prison company, and the NLRB drops its investigation into this company. I mean, it's really getting disgusting at this point. I mean, I don't know that there's anybody left that made a major donation to the inauguration fund that has not gotten their favor from Donald Trump. On March 24th, the Treasury Department guts something called the Corporate Transparency Act. This is the regulation that requires businesses to reveal their true owners to the government. These new rules now make it easier for billionaires to hide money, to avoid taxes, to engage in corruption. Less accountability for corporations. March 25th, a day later, the SEC reduces from $125 million to $50 million an existing fine. So this has already been litigated. This company, Ripple, it's a blockchain-based digital payment company. It's been fined, and Trump comes in and reduces the fine from $125 million to $50 million. You know the story by now. These guys made a big investment in the inauguration. Most of these companies that got to get out of jail free or have their investigations terminated were giving $500,000, $1 million. Ripple wanted to make sure they got it right. They made a $5 million donation to Trump's inaugural fund, and they got their fine reduced by $75 million. March 28th, Trump pardons the founder of Nikola Autos, one of his campaign mega donors. Again, this is a pardon for one of his major campaign contributors. When asked about the pardon, Trump said, they say the thing they did was wrong, but he was one of the first people who supported me for president. Like, he just tells you what he did. He said, yeah, they said what he did was wrong. I mean, he did something that was probably pretty wrong, but he supported me for president, so I'm giving him a pardon. I'm not saying that there hasn't been a lot of really bad stuff that's happened in the pardon program under Democratic and Republican presidents, but let's just name it when Donald Trump names it. April 8th, we're into April. Trump issues an executive order to expand coal mining. This is part of his down payment on the promise he made to those oil executives. The shares of the company owned by by Joseph Kraft, the billionaire coal magnate who helped lead those Trump fundraising efforts during the presidential campaign, immediately shoots up. On April 9th, this really curious timeline of events plays out in which Trump posts on his social media, "This is a great time to buy." A lot of his followers comply. They make investments in the market. There's reports and speculation that many of his inner circle might have done the same thing. And then a couple hours later, he announces that he's pausing most of his tariffs. And the market shoots up. People who followed his directions online make a lot of money. And potentially other people who had access to that insider information might have made a lot of money as well. On April 17th, Musk steers billions of taxpayer dollars to something called the Golden Dome. Reuters on April 17th reports that Elon Musk's rocket and satellite company, SpaceX, has emerged as the front runner to develop Trump's proposed Golden Dome. This is a really ill-defined, technologically unproven defense system. It supposedly has a price tag of hundreds of billions of dollars, money that now looks as if it will be funneled directly to Elon Musk. At this point, it is just head shaking. On April 23rd, now it's like he can do anything he wants. Like, he has just blown the lid off of any expectations about what a president can and cannot do to enrich himself. On April 23rd, a message appears on the homepage of the website for Trump's meme coin declaring that the top 220 meme coin holders would be invited for an exclusive dinner with Trump, and the top 25 coin holders, these are private investors in Donald Trump's financial empire, would get a special VIP tour of the White House. After the message went up, the price of Trump's coin jumped by more than 50%. in the 2 days following the announcement of the special VIP tour in the People's House, the White House, Trump and his allies made nearly $1 million in trading fees alone. They are just selling access to the White House out in the open. April 26th, Trump's family, this is just last weekend, announces the launch of a private club called the Executive Branch, a new private club in Washington. The initiation fee is around $500,000. It is advertised as a place where you can hold secret audiences with the Trump administration as long as you pay Donald Trump's family and their financial backers over $500,000 in membership fees. It is apparently already sold out. This is not normal. None of this is normal. This is outlandish. This is illegal. This is unconstitutional, brazen corruption. And this is only the first 100 days. I just detailed 40 instances of mind-blowing corruption in just 40 days, capped off by an attempt to just sell access to the White House to people who put money in the pocket of Donald Trump's personal businesses. Donald Trump wants to numb this country into believing that this is just how government works, that he's owed this, that every president is owed this, that government has always been corrupt and he's just doing it out in the open. But this is not how government works. This has been the story of his first 100 days, but it's our choice as a nation to allow it to be the story of the rest of his term. We need to expose what he is doing. We need to rally everybody from the left to the right. Nobody in this country, whether you are hardened conservative or a hardened progressive, should root for the President of the United States to be enriching himself off of this position. We need to rally this nation against this corruption and bring it to an end. Because if Donald Trump gets what he wants, and we just start allowing our government's leaders to openly steal from us during the first 100 days or for the rest of his term, then I am telling you, American democracy is not going to survive. I yield the floor.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, usually public corruption happens in secret. The politicians that do it, they know it's wrong to accept money in exchange for favorable government treatment, and so they hide it until they're found out. A textbook example would be Louisiana Governor Edwin Edwards, who in the 1990s was quietly taking bribes from businessmen who wanted to get licenses for riverboat casinos. In the late 1990s, Edwards was convicted of the crimes of extortion, racketeering, money laundering. The way in which he was doing it was like out of a movie. In one instance, a businessman handed the governor a suitcase full of $100 bills totaling $400,000, all in order to get a 6-0 commission ruling in favor of this casino. Eventually, as with most all corrupt officials who are taking money privately, Edwards was discovered, he was disgraced, and he went to jail. As we speak, our president, Donald Trump, is going to the Middle East on a public corruption tour. He's no less corrupt than Edwin Edwards of Louisiana. In fact, he's way more corrupt. Edwin Edwards took $400,000. Well, in the Middle East, Donald Trump will cement deals totaling in the billions in exchange for favorable treatment by the U.S. federal government for these Gulf countries. The key difference is that Donald Trump isn't hiding it like other corrupt officials are. He's not ashamed. He's not doing it in secret. His corruption is wildly public, and his hope is that by doing it publicly, he can con the American people into thinking that it's not corruption because he's not hiding it. But what he's doing in reality is no different than any other corrupt public official who does it in private, other than the fact that Trump's corruption, his foreign policy corruption, is just so much bigger in scope and the impact that it has on the American people than anything a corrupt mayor or a corrupt governor may have done. Trump's first major foreign trip, and he just landed, is to Saudi Arabia, Qatar, and UAE. Not because these are our most important allies in the world, not because these are the most important countries in the world, not because he's going there talk about making the Middle East more safe and more secure. No, his first trip is to these three countries because these are the three countries that have agreed to pay Donald Trump money. Donald Trump is going to collect tribute, and it's all just out in the open. Frankly, it's pretty easy to see this coming. Recent former presidents, Republicans and Democrats, have always very seriously and studiously avoided even the appearance of a conflict of interest. President Bush placed his assets into a qualified blind trust where investment decisions were made without his knowledge or input. Both Biden and Obama divested all of their assets except for cash and mutual funds. They didn't enter into any new business ventures while in the White House. In contrast, Trump has refused to abide by these standard ethics rules. His family runs his business, but nobody honestly believes that the kids are really in charge. President Trump is still calling the shots. His interests are not in a blind trust. He's made no pledge that he won't do new deals, even with foreign entities, while he's in office. In fact, he is doing deals seemingly every single week. He's open for business, and every foreign government knows it. In fact, it appears that right now the Gulf states are trying to outdo each other to up the price of buying an American president. And because Trump is greedy and he's insecure, he wants to fit in with the billionaire class, he is traveling to the region with his hat out for further solicitations. So let's ask, what is the going rate right now for a Gulf country to buy access to Donald Trump, to get favorable treatment from the federal government? For Qatar, we recently found out it's a $400 million luxury plane. This plane has been opulently configured for royal use. It's not a gift to the U.S. government. It's a personal gift to the president. The terms of the arrangement apparently include a stipulation that after Trump leaves office, it will be transferred to Trump, to his presidential library, which means Trump gets the so-called floating palace for himself. This is outrageous. We've never seen anything like this before in American history. A foreign government gifting a $400 million luxury plane to the President of the United States. This is spelled out as blatantly unconstitutional by our founding fathers. They wrote into the Constitution a specific clause called the Emoluments Clause, which prohibits federal office holders from accepting gifts from any king, prince, or foreign state without the consent of Congress. Like, how much clearer could it be? It's unconstitutional. It's illegal. The founding fathers knew it was an evil to have members of Congress or the President of the United States accepting expensive gifts from a foreign nation who in exchange want favors from the U.S. government. Donald Trump's acceptance of the luxury plane from a foreign monarch is basically the corruption that our founding fathers were seeking to prevent. But that's not all he's getting from Qatar. The Trump Organization recently signed a $5.5 billion golf course and real estate deal with Dar Global and Qatari Dar, a firm established by Qatar's sovereign wealth fund. $5.5 billion. While Trump's in office, it would have been unthinkable for any previous president to enter into a $5.5 billion business deal with anybody, never mind a foreign government, while they are in office, and it still should be unthinkable. Now, Qatar is a U.S. ally. It's a very important ally, but they're a complicated country. They have their own interests, some of which do not overlap with ours. A foreign government like Qatar should not have a $5 billion chit hanging over the head of a sitting U.S. president, and they should not be gifting him a $400 million plane. That should kind of go without saying. For Saudi Arabia, the price is also in the billions. Soon after leaving the White House, in Trump's first term, his son-in-law, Jared Kushner, created a private equity firm and got a $2 billion investment from Saudi Arabia. The board of the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund questioned whether this was smart to invest that much money in a totally unproven fund, but the Saudi Crown Prince himself overruled the board, undoubtedly seeing the political advantage of investing directly with the Trump family. But this was only the beginning. The Trump family has put things into overdrive during the second term. Within his first 3 weeks of office, Trump convened a meeting at the White House with the head of the Saudi Sovereign Wealth Fund, not to discuss matters of state, but to negotiate a deal between the PGA and the Saudi-backed LIV Golf Tour. You want to know why? To try to bring PGA tournaments back to Trump golf courses. Convene a meeting in the White House with the Saudis in order to enrich himself. In addition to the $5 billion Qatari real estate deal, the Trump Organization is also partnering with a Saudi firm on a $1 billion Trump-branded hotel and tower in Dubai. The property's website, this is unbelievable. The property's website, this is a Trump-financed property along with a Saudi investment fund, offers free 10-year golden visas to the United States, hinting at the opportunity for investors in Trump's property to buy residency in the United States and a pathway to citizenship. For the UAE, the price is somewhere north of $2 billion. Last week, Eric Trump and World Liberty Financial co-founder Zach Witkoff spoke at a conference in Dubai on crypto called Token 2049. As an aside here, it's just so fantastic and bone-chilling how transparent these guys are in their use of public positions to enrich themselves. I'm going to tell the story of Trump's stablecoin and the corruption with the Emiratis. But let's just pause for a second and consider the fact that the Trump family could have partnered with anybody in the world on their new crypto venture, World Liberty Financial. But of all the people in the world to partner with on this new crypto venture, they chose the son of Trump's Middle East envoy. Trump's Middle East envoy, the guy who's making all the decisions on U.S. policy in the Middle East, just to make it crystal clear to the Gulf countries that when they deal with World Liberty Financial, Trump's crypto venture, that they are dealing directly with the people responsible for making U.S. policy in the Middle East. It's just stunning. Literally, the sons of the president and the sons of the Middle East envoy running a crypto venture and then going directly into the Middle East in order to find their first investment. And guess what? Miracle, they found it. MGX, an investment firm backed by the Emirati government at this conference, announced that they had looked at all the crypto companies in the world that they could partner with to invest $2 billion in the crypto exchange Binance, and they selected, wait for it, drum roll, the company run by the sons of the President of the United States and the U.S. Middle East envoy. $2 billion. Now, World Liberty's role in this transaction is not that complicated. It's kind of similar to a bank. MGX, this Emirati firm, deposits $2 billion with the firm and in return receives the stablecoin to be used on these crypto exchanges. The firm holds on to these dollars, invests them, and keeps the profits for themselves. So the Trump-Witkoff company just gets basically a gift of capital. And if they just use that $2 billion to invest in treasury bonds, it would profit around $85 million a year from these investments alone. And the money goes directly to Trump, just directly to Trump. It's literally not complicated. Emiratis, World Liberty Financial, Donald Trump. This isn't 1990s Louisiana. Nobody's hiding it. On World Liberty's website, they say an entity affiliated with Donald J. Trump owns 60% of the equity in the company. And because of this deal, Trump and Witkoff can further capitalize because Trump's stablecoin just became the fifth most valuable stablecoin in the world because of the Emirati investment. And if the plane and the real estate deals and the private equity fund investment and the stablecoin weren't enough for you, Trump has found one last way for Gulf money to flow seamlessly into his pocket. It's called the Trump meme coin. What's the business model here? Trump gets a huge payment whenever he releases a batch of these meme coins, which, by the way, have no underlying value other than just the demand that people have for Trump's coin. And then each time a Trump coin is bought or sold, a small fee is routed directly to the company owned by Trump. According to one analysis, nearly $325 million in fees have been accrued since the coin was launched in January. Just 3 months, 4 months, 4.5 months, $325 million worth of fees. Trump hides the buyers of the coin. In this way, the meme coin is kind of a little bit like Louisiana corruption. But we know that the majority of the buyers aren't Americans who want to help Trump make this nation great again. The majority of the buyers of Trump coin are super rich foreigners, princes, oligarchs, authoritarians, who are buying the coin in order to get in good with Trump or to get something in exchange. Now, one great thing about buying the coin is that you get access to Trump and the White House. And again, they're not hiding this. 2 weeks ago, Trump announced that he would host a private dinner at the White House with seats reserved exclusively for the top 220 Trump coin holders. In 2 days since the announcement, Trump's company made $900,000 in fees because everybody, mostly foreigners, many of them probably in the Gulf, were buying up the coin as quickly as they could in order to get one of these seats. If a mayor of a small town was selling meetings at City Hall for $1,000, he would be run out of town on a rail. But that's exactly what Donald Trump is doing in the Middle East and all over the world. As foreign buyers line up to buy the meme coin, guaranteed private access to Donald Trump at the White House. You cannot make this up. Now, the obvious question for the average American is, okay, what does this mean for me? Like somebody living in New Britain, Connecticut, might think it's kind of gross that Trump is lining his pockets as president, but they want to know, how does this actually affect me? Well, the most simple way to think about this is that if the guy that you elected to protect us and make our lives better is spending most of his time alternating between playing golf and cutting deals for himself, he's not protecting you. He's not spending any time trying to lower costs or defeat our enemies. Corruption, it can be a full-time job for Donald Trump. And that's a pretty lousy deal for the American people. But more importantly, when our foreign policy is for sale, we are less safe. Let me give you an example relative to the trip that Donald Trump is on right now. These countries aren't padding Donald Trump's pockets because they like him. They are paying him in order to get things from the federal government, from the U.S. government, without having to make any actual policy concessions that would benefit the U.S. people. Before anybody could begin to process the brazen corruption of the UAE Trump-Witkoff crypto deal, reports very quickly emerged that the Trump administration was considering changing regulations to make it easier for the country of UAE to purchase highly advanced semiconductors from U.S. manufacturers. This was a huge priority of the Emiratis, but the restrictions are on the UAE for a reason. The UAE has a very troubling and very close security relationship with China. And so the reason why we didn't allow U.S. companies to sell semiconductors directly to the UAE is because we believe that it would very easily become a conduit to China getting their hand on these advanced semiconductors and being able to leapfrog the United States in the business of advanced AI. But all of a sudden, once the cash payment to Trump through the crypto venture was announced, Trump signaled that he was willing to throw our security concerns out the window and transfer this sensitive technology to the UAE, even though it's likely that China will get their hands on this technology, allowing China to put themselves in a position to leapfrog us in the race for advanced AI. That would be a disaster for the American people, but that's what's happening. We might hand AI leadership to China because that's the price of Trump getting paid. And as long as he gets paid, he doesn't seem to care about the impact on regular Americans. The White House is open for business, and the Trump family is proudly advertising to the world where to send the check. They aren't trying to hide it. A $400 million luxury plane gifted to the President of the United States right as he is going over to negotiate potentially sensitive security arrangements with the Gulf countries. Every American, every Republican, every supposed national security advocate in the Senate should be outraged by this. We could look the other way, or we could join together, Republicans and Democrats, to stand up for this country and do something about it. I've joined with Senators Schatz and Coons and Booker to introduce a resolution condemning the acceptance of the plane. It's a blatant violation of the Emoluments Clause. We could stand together as a Senate to vote for that resolution. I've introduced legislation to make it illegal for presidents or members of Congress and their family members to profit off of crypto coins while they hold federal office. We could join together in that effort. I will personally seek to block any arms sale that is announced as part of this trip with a country that is personally investing in Donald Trump and his family. I will force a full Senate debate and a vote on these sales. Foreign leaders need to know that there will be a price for participating in the corruption of the American presidency. This level of corruption is so gross that even Trump's most hardened MAGA sycophants are turning against him. I didn't think I'd see the day, but people like Ben Shapiro and Laura Loomer, who fawn over Trump, can't believe he is so crass as to think that it's okay to accept planes as a gift in exchange for U.S. national security concessions. This isn't America first. This is not what he promised the American people. This is Trump first. He is willing to put our nation's security at risk, take unconstitutional bribes, just so he can fly himself and his Mar-a-Lago golf buddies around the world in gold-plated luxury planes gifted to him by foreign governments, all while at the same time he tells Americans that they should be okay buying fewer school supplies for their kids or fewer birthday presents for their grandchildren because he's driving prices up for non-billionaires in this country. All while at the same time, he's kicking 13 million people off of their health care. Trump lines his pockets. He corrupts our foreign policy to enrich himself while driving up prices and stealing health care from average Americans. It's a national security disaster, and it's a moral abomination. I yield the floor.
The chair recognizes the senior senator from Ohio.
As if in legislative session and notwithstanding Rule 22, I ask unanimous consent that the Senate proceed to immediate consideration of S. 1771, which is at the desk. Further, I ask that the bill be considered read a third time and passed, and that the motion to reconsider be considered made and laid upon the table.
Is there an objection? Chair recognizes the senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, I'm going to object, but I think the senator has some remarks. Well, Mr. President, I object, and I will.
Objection noted.
And I will let the senator explain the reasons for the motion he is making, and then afterwards I will comment on the reasons for my objection.
Objections heard. Chair recognizes senator from Ohio.
It's now indisputable that the last 4 years saw more injuries and more deaths of law enforcement officers than at any time in American history. Let me just read to you, Mr. President, some of the data. From 2021 to 2023, more officers were feloniously killed than in any other consecutive 3-year period of time over the last 20 years. Let me repeat that. More deaths over the last 3 years than at any 3-year period in the last 20 years. Let me give you the numbers. 194 officers were killed from 2021 to 2023. Last year, in 2024, 234 police officers were killed in the line of duty. Tomorrow, we will see their families on the Capitol. We will see the moms that no longer have their kids, the kids that no longer have their moms and dads, the sisters that don't have their brothers, the brothers that don't have their sisters. 234 officers just last year, including a Cleveland police officer that, Mr. President, I think you know well. His name is Jamison Ritter, and I wear his badge today with an honor. He was killed on the 4th of July, responding to a police call in Cleveland. Good person, went in there, gave all the notice he could. As the arrests were being made, the assailant shot and killed him. Imagine that phone call. Mr. President, you have now almost adult kids and daughters, and you have an adult son, I believe. Imagine getting that phone call that your child has been killed in the line of duty, a person who put their entire life at risk for us, for our communities. And my colleague from Connecticut, in his state, just a year ago, and I hope he remembers it, I'm sure he does, because I assume he's a good man. There's a gentleman named Aaron Pelletier. He got killed a year ago. He was a Connecticut state trooper, killed in a line of duty. He's one of those 234 people. And just sadly, a week and a half ago, Larry Henderson, retired, my age, retired from the Hamilton County Sheriff's Department. You know, you go to some places and they always go to a funeral and they say he was a good man, and you're not sure if people meant it or not because it's a terrible time of tragedy. As I walked into the Syntax Center, a place where you have large gatherings of people, there was line out the door, cars around the corner to pay tribute to him and his family. You know what everybody said? Of all the people, how could it have happened to Larry? A good man. I talked to his wife, talked to him about this bill and how important this was to the community to get this done. And as I was telling her that, she gave me a big hug and said, please fight for Larry and for the others that wear the uniform so that this does not happen again. In 2025, the list keeps growing. We continue to see more and more fallen officers. So what's the solution? And I understand that my colleague has objected, but I'm going to assume that he's listening carefully and is not just ignoring what I'm saying, but rather willing to change your mind. Because here's the reality. There's a lot of things that happens here on the Senate floor. There's a lot of things that we may not agree with. There's lots of policies where we maybe have one viewpoint on the Republican side and one on the Democrat side, and that's fine, and that's healthy. And I think that's what this institution was intended to be. In my humble opinion, having been here 4.5 months, I wish there was more debate, that there was more robust conversations about the issues, but here we are. But this is a very simple bill. This bill just says, look, let's just make certain that there's federal jurisdiction whenever a federal law enforcement officer is killed or injured in a line of duty. And let's make certain that we have the police officers' backs like they have ours, and put a mandatory 20-year prison sentence for anybody that harms a member of law enforcement. That's it. It's not a 2,000-page bill. It's not a 4,000-page bill. It's a 3-page bill. It's just a simple way that this institution, this body, can come together. And in your case, to my colleague from Connecticut, you've had Aaron Pelletier. I'm sure you and your community suffered greatly when you lost him in the line of duty, just as my community in Southwest Ohio and Cincinnati suffered when this great man, after retiring from the line of duty, after retiring, he's out directing traffic for a graduation at the University of Cincinnati and was absolutely murdered for the crime of wearing the uniform. We can stop this. We can today. Today can be a day that people, Americans watching, who have less and less faith in our government's ability to come together to get things done, when they see bickering and arguing, that they don't quite understand what it is that we're doing here, today's a day that we can come together and say we, on both sides, not as Democrats or as Republicans, but as Americans, that we support law enforcement. And that's what I'm asking my Democrat colleague to consider. just a simple statement. We, the entire United States Senate, can come together for once, unanimously, and say we have the backs of law enforcement and pass the Larry Henderson Act. Thank you, Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I appreciate the gentleman's remarks. I look forward to getting to know him as a new colleague. But let me explain to the gentleman why I objected. I abhor attacks on police officers, all police officers, and no matter the motive. But that is not the position of Republicans in the Senate. On the day that President Trump was sworn into office, he pardoned scores of violent felons who beat police officers, and my Republican colleagues, almost to a member, cheered him on and supported him. Donald Trump pardoned David Dempsey, who on January 6th beat Capitol and D.C. police officers with his hands, feet, flagpoles, crutches, broken pieces of furniture, anything else that he could find that could be used as a weapon. He teamed up with another rioter who pulled back one police officer's gas mask while Dempsey sprayed pepper spray in his eyes. He hit another police officer over the head with a metal crutch with so much force that it cracked the protective shield of the officer's gas mask, causing him to collapse as his ears started ringing. Donald Trump also pardoned DJ Rodriguez. On January 6th, Rodriguez pushed through the crowds, found a police officer, and put a taser to his head. When the police officer screamed out in pain and recoiled from the shock, Rodriguez attacked him again, tasering him this time in the neck. The officer was done. He collapsed, unconscious. Another officer pulled his lifeless body to safety. That attack ended that officer's career. Thomas Webster was pardoned by Donald Trump, too. Webster attacked police officers with a flagpole. He tackled one officer to the ground, dragged him by the helmet, ripped off his gas mask to allow tear gas to seep inside, and held the officer down so that other rioters could brutally kick him. I oppose all violence against all police officers. So I don't understand why there seems to be an exemption for the violence that was perpetrated against the officers who protect us. Your bill proposes a new mandatory minimum for assaults against police officers that you are not applying to the officers who beat the people who protect us. They were let out of jail free. DJ Rodriguez, David Dempsey, Thomas Webster. Republicans cheered as they were let out of jail before their sentence was completed. And so if we're serious about protecting police officers, then we need to protect all police officers. If police officers are protecting Democrats, because that's who those rioters were here to kill or here to hurt, then those assaults should matter. If Donald Trump says the assault is okay, that shouldn't matter. Yes, I have stood by the side of the families of slain or injured police officers. But think about the families of those officers who were brutally beaten here at the Capitol. Think about the officer who was dragged unconscious from the site. His attacker was let out of jail, no mandatory minimum. Politics shouldn't have anything to do with our collective decision to stand up against attacks on police officers. So I offer this objection because I just don't feel like this bill is on the level until we have agreement in this chamber that President Trump doesn't get to decide which attacks on police officers we care about and which ones we don't. We shouldn't pass this bill until Republicans make it clear that they oppose all attacks on police, no exceptions, no exemptions. Republicans need to loudly oppose President Trump's pardons, because if you don't, you are sending a message that if you are carrying out attacks on police officers in the name of President Trump's political agenda, or you are carrying out attacks on police officers who are defending Democrats, that those attacks might end up being pardoned or excused. And our nation just fades away. What makes our nation great fades away if violence is okay if it's in service of a particular political agenda, or if the attacks are in service of the president. So I do take attacks against our police officers seriously. But I don't think we should move forward legislation that implicitly has exemptions in it. And so let's get on the same page. Let's come to a collective decision as a body that we care about all violence against police officers. Let's hear every member of this body condemn President Trump's pardons. Let's come to the conclusion that politics should never play a role in enforcing our laws against police violence. So I look forward to working with the senator on that endeavor. And if we can come to that conclusion jointly as a body, then I look forward to working with him on this legislation. Thank you, Mr. President.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Ohio.
So first, let me just say I appreciate my colleagues' willingness to acknowledge that we have to support law enforcement. The reason I went into elected office is to prevent these types of debates. I'm proposing legislation that's clear you support. You want to make certain that we punish anybody who harms a member of law enforcement. Very simple. The objection isn't about looking forward. The objection is saying, well, I can't support something going forward because I'm upset about something that happened in the past. That is a political comment. That isn't a matter of what's good for public policy. Tell Lori Henderson why her husband had to die because you're upset about something politically that happened in this chamber. I wasn't here last year. I wasn't here the year before that. I wasn't here the year before that. And I certainly wasn't here in 2001. If we're going to move forward as a nation, we have to come together on a forward-looking basis and say we have to draw the line now and say no more law enforcement officers should ever be harmed. And what this bill will do is it'll send a massive chilling effect to anybody looking to harm a member of law enforcement. You should look at that and say that's fantastic. And if you want to have a conversation about what happened 4.5 years ago, where you know better than I do, you've been here a lot longer, the Constitution gives the president full pardon power. Joe Biden pardoned almost 10,000 people, including 32 people who were on death row and commuted their sentences to life instead of death, which is what they had been convicted to do. I don't want to have that debate because it has nothing to do with Larry Henderson. This bill is about saying we will protect law enforcement. And the people watching this are so hungry for a government that works. We don't have to wear a Republican jersey and a Democrat jersey at every turn. We can come together as a country and say, look, you said you agree. You said you agree that it should be a standard for all federal police officers. That's what I'm proposing. Every single member of the Capitol Police, every single member of the FBI, of ICE, U.S. Marshals, anybody who protects all of us. And by the way, the people who look to do us harm don't know if we're Democrats or Republicans. I had a gentleman drive to my home from Toledo when I wasn't there. Knocked on our door. My wife is not used to not answering the door and somebody knocks. He was there to kill me. Thank God the Westlake Police Department is 90 seconds away. If we don't put a stop to this, if we don't just put down our little lapel pins that call us Democrat or Republican, we're never going to be able to do anything in this country. And let me finish real quick. The point is very simple. I get it. I get it. Politics has become a sport. It's about one team winning and one team losing. But that's why I ran for office, and I hope you can remember back when you first ran for office. What is it that you wanted to really accomplish? Did you want to make this country better for your kids and grandkids? Be able to look them in the eye someday and say, I made this country better. We do that by coming together on things that we can easily agree on. And we agree. We agree that we should defend law enforcement. Let's do it now. Not next week, not next month, because between now and then, we're going to lose more Larry Hendersons. I find that unacceptable. I would imagine to my colleague, what the families tomorrow of the 234 slain officers, what they would feel like for them to come to the U.S. Capitol and say, look, in this time of Democrats versus Republicans where they can't agree on anything seemingly, they came together to say, today, we will never allow another federal police officer to be harmed in the line of duty. And I know you objected, but I'll ask you one last time. I think and we don't need to go on all evening. I don't have Cory Booker's stamina. But I will say this. Please consider the message you're sending to every single mom or dad that puts on the uniform. It says there's a process question. I don't like the process in which this is happening. I'm mad at my political enemy. I may have, or others may have, political aspirations, and this may hurt us. Think about that family who does wake up every day to protect you just the same way they protect me. God bless them. And with that, I'll yield the floor.
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, you're right. The senator from Ohio was not here on January 6th, and your political affiliation mattered that day. It mattered that day. Those rioters were here to harm not allies of President Trump, but opponents of President Trump. They had a gallows outside with Mike Pence's name on it. They were searching the halls of the Capitol for people who opposed Donald Trump's agenda. So I agree with you that it would be wonderful and lovely to remove this debate from politics. But on that day, there were bad people here seeking to do violence based upon the political affiliations of people in this building. And the reason that they were pardoned was because President Trump supported the violence so long it was in his name. So yes, it does matter what happened, not just on that day, but when Trump issued the pardons, because it provides this message of endorsement to violence so long as it's violence that Donald Trump supports. That puts officers in jeopardy all over the country. If the potential perpetrators of violence against police officers have an idea in their head that if they're doing it in support of Donald Trump, they have a pretty good chance to get away with it. I don't think anyone who assaults a police officer should get out of jail early. And so let me put the question to you. Maybe we can find common ground right now. I recited to you the violence that was perpetrated on police officers here by 3 specific rioters. Do you support Donald Trump's decision to let those 3 individuals out of jail early? I think it'd be important for you as a Republican member to say that you oppose Donald Trump's decision to let those perpetrators out of jail early. And we could have common cause today in that we both oppose all early releases of individuals who attack police officers. So do you agree with me that it was wrong to release those 3 individuals early from prison?
Look, as my colleague knows...
Chair recognizes senator from Ohio.
As my colleague knows, again, better than I do, the President of the United States is given a constitutional authority for pardon.
Regardless of whether he has that power, do you agree with his decision?
And there's no mechanism in which this body can change that. But what we can change is what happens from here forward. We can say that anybody who harms a police officer is going to do 20 years in prison. Now, Biden pardoned 9,500 people. 9,500 people. This is not the debate that we're having. You know what I found in business that's maybe a little bit different than politics? The way to be successful is to look forward. If in business, all you do is look in the mirror and blame and try to score points, you lose. We have to look forward. You just said we have common cause. You don't want police. I believe, by the way, you and I
Let's
don't.
have common cause right now. Let's decide.
Hold on.
Let's decide that it was not okay for Donald Trump to let the people who brutally beat police officers out of jail early. Let's find common cause right now. That would be in service of preventing violence against police officers in the future, because we could make it clear, you and I could make it clear right now, that it doesn't matter whether you are committing violence in the name of Donald Trump or not. It's wrong if you commit violence against police officers. Why can't you just agree to that?
As my colleague knows, let me just restate.
Just say yes.
Let me just state this again very simply. I haven't interrupted you. I'd ask you to give me the same courtesy.
I apologize.
That's okay. Look, we don't know each other. We acknowledge that. I actually believe that in everybody there's the innate desire to do good. That Democrats and Republicans love this country. This country is a gift to me. I came here from another country, as you know, and got the ability to live in this country. The issue at hand in front of us, what we can do right now, is pass the Larry Henderson Act, something that you've acknowledged that you agree with the elements in that bill. Mandatory 20 years, anybody who harms a federal law enforcement officer, you said you agree on that. We can have 100 distractions that go right back into another conversation. If you want to have a conversation, which, by the way, because I've gotten to preside, you've had that conversation multiple times. You and your colleagues have had it, and you should, and you deserve to have it. That's not the issue before us today. The issue before us today is, do we want more Larry Hendersons? So you asked me a question. I'd ask you a question. If in the next week you knew that there was another Aaron Pelletier, and we could have avoided that because we could have had a deterrent of 20-year jail sentence for that person, what would you feel you would tell their family? I was fighting a 4.5-year-old grudge? Or do you know that you can make a difference right now? We can do this right now. That's what the American public may not know. I didn't know until I got here. We can actually pass this bill for the United States Senate right now. Right now, we would make news. We'd make history. We passed a bill. Somebody from Ohio that you would consider to be maybe in a pejorative, a MAGA extremist, and somebody who would say maybe disparaging things about your political beliefs, both you and I, who've never met, never had a conversation, never shared a cup of coffee, we could save the lives of law enforcement officers all over this country. We could do that tonight. I ask you a question. Is it worth risking the life of a law enforcement officer to score political points?
Mr. President.
Chair recognizes the senator from
I
Connecticut.
understand the senator is new. I just remind him that you are not allowed to impugn the motives of members of the Senate. Listen, I think it's unfortunate that you cannot, and other Republicans cannot, say that the individuals who beat the living hell out of the police officers who protect us should not have gotten out of jail free. I don't think that's a separate issue from the broader concern about protecting police officers from violence, because I think what you have done in endorsing violence, as long as it's perpetrated in the name of a political agenda, is to make every police officer in this country less safe, and to make all of us less safe as well. And so I think if we want to come together around an agenda to protect members of law enforcement, then yes, it is very important. It is very important for the future protection of the law enforcement officers, the police officers who protect us, to hear loudly from Republicans that there is no exception to the premise that you will serve a long prison sentence if you commit an assault on a police officer. So I look forward to continuing this dialogue with my colleague. I admit that we do not know each other. Maybe we can find common ground here. But this is not a small issue. The normalization of political violence in this country could be the defining issue of the next decade. And I think that my Republican colleagues will rue the day that they look the other way when Donald Trump said that it is okay to beat police officers over the head with flagpoles, to taser them to the point that they were unconscious, just because you are serving President Trump's political agenda. That's not a side issue. That's not a fringe issue. That issue of endorsement of political violence, it may be central to the question of whether this democracy survives. So I know we have a pending vote, and our colleagues are eager to get home. I look forward to continuing the conversation with my colleague. Thank you, Madam President. The U.S. Constitution and the American people give the American president vast power. The power to decide how billions of dollars are spent, the power to oversee the entire federal criminal justice system, the power to sell arms around the world, to deploy millions of American soldiers, to negotiate peace treaties. We give him these powers, the Constitution gives the president these powers so that he uses them on our behalf to deploy that vast power of the American presidency to increase our quality of life, to protect the American people. We place immense trust in the president not to abuse these incredible authorities that are given to him. But Donald Trump is abusing that authority in ways that honestly shock the conscience. Donald Trump is using the power of his office not to help or protect us, but to enrich himself and his family. He is doing it publicly, brazenly, out in the open. He is, in effect, daring us, specifically daring the legislative branch, the co-equal branch, to stop him. Nearly 3 weeks ago, news broke that the White House had dialed up one of our key allies in the Middle East, the government of Qatar, and it asked that the Qataris give the president a luxury jet that is reportedly worth upwards of $400 million. Now, the nicest jet that I have ever been on is Air Force One, and it's really nice. But the jet that Trump wants to make Air Force One, that he's asking for from the Qataris, makes Air Force One, the current version, look like a tenement house. The Qatari jet that he is asking for, its interior is designed by a famed French designer, complete with a flowing grand staircase, sculpted ceilings, plush carpeting, leather couches, gold furnishings. The plane has been called the world's most luxurious private jet. It includes 9 bathrooms, 5 kitchens, swanky lounges, and a master bedroom suite. Now, the arrangement that Trump proposed to the Qataris would briefly pass the jet through U.S. government hands, but only as reported for just a year or two before it would end up belonging personally to Donald Trump. The U.S. government would essentially be a straw purchaser. The real owner of the jet, for all practical purposes, would be Donald Trump. Now, this kind of gift, a $400 million luxury jet, it has no precedent in American history. No president has ever asked for, never mind been given, a $400 million gift from a foreign nation. Why? Well, because presidents know that that's crossing a line. That is a massive abuse of their power. The leverage that presidents have over other countries that they could use to ask for millions of dollars in gifts, it's supposed to be used to benefit the nation's security, not to enrich themselves. But also, it's just illegal. There is a very specific clause in the Constitution that forbids this kind of gift from a foreign government to a president. And this body is supposed to be in charge of helping to enforce the Constitution. Our founders wrote that clause into the Constitution because they worried about this exact situation where a president is using his authority like a monarch or a king to make himself the richest person in the world. Now, the Qatar government feels like it had little choice but to say yes when asked for this $400 million gift. Again, briefly to the U.S. government, but really, for all practical purposes, to the president. They felt like they had no choice precisely because an American president has so much power. They have so much leverage, especially over a vulnerable country in the Middle East. In this case, Qatar really needs to keep the United States on its side. Middle East politics, they shift really quickly, and during Trump's first term, when the Qataris were not close to Trump, they paid a price. They found themselves badly and dangerously isolated in the region. Saudi Arabia and the UAE, if you remember, effectively ganged up to blockade Qatar, and Trump gave that move implicit consent. Qatar, frankly, is willing to pay a very high price to avoid that fate again. But Qatar also has things that it wants from the United States. No Middle East country has ever been allowed to buy MQ-9 Reaper drones. These are the most lethal armed drone that America makes. We have previously judged that the region is just too volatile to allow any nation to possess the Reaper. And arguably, there's an arms control regime that doesn't allow us to transfer that technology. But Qatar wanted to break that precedent. And of course they did. They wanted to be the first nation to have the Reaper technology, and Trump seemed willing to go along. So a $400 million gift to the president, again, that the president was asking for, it's a relatively small price to pay for that kind of military edge over your rivals in the region. But there was one more reason that Qatar had no choice but to give Trump, or at least they felt they had no choice but to give Trump this wildly illegal gift. Because Trump had made it clear to the whole region, to the whole of the Gulf region in the Middle East, that he was for sale and that preferential American treatment was for sale. And if Qatar didn't pay, another country would. Qatar wasn't going to be protected, frankly, by a collective refusal of Trump's extortion in the region, and they had only to look next door to the United Arab Emirates to see how high the price was getting to win Trump's affection. At the exact moment that Trump was leaning on Qatar to give him the luxury plane, he was also leaning on UAE to give him not a $400 million gift, but a $2 billion gift. And he didn't have to lean hard. Just before the Qataris committed to give Trump the plane, an investment firm backed by the Emirati government and chaired by the Emirati government's national security advisor shocked the world and announced that it would use Trump's brand new stablecoin, this is a form of cryptocurrency, in a $2 billion investment deal that this investment fund, essentially an arm of the UAE government, was doing. And because of that $2 billion deal, overnight, Trump's stablecoin became one of the 5 largest stablecoins in the world, massively inflating the president's wealth due to this one single investment. Now, this wasn't an ordinary investment decision. Out of all the stablecoin companies in the world, the Emiratis chose what at the time was a brand new, relatively small crypto company run by 2 people who had very little background in the industry. Why? To put money directly into the pocket of Donald Trump. On the website of World Liberty Financial, that's the company that is issuing the Trump coin, they don't hide the fact that this isn't the Trump kids that own the business. On the website, it states 60% of this company, World Liberty Financial, is owned by an entity affiliated with Donald J. Trump. But it gets even more corrupt because World Liberty Financial's other co-founder is a guy named Zach Witkoff, who, not coincidentally, is the son of Steve Witkoff, Trump's top Middle East advisor. The Trumps could have picked anybody in the world to run this stablecoin business with, but they chose the son of the Middle East envoy, just so that when they were going around asking for money in the region, it was crystal clear that if you were doing business with World Liberty Financial, you were doing business with the people in the Trump administration who make all the decisions about the Middle East. So in one fell swoop, the Emiratis can put money into the family that controls the White House and the family that deploys and decides Middle East policy. Now, just like the Qataris, the Emiratis want something in return too. Their ask was for the U.S. to remove restrictions on selling the most advanced American-made computer chips to the UAE. The restrictions have been in place under Republican and Democratic administrations for really good reason. The UAE has a very close, too close relationship with China. And the U.S. is always rightly worried that if we gave advanced technology to UAE, it would pretty quickly potentially fall into the hands of the Chinese. Now, this would be really bad, especially regarding these microchips, these computer chips, because these chips power the most advanced and proprietary American AI systems. Losing these chips to China could cost us the lead to China on the global AI race. The UAE also wanted the United States to look the other way while they help fund a death spiral civil war in Sudan. The UAE is the main supplier of weapons to the worst of the two parties that are involved in the brutal, catastrophic, deadly civil war in Sudan. And they want the United States to keep giving them weapons, most recently asking for a resupply of Chinook helicopters, even as they use their military prowess to destroy Sudan. Now, the end of this chapter of the story will not shock you. In coordination with the $400 million luxury plane and the $2 billion investment in Trump crypto, Qatar got sign-off on buying the Reaper drones, and Steve Witkoff, father of the co-owner of World Liberty Financial, marched over to UAE right before the president was showing up himself and announced that the United States would, in fact, magically lift those restrictions on the microchips. And just as unsurprisingly, Trump announced that he'll sell the Chinooks to Abu Dhabi with no requirement that they stop fueling the war in Sudan. The blatant exchange of U.S. national security secrets, our most sensitive drone technology, and our most sensitive chip technology, in exchange for cash into Donald Trump's pocket, is perhaps the most brazenly corrupt act in the history of the American presidency. And we cannot normalize it just because he is doing it out in the open in public. The Senate, which is given the responsibility by the Constitution to be a co-equal branch with the president, we have independent responsibility to uphold and protect the Constitution, to set American foreign policy. We cannot pretend this is not happening. We cannot look the other way while the entire moral foundation of our foreign policy is being shattered. Republicans can't ignore this just because the president is their party's leader. We have that independent obligation to protect the Constitution, which clearly says that these gifts are illegal, whether they're going to a Democratic president or a Republican president. We have a responsibility to our taxpayers to stop a president from immorally enriching himself, using the power we give him to help himself instead of helping us. What makes this moment so dangerous is that both UAE and Qatar, but especially Qatar, are key partners of the United States. They aren't our adversaries. They are our allies. They're imperfect allies, but they are our allies. In fact, I've been down on this floor in the past arguing on behalf of Qatar and the U.S.-Qatar relationship when other senators have tried to denigrate the Qataris' contributions to regional peace. The Qataris have been a critical partner of ours on so many important issues. It's worth saying that. There's no way that we would have been able to evacuate 124,000 people from Afghanistan on the eve of the Taliban takeover without Qatar's help. The Qataris today host thousands of U.S. troops at Al Udeid Air Force Base. It's the largest base in the region. The Qataris are critical mediators who have helped us send back-channel messages to secure the release of American hostages or negotiate peace deals. There's no question that Qatar is a country that helps stabilize the region and often is indispensable in protecting U.S. interests overseas. So I want to cultivate and strengthen that important relationship. I honor that the work that the United States and UAE does all around the region to try to track down and hold accountable terrorists. These are real partnerships. But our relationship with Qatar and the UAE, it can't be a corrupt relationship. We can't sell drones to Qatar, our friend, if our friend is willing to take part in Trump's corruption. We cannot sell weapons to the UAE, our ally, if our ally is willing to take part in Trump's corruption. We'll have a chance this week to make this clear, that the United States Senate will not facilitate, will not grease the wheels of Trump's corruption of our foreign policy. We can do that by voting to block these two arms sales to Qatar and to the UAE. Not permanently, but until both countries commit to deny Trump's requests for personal enrichment as part of the bilateral relationship. That's why Senators Van Hollen, Kaine, Schatz, and Sanders have joined me in two resolutions to disapproval for those Reaper drone sales and the Chinook sale, and we'll have a vote on these two resolutions as early as this week. President Trump has declared that U.S. foreign policy is for sale. And the opening bids from two of the richest nations in the world is a $2 billion investment in Trump's crypto company from the UAE and a $400 million luxury plane, essentially for the president's permanent personal use. At the exact same moment that Trump is trying to push a bill through this Congress that is going to ruin a lot of people's lives, cutting off their health care or leaving kids without food at night, he's making himself even richer by trading American national security policy for gifts. And to make it worse, trading away U.S. national security secrets in exchange. The net result is an American public that is poorer and weaker and less secure, and a president who is richer. It's corrupt. It's corrupt. We've never, ever in the history of this country allowed for a president to do this. Never in the 250 years that our republic has been on the earth has a president ever asked another nation to enrich himself in this way in exchange for preferential treatment from the U.S. taxpayers. If you're a Republican or Democratic senator, you have to see this as unprecedented, as terrible for our nation, as corruption. American foreign policy should not be for sale. If we let these arms sales go through, we are greasing the wheels of that corruption. If we vote for these resolutions to disapproval, at least we have a shot to stop it. I yield the floor.
Senator from Connecticut.
Pursuant to Section 36B of the Arms Export Control Act, I move to discharge the Committee on Foreign Relations from further consideration of S.J. Res. 54 as provided under the previous order.
The clerk will report.
The senator from Connecticut, Mr. Murphy, moves to discharge S.J. Res. 54, joint resolution providing for congressional disapproval of the proposed foreign military sale of the government of the United Arab Emirates of certain defense articles and services from the Committee on Foreign Relations.
Mr. President.
The senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, I'm bringing before the Senate an opportunity for us to take a stand against the corruption of American foreign policy. The Senate will take a vote in just a moment to deny the President the ability to move forward with two arms sales, one to Qatar and one to the United Arab Emirates. I believe that this Senate should join Republicans and Democrats together in saying that any country that's willing to pay the president personally, to enrich our president personally, in order to receive favorable treatment from the United States of America in its foreign policy, or to receive national security secrets from the United States of America shouldn't be able to do business as usual with this Congress or with this country. And so I want to tell you a story that is heartbreaking as it is aggravating. So we give the American president enormous power, and particularly we give the president enormous power when it comes to managing the foreign relations of this country. The president decides where we send arms. The president gets to negotiate peace treaties. The president decides how millions of troops are deployed all around the world. And we trust that the president is going to use those powers for good, that the president is going to use those authorities to protect the United States of America. But they are vast powers. They are immense powers. And so there is always the potential that those powers are going to be used for corrupt purposes, that instead of using those authorities in order to gain concessions from other nations that benefit the broad American public or benefit American national security, the president may use those powers in order to enrich himself personally. Our founding fathers actually thought a lot about this problem because they had watched their monarch, they had watched the King of England use the powers that he had in order not to protect the British people, but to amass enormous wealth. He used those powers both to control dissent and protest domestically, but he also used those powers in order to compel other nations and actors inside the empire to pay him tribute. President Trump has decided that he is going to use the powers that we have given him to demand the same kind of tribute that kings and monarchs demanded. And the reason that we have to stand together today to vote against these arms sales to Qatar and UAE is because, unfortunately, these two countries, who are admittedly often allies, important allies of the United States, have decided to comply with President Trump's request to pay him that tribute. Shortly before the president went to the Middle East, he did not dispense to the region his Secretary of State. Instead, he dispensed to the region his business partners. Just before the president made his first major foreign trip to the UAE, Saudi Arabia, and to Qatar, he sent his son and their business partner, who not coincidentally happens to be the son of Trump's Middle East envoy, to the United Arab Emirates. And their request was pretty simple. Their request was not that the UAE do something that would be in the interests of collective American security. Their request was that UAE invest $2 billion in Donald Trump's new crypto business, in particular his stablecoin venture. This is the President of the United States going to the UAE and asking a foreign government to invest $2 billion in his personal business. The company is called World Liberty Financial. On World Liberty Financial's website, it says the company is owned, the majority of the company is owned by Donald J. Trump. Now, this was a pretty exceptional request to make because his crypto business was brand new. At the time, it was a pretty minor player. And so a $2 billion investment from a country like UAE would vault World Liberty Financial into the stratosphere. And in fact, it did. When the UAE complied with that corrupt request, World Liberty Financial, the stablecoin that it issues, became the 5th biggest stablecoin in the world overnight. Now, the UAE felt like it had to comply with the president's request because they had things they wanted from the United States. First, they wanted a continuation of arms sales, including the sale of Chinook helicopters that we will be voting on today. But they wanted something more specific, something that they weren't able to get from the first Trump administration or from the Biden administration. They wanted some of our most vital, most significant national security secrets. They wanted to be able to get their hands on computer chip technology, the kind of technology that will power the next generation of AI. Now, we as a nation, again, based on bipartisan consensus, had been unwilling to give UAE that technology because it is a fairly open secret that the UAE has a very close, very cozy relationship with China. And there was a very real worry, there still is a real worry, that that technology, if transferred to the UAE, would be quickly transferred to China, allowing China to be able to outpace us, to outrun us in the race to advanced AI. But the UAE knew that there was a way to get what they wanted. There was a way to change the policy of the United States, and it was a $2 billion investment in Trump's business. And not coincidentally, just weeks after they announced that they were putting $2 billion into Trump's crypto business, his father, who, again, not coincidentally, is Trump's Middle East envoy, went back to the region and announced that they would be moving forward with the transfer of these computer chips to the UAE. $2 billion into Trump family's pockets, the most sensitive American technology that had been previously banned from going to the UAE being sent to the UAE. Apparently, we didn't make any demands that the UAE divest itself from its security relationship with China. Instead, what we demanded was that the UAE make a $2 billion investment in Donald Trump's business. As you can imagine, once the word was out that the Trump administration was for sale, other countries decided to get into the mix. Donald Trump apparently had taken a look at a luxury plane that the country of Qatar owned, reportedly the most luxurious plane in the world, gold plating, a spiral staircase designed by a famed French designer, and the president wanted it personally. And so he dispensed the Department of Defense, apparently, to go to the Qataris and ask them to give him the plane. Just like he had asked the UAE for a $2 billion investment in his business, a $2 billion investment that nobody else was going to give him except for a foreign power over whom Donald Trump had leverage because of his role as president of the United States. He went to the Qataris and asked them to give him this jet because he liked it, because it was fancy, because he thought he deserved it, and he knew they couldn't say no. Why? Because the Qataris also have specific asks of the United States. More broadly, they were burned during Trump's first term when the Saudis and the Emiratis ganged up on the Qataris and effectively implemented an economic and political blockade on Qatar. The Trump administration in the first term effectively took the side of the Emiratis and the Saudis. That was devastating for the Qataris. And so, first and foremost, they wanted to make sure that never again would Trump abandon them if there was a contest like that in the Middle East. And so, when he asked for the plane, just based upon their desire to make sure they did not get abandoned again, they felt they had to say yes. But they also wanted an arms sale. And the arms sale they wanted was a groundbreaking arms sale. Never before has the United States been willing to sell our most sensitive drone technology into the Middle East. Weren't willing to transfer our most sensitive computer chips. We also weren't willing to send our most sensitive drone technology. Qatar wanted that drone technology. And once again, just like the UAE knew that they could get our most sensitive computer chip technology if they sent $2 billion to Donald Trump's business ventures, Qatar, having learned that lesson, realized that if they gave a massive gift to the president, maybe he would break with a bipartisan precedent not to send this sensitive drone technology into the Middle East, and guess what? They got what they wanted. The president has agreed to move forward with sending our most sensitive drone technology, the Predator drones, into the Middle East, selling them to Qatar. Not a coincidence that they are also willing to send him this jet. Now, I had the chance this morning to talk to the Secretary of Defense about this jet because one of the claims the administration has made is that the jet is actually being sent to the U.S. government. But we learned some important facts this morning. So it is true that right now the U.S. government is buying 2 new Air Force Ones. And it's true that that contract is expensive and it's taken a little bit longer than both Republicans and Democrats had hoped. But both those planes from Boeing are due for delivery sometime at the end of Trump's term. What we learned today is that this plane that's being gifted temporarily to the United States government is going to take several years to retrofit and will become available essentially at the exact same time that the 2 Boeing planes are made available. So we don't actually need this plane as a new Air Force One because the Boeings are still under contract and they are going to be ready simultaneously. But the Secretary of Defense is committed to accepting the gift of this plane and then spending upwards of $1 billion of taxpayer money in order to retrofit this plane. $1 billion that we don't need because we're already spending $4 billion on the 2 Boeings. So now instead of having 2 Air Force Ones, we're going to have 3 Air Force Ones. We don't need 3 Air Force Ones. But Trump is solving this problem. Because what he has said is that when he leaves office, he's taking this Air Force One with him. Now, that's never, ever happened before. We've never just given a president of the United States a gift on the way out the door. But we're going to spend $1 billion getting this plane ready. It effectively will not be used as an actual Air Force One because it won't be completed until the very end of his term. And then Trump is taking the plane, apparently, to his presidential library, but who knows? And so this gift is actually going to Donald Trump, not to the American taxpayers. The Department of Defense is effectively a straw purchaser. It'll hold the plane for a couple of years. It'll spend your taxpayer dollars to retrofit the plane, and then the plane will just be given to Donald Trump to take with him in his post-presidency. $2 billion to the UAE, from the UAE into the president's crypto venture, a plane that, when all is said and done, is probably going to be worth about $1.5 billion, straight transferred to Donald Trump personally. This is unprecedented in the history of the United States of America. Never has a president of the United States, while in office, solicited, sought, and accepted billions of dollars worth of investments in his private companies or gifts to him and his family. Remember, our founding fathers thought about this problem. They worried about this exact situation. A president using the vast power of the Article 2 authorities he is given in order to trade favorable American treatment for foreign countries in exchange for personal enrichment of the president. They literally wrote a clause into the Constitution which, clear as day, says that a president of the United States cannot accept gifts from a foreign prince, king, or nation. That is exactly what the president is doing. This plane is a gift. He advertises it as a gift that will be in the American public's hands for a nanosecond before it goes into his private hands. If we don't take a stand, if we don't act together against this unconstitutional corruption of our foreign policy, I don't know that we can ever get this genie back in the bottle. I understand that it is difficult for my Republican colleagues to stand up to this president. But we have an independent responsibility as a co-equal branch of government charged with upholding the Constitution to call out wrong when we see it, to call out illegality when we see it. This is wildly unconstitutional. This is wildly illegal. And so we have a chance today with these resolutions in order to make clear that we are not going to accept or make normal this kind of corruption of American foreign policy. Now, Mr. President, I will finish with this because my colleague from Maryland is going to add some remarks. I admit that these are imperfect vehicles. It's all part of the same story. Trump would not be moving forward with these arms sales if he wasn't getting what he wanted personally from these two countries. But I also admit that the UAE, and most especially Qatar, have been allies of the United States. We have worked together in our efforts, for instance, to combat terrorism in the region. Qatar specifically has at times been a heroic partner of the United States. We would never have been able to rescue thousands of Americans and American allies from Afghanistan without Qatar's help. Qatar has consistently acted as an interlocutor between warring and conflicting factions in the region. Qatar has taken risks on behalf of the United States. We, of course, have thousands of American troops and soldiers and airmen in Qatar today. And so what we need to say here is not that we are going to permanently pause our military relationships with these countries, but for the time being, while these two nations are willing to pay the president tribute, we cannot endorse or condone business as usual. These are important partners of the United States in the region. They will be important partners in the future. But this is an exceptional moment where the corruption and our effort to stop the corruption has to take priority and has to take precedent. And so I'm going to vote for both of these resolutions while also still believing that we are going to have a continued important bilateral relationship with Qatar and with the UAE. But if we start to endorse and grease the wheels of this kind of corruption, then there'll be no end. Because once it becomes accepted, once it becomes implicitly endorsed by the United States Senate that foreign governments can put money into the personal treasury of the president in order to gain favorable treatment from the United States of America, that becomes the way our foreign policy works. And so I appreciate my colleagues' time and attention to this matter, and I encourage them to support these resolutions when they come up for a vote later this afternoon. I yield the floor.
Senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, this feels like a defining moment for the country, but also for this body. I understand that it may take a few moments for our Republican colleagues to watch the full video, to gather some additional facts, to come to a conclusion. But we need our Republican colleagues to be on the floor right now with us. This is not simply an assault on Senator Padilla. This is not an assault on Democratic senators. This is an assault on the rule of law. This is an assault on our democracy. And ultimately, we are robbing the ability of every single senator to do our job if we are now going to be threatened with violence when we simply try to stand up for our constituents. Now, we all have town halls, and we are all often met with constituents who oppose us, sometimes very vocally. But speaking for myself, I don't ask law enforcement to throw my constituents to the ground and violently handcuff them because they have a different opinion from me. You know why I don't do that? Because we don't do that in a democracy. We don't do that against ordinary citizens, and we certainly don't allow the administration and the law enforcement that works for the administration to do that to a United States senator. We will enter a banana republic if we don't find a way, Republicans and Democrats, to come together around this essential question of protecting our ability, our right as senators to speak up for our constituents. Now, I understand that my Republican colleagues are going to need some time to gather the facts, but we already have a statement from the Department of Homeland Security that has accused Senator Padilla of being disrespectful, as if that is a rationalization for violence. Watch the video. Even if you believe that he was disrespectful, and given the times, that is certainly in the eye of the beholder, that never justifies what we saw on that video. Throwing anyone, never mind an elected representative of the people, to the ground to be handcuffed. They say that he didn't identify who he was, and yet watch the video. He clearly states, "I am Senator Alex Padilla." They're going to spin this, but I'm begging my Republican colleagues, don't let them do it. Protect our ability as servants of the people to speak up for the people that we represent. Make sure that we do not normalize this kind of violence simply because the White House doesn't agree with people who dissent. If this is how a United States senator can be treated, then none of us ultimately are immune. If this is how a United States senator can be treated, none of our constituents are safe. This is a test for the country, but this is a test for the United States Senate as well. I yield the floor.
The senator from Virginia.
Mr. President. To recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. I agree with my friend from Maryland. This has to be a moment where we just drop our political affiliations, where we decide that we are Americans, that the Constitution matters, that dissent defines America, and we say and do the right thing. And I think there is still time for our Republican colleagues here to speak out. I understand they may still want to collect more facts, but as each minute and each hour passes, it's becoming clear that the main justification seems to be simply that Senator Padilla was showing some level of disrespect. And the first comments from our Republican colleagues, I think if you're an American who cares about free speech, are really concerning. One of our colleagues in the Senate said this: Senator Padilla has a responsibility to his constituents to show up at work, not to try to make a spectacle of himself. Well, that is certainly a legitimate opinion, right? You can criticize any of us for engaging in spectacle, but spectacle is not illegal. Raising your voice is not a crime in this country. Protesting your government does not, cannot, and should not result in you being delivered to the ground by law enforcement and handcuffed. Another of our colleagues says, was he disruptive? Well, he got what he wanted. Once again, the standard here seems to be disruption. That if you are speaking truth to power, then you are going to be met by violence. The definition of this country, the fundamental nature of America, is that protest is not met with violence. Protest is celebrated in this nation. That what defines America against the rest of the world, against the totality of previous human history is that we protect the right of human beings living in the United States of America to raise protest, loud protest, sometimes disruptive protest against their government. And frankly, we protect that right equally if it is a United States senator or an ordinary citizen with no formal power. And so we can say today, well, this is really dangerous that a United States senator got thrown to the ground and handcuffed simply because they spoke up at a press conference, but it is no more concerning that it is happening to a United States citizen than what is happening to many other citizens and residents of this country right now who are being met with equal physical force. We don't expect any different treatment of United States senators than of ordinary citizens. But many ordinary citizens in Los Angeles right now are being treated with the same kind of force that Alex Padilla was met with today. And so there is still time for us to come together and say, in this country, speaking truth to power, even in a disruptive way, is never rationalization for violence. But I will tell you, the first couple statements from my Republican colleagues are deeply worrying. They misread the fundamental nature of this country. And if we now live in a world where simple disagreement, vocal disagreement, where protest with this administration becomes justification for violence, I don't know how you can define that as America any longer. And as someone who was sitting in this chamber, I think this very same desk on January 6th, it shouldn't be lost on us that there are forms of political protest that are protected by this administration, celebrated even. And then there are forms of political protest, as you saw today, that are met with violence. There are individuals out on the street today in America who just a few years ago were in this building or on the outskirts of this building beating the hell out of police officers, viciously, savagely attacking police officers, tasers to the throat, rendering those police officers unconscious, metal poles being hammered onto the heads of police officers. In an exceptional moment, the President of the United States, in celebration of their violence, pardoned them, put them back out on the street, sending the unequivocal message that if you engage in violent protest on behalf of the White House, you get out of jail free. Pair that together with the message that is being received by the American public now on a daily basis, most prominently and visibly today. That if you engage in peaceful protest, Senator Padilla was asking a question. He identified himself as a United States senator. Of the administration, you will be met by violence. You carry out violence on behalf of the White House, you are excused. You lodge normal, protected protest against this White House, you are thrown to the ground and handcuffed, even if you're a United States senator, though it should not matter. And so the early reaction here, it should be chilling. Because once this becomes normalized, I don't know how you put it back in the bottle. We shouldn't assume that this democracy survives forever. This is a revolutionary experiment 250 years in. It's fragile. This idea that we govern ourselves, this idea that we respect through rule and force of law people who disagree with us. 0.0001% of humans have ever lived under a system like that, in which they decide for themselves the law. Their protest, even against the most powerful people in the country, is protected by law. That idea is unnatural. It is in some ways almost destined to fall apart. And yet, for 250 years, we have not let it fall apart. We have decided that our fealty to that idea of free speech, of protected free speech, even if it rubs up against the ruling elites, the ruling class, the White House, the most powerful people in the country, in an uncomfortable way, will be protected. And so for 250 years, we have together, Republicans and Democrats, decided that that principle of free speech was more important than our political stripes, than loyalty to our party's leader or our party's ideas. And so at some point tonight, a Republican has to come down to this floor. At some point this weekend, some of our Republican colleagues have to speak out. On behalf of this fundamental American idea, on behalf of the United States Senate, on behalf of our colleague. We can still fight on tax policy and immigration policy. We can have big disagreements about the reconciliation bill. It will not harm my Republican colleagues' ability to render argument on the things that matter to them. It's okay for us to agree that what happened to Alex Padilla 2 hours ago crosses a line. It doesn't compromise my Republican colleagues' integrity as Republicans to decide that there is still right or wrong, that not everything is black or white, that 2 + 2 sometimes has to still equal 4. What happened to Senator Padilla should not have happened. He identified himself. It's not true that he didn't identify himself. What happened to him in the room is not justifiable, but certainly what happened to him outside the room isn't justifiable. Once he was removed from the room, being thrown to the ground as he is identifying himself as a senator, being handcuffed, can't be justified. So we're going to hang around on this floor in hopes that at some point, somehow, and I know not all of our Republican colleagues are still in town, speak up on behalf of this basic premise, this basic foundational idea of America, that even when protest rubs you the wrong way, even when you don't like the form or substance of it, that we are no longer the country that we love, the country that we teach our kids about, if we don't find a way to come together to object to protest being met with this kind of violence. I yield the floor. Mr. President.
To recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Senator Booker and I have now spoken several times on the floor. Senator from California has been here multiple times. We are doing so because we saw the look in our colleague's eyes as he was being violently thrown out of that room. You lost contact with his eyes in the hallway as he was being pushed stomach down onto the ground and handcuffed. One of our colleagues suggested that Senator Padilla got what he wanted. If you saw Senator Padilla's eyes, if you saw Alex's eyes as he was being pushed out of that room, you saw a man who did not expect to be treated that way, who thought that he was coming to register his dissent, his objection to something deeply serious and illegal that was happening in his state. He had a responsibility as a senator to speak truth to power. And so we are here on this floor speaking repeatedly in hopes that at some point, some of our Republican colleagues, whether here or in other public statements, will register some degree of concern for what happened to their colleague. We lose our democracy if we lose our ability to dissent. In 1722, in a newspaper started in Boston by the name of the New England Courant, one of the country's first newspapers, a series of essays began to appear that were speaking to some really radical ideas for 1722. This is 20 years before Thomas Jefferson was born. This is 50 years before Thomas Paine wrote Common Sense. This is 1722. And the author's name is Silas Dogood. Silas Dogood writes in the New England Courant, "Whoever would overthrow the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freedom of speech, a thing terrible to public traitors." Silence goes on to say, this sacred privilege of free speech is so essential to free government that the security and prosperity and the freedom of speech always go together. And in those wretched countries where a man cannot call his tongue his own, he can scarce call anything his own. In 1722, this was a radical idea. This idea that a tyrant must control the freedom of thought with violence in order to maintain control of the people. The New England Courant was owned by a man named James Franklin, and he probably didn't know that Silas Dogood was a pseudonym for his 16-year-old brother named Benjamin Franklin. That's Benjamin Franklin writing in 1722, 16 years old. Whoever would overthrow the liberty of a nation must begin by subduing the freedom of speech. What happened to Senator Padilla today, it does stand in context. I say again, it does matter that on that day in which violence was used against the United States Capitol as a means to try to upset our democracy, it was cheered on by a president who then pardoned those violent rioters. It stands in the context of the arrest of a mayor in New Jersey and a congressperson seeking to do normal and regular oversight, and stands in context with the use of the FCC to try to intimidate and harass news stations that carry coverage unfavorable to the president, and stands in context of the banning of outlets having access to the White House or the Pentagon simply because they don't write things that are favorable to the president or use terms that are favorable to the president. If we lose our democracy, it's not likely that there's going to be this one moment, this one day, this one fight. It won't be like other revolutions where the Parliament building gets burned down or a coup occurs. No, it will be that over time the message has been sent that if you speak up against the government, there is a price to be paid, and that price involves violence. But if you use violence on behalf of the government, it will be excused. And so, why we are still on this floor tonight is, sure, we have immense respect for our colleague, and I believe he has respect across the aisle. Senator Padilla is a decent human servant who doesn't deserve to be treated that way. We're here because he's our friend and our colleague. But we are also here because too many in this body take for granted that this democracy is natural, that it is just going to hang around no matter the threats. The effort that this administration is undergoing to excuse and normalize violence when it happens in advancement of the administration's political priorities, and then to suppress nonviolent speech in a multitude of ways. When it objects to this administration's priorities, it sends a message to the public about what you can get away with and what you can't get away with. Now, I don't think this will be the result. I don't think the American people will be bullied into silence. I do not believe they will watch that clip of Alex Padilla being forced to the ground and handcuffed and decide to stay home. No, I think, in fact, the opposite will likely happen. I think more Americans will be out there protesting this government. I think more Americans will decide to be present this weekend to stand up for the right of free speech. But if that were to be the case, it would be the exception to the historical rule. Because in most countries, when a ruler uses violence in order to suppress dissent, it works. People decide that they don't want to risk the fate of Alex Padilla. They don't want to be on the ground with their hands forced behind them and put into handcuffs. They stay home. And they just let the tyranny wash over their community and their country. We're not there yet. I don't mean to exercise hyperbole. What I seek to say is that we should not take this democracy for granted. And that there can be, history tells us there often is, a deep impact when violence is used against those who are protesting the regime. It becomes normalized. And it ends up scaring many people into a descent away from civic participation. And that is where our democracy dies. This sacred privilege, the privilege of free speech, the privilege to protest your government, says 16-year-old Benjamin Franklin, is so essential to free government that the security of prosperity and the freedom of speech always go together. Men cannot be prosperous, he says, without having access to the freedom of expression. Senator Padilla was doing his job. Sure, you can decide that he was being disrespectful, but that's not illegal. You could decide that he, in the alternative, should have waited until the press conference is over, but nothing he did warranted the treatment he got. And when you stand it side by side with the pardoning of the January 6th protesters, the attempt to bully the free press into towing the administration's line, the deployment of the National Guard and the Marines to a protest in California that was largely peaceful and basically just encompassed 1 or 2 square blocks, nobody mistakes what that agenda is about. That agenda is about trying to bully the American people into silence. And once again, the first several comments from our colleagues justifying the handcuffing and violence to Senator Padilla simply because they believe he was disrespectful paints a really dangerous picture of where we're heading. Senator Booker is right. The focus should be on the violence that's being done to the American people's health care right now. We're debating a bill right now as we speak to rip health care away from upwards of 15 million Americans. That's extraordinary. That's a healthcare catastrophe. That's not just 15 million people losing their health care. That's hospitals, drug treatment centers, health clinics shutting down when you pull almost $1 trillion out of the Medicaid system. There's a new budget analysis today that shows that the poorest 30% of the country, 40% of the country, will be poorer after this bill passes, just so that the richest 10 or 20% can get a massive new tax cut. In fact, the richest people in this country will get an average $270,000 tax cut. Literally a transfer of wealth from the poorest people in this country. People who are working minimum wage jobs are going to be poorer after having passed this bill in order to enrich the folks who are doing super well. And we're going to add $3 trillion to the deficit. Just going to put it on our kids' credit card. That's maybe the most unpopular major piece of legislation that has ever come before the United States Senate. That's an agenda that you probably can only impose on the nation by force. By force. Because if people have the right to protest, if they have the ability to stand up to the most massive transfer of wealth from the poor and the middle class to the rich in the history of the country, it might not pass. That protest movement might be big enough in order to change the minds of enough members of this body so that that agenda might pass. It may be that that bill is so unpopular that the only way that you can get it to pass is by using violence and the threat of violence to suppress protest and free speech. So, we are still here hours after this incident because we care about our colleague, because we believe this is ultimately going to do immense damage to this institution that we love. I've done hard work with many of my Republican colleagues. I deeply care about many of my Republican colleagues. I don't know all of them well, but I know enough of them to know that there are patriots, there are people who believe that America matters more than our party. I showed that video to several of my Republican colleagues as we were leaving the chamber today. I saw their jaws drop. I know their human reaction to what they saw, but I also know that there is a tendency in this version of the Republican Party to circle the wagons around one message, that if Democrats say X, then Republicans have to say Y. That doesn't have to be the case every time. It just doesn't. There can be true things, and a true thing is this. That was an excessive, impermissible amount of force that was used on Senator Padilla today. We can say that together. Even if you agree with the president on his decision to deploy the National Guard, even if you hate every single one of those protesters, even if you don't like Senator Padilla, which is hard, because he's a freaking hard guy not to like, but even if you believe all those things, you can say that what happened today is not all right. And that the White House should admit that there should be an apology, and that there should be protocols set in place to make sure that if a United States senator shows up to a public event, you didn't bust into a private meeting. This was a press conference designed to be public, to transmit public information. He wanted to make sure that that was accurate information. Maybe you don't like the way that he did it, but what he did is not illegal. What he did does not deserve that treatment. We can decide that that's wrong. We can recognize the danger to this concept of free speech defended in 1722 by a 16-year-old Benjamin Franklin is serious enough for us to speak together with one voice. So my Republican colleagues may think that we are belaboring the point, but this is an important moment for the Senate and for the nation. I yield the floor.
Mr. President. Senator from Connecticut.
Thank you, Mr. President. Mr. President, 8 times since 1974, when Congress created the rescissions process, one party has controlled the White House, the Senate, and the House of Representatives. 8 times. It's actually 4 times Democratic control and 4 times Republican control. 8 times one party had total control over the elements of the federal government necessary to pass legislation. And never before has either party done what Republicans are doing today: pass a partisan rescissions bill, double-crossing the minority party and canceling spending that just months before both parties shook hands on. Why? Why has this never happened before? Well, because this is just an old-fashioned double cross. It's a con job. Republicans and Democrats agreed on spending levels. First, in a bipartisan appropriations bill passed in March of 2023, and then again in multiple bipartisan continuing resolutions. When a party controls the White House and both houses of Congress, it always has the power to use the rescissions process to pull a fast one, to agree with the minority party on a budget, because the rules say that you need 60 votes to pass a budget, to get majority party priorities funded in exchange for funding minority party priorities, and then to use the rescissions process to just double-cross the minority by using that process, which only requires 50 votes, to just then cancel the minority party's priorities. That's immoral. It's unethical. Suckering your partner into a deal in which you get something and they get something, and then using the back door to cancel the part of the deal that you don't like. That's bad faith. It's why no party has done it since 1972. The power has always existed. 8 different times, either the Democratic Party or the Republican Party could have cut a bipartisan spending deal and then used the rescissions power to just cancel the parts of the deal they don't like, but it's never happened because it's bad faith, because it destroys the ability of the Senate to function in a bipartisan way. It's kind of like if you traded baseball cards as a kid and you made a trade with your best friend, and then in the middle of the night you snuck into his house and you took your cards back so that you had his cards and now you had your cards as well. Nobody would think that's right. But that's exactly what's happening here. It will become hard, maybe even impossible, and Senator Tillis laid this out very well, to write a bipartisan budget ever again, because the minority party now knows that they can get double-crossed. And believe me, if Republicans do this now, Democrats are going to do it when they're in charge. This will become the norm. Sit down, do a bipartisan deal, wink, wink, and then a couple months later, just cancel the agreement through a partisan rescissions process. And of course, this is now the 3rd time in 7 short months that the new Republican majority has made substantial, meaningful changes to Senate rules and norms. Senate Republicans created a brand new rule that massively expands their ability to invalidate actions of the previous Democratic administration. Just a couple weeks ago, Republicans walked away from decades of precedent on how Senate bills are scored, and they used new magic math to create a score that hid the actual cost of their budget bill. And now this double cross. But, Mr. President, this isn't just about breaking the Senate. That's actually probably the least serious consequence of what is happening here. The most serious consequence is what is happening to American power around the world as Donald Trump and Republicans, in part through this rescissions bill, destroy every single non-military tool that we use around the world to protect our interests. When I was like 8 or 9 years old, I collected G.I. Joe figures, and one Christmas, I remember being so excited because Santa Claus brought me the huge G.I. Joe aircraft carrier. It was awesome. I was obsessed with the military, like a lot of boys that age, the planes, the tanks, the ships. That's what I thought American power was, the U.S. military, period, stop. And of course, that's an 8-year-old view of the world. The world, as it turns out, is a lot more complicated. You need a lot more than just planes and tanks and ships to protect your interests. You need a powerful military, but adults, in particular adults who have any experience in national security, know that the octopus of global power has a lot of arms. Military might, but also information might, economic might, diplomatic might, energy might, humanitarian might. This revisions bill cancels billions of dollars in investments in non-military foreign policy tools. And it is part of a broader effort by the Trump administration to destroy almost every tool that protects American interests other than our military. Over the last 10 years, the defense budget has grown from about $502 billion to $825 billion. That's an extraordinary 10-year increase of about $323 billion. Over that same period of time, the State Department budget has grown from $54 billion to $56 billion, a $2 billion increase. Now, if you layer in emergency funds, that increase is more like $30 billion, but you are still talking about an increase for the military over the past 10 years that is 10 times the size of the increase for non-military tools. And this military myopia, it makes me remember my 8-year-old self because it is so childish. It's so immature. It is so divorced from reality. Donald Trump's national security strategy, fund the military and destroy every other way that we confront Russia, China, Iran, non-state actors, it could have been constructed by an 8-year-old. It's that unsophisticated. And it really amounts to surrender. Because as we stop projecting non-military power around the world, China and Russia, but especially China, they just celebrate and step into the void. Secretary Rubio announced on March 10th that 83% of USAID programs would be terminated. Meanwhile, China just announced an 8.4% increase in its own diplomatic budget for 2025, committing $500 million additional dollars to the World Health Organization over the next 5 years. An organization that the United States no longer belongs to. As a result of our cuts, standing next to China's investments in diplomatic power, China will surpass the United States this year for the first time as the largest bilateral assistance partner for 40 countries. China is now the power at the World Health Organization. They call the shots about the standards of global health and pandemic relief. China is now the preferred economic development partner for many nations. China is now the dominant force in standard-setting boards for global commerce. This is a choice the Trump administration is making to make China, and to a certain extent Russia in certain forums, the dominant power when it comes to economic statecraft, information statecraft, energy statecraft. Let me give you a specific example. Today, information is power. If you control information flows, man, you control politics, you control economics, you control culture. China spends about $7 billion a year to promote their communist narrative, to undermine U.S. leadership around the world and foster a China-friendly media environment globally. Russia, it's really hard to know how much Russia spends because they're not publicly reporting much of it, but they certainly spend at least $1.5 billion, but probably double that. And in many countries, Russia and China just control the information space. Russian-backed candidates win elections in countries on their periphery simply because of Russian information programs. Asian countries box the United States and U.S. companies out of economic competition because of Chinese information programs. And so, faced with China and Russia spending somewhere in the neighborhood of $10 billion, when the United States today is spending only a fraction of that amount of money, it would stand to reason that this would be a moment where we should come together, Republicans and Democrats, and dramatically increase our information warfare investments. But of course, we're doing exactly the opposite. Trump is in the middle of a purposeful, relentless campaign to destroy America's global information power. The Trump administration just shut down the Global Engagement Center. That is the capacity at the State Department to try to counter Russian and Chinese propaganda around the world. Gone, just gone. Global Engagement Center, bipartisan commitment, set up years ago by myself and Rob Portman, supported by Marco Rubio when he was a senator, now just doesn't exist any longer. The administration is dismantling the U.S. Agency for Global Media. That's the umbrella arm that oversees our information programs around the world. They laid off 92% of its staff. Voice of America, the Middle East Broadcasting Networks, Radio Free Europe, Radio Free Asia, they are on track to disappear. The arm of the VOA that combats Iranian anti-American information, gone. 54 different radio frequencies operated by Radio Free Asia to counter Chinese anti-American propaganda, gone. At the same time, China is opening up 80 new radio frequencies in multiple languages, including in those regions where America is disappearing. We are handing the world to China and Russia by deciding to view American power only through a military lens. And this rescissions bill makes it worse by enacting billions of dollars of cuts to diplomacy, to economic development programs, likely to information programs, because we actually can't see the impact of all of these cuts. It's all surrender. China is throwing a blowout party as we disappear our non-military power from the world. Trump terminated tens of millions of dollars in projects to upgrade Africa's power grid. What did China do? They announced $50 billion of new financing for Africa. Africa, a place where the critical minerals exist to power AI and future defense systems. Africa, the part of the world whose economy is going to explode with opportunity, now opportunity that will go to Chinese companies, not American companies, as we withdraw our relationships with that continent as China steps into the breach. This revisions bill, standing next to Trump's destruction of all of our non-military foreign policy tools, it's surrender to our enemies. This bill is a double cross. It is. It's a double cross. It's going to harm our ability to ever be able to do a bipartisan budget process in the future. But even worse, this bill is surrender to our adversaries who are chomping at the bit to fill the void that we are creating by adopting the national security strategy of an 8-year-old boy.
Mr. President.
Recognize the senator from Connecticut.
Mr. President, the House of Representatives is not coming back into session reportedly until next week. The government is shutting down tomorrow night, and the Republican House of Representatives isn't here. And they aren't coming back until the government has been shut down, reportedly for days. That tells you all you need to know about who is responsible for a potential shutdown of the government. Republicans care so little about funding the government that they aren't even showing up. President Trump doesn't care either. He boycotted even meeting with Democrats until 24 hours before the shutdown was to begin. He was watching golf or posting on social media, basically anything except trying to negotiate, to do the job of government. I wish Republicans were trying to keep the government open instead of trying to shut it down. But what I really want is for Republicans to open their eyes and see what is happening at an increasing pace to our democracy. What I want, what I think is necessary at this moment, is for any budget that we write to put the health of our democracy first. In fact, as I've watched the events of the past few weeks play out, with political enemies being systematically hunted by this administration, I think that we all have a moral obligation to only support a budget that at the very least puts the brakes on the president's lawlessness. Right now, our democracy is in grave peril. And there's no better example of this than the events that played out last week over the indictment of former FBI Director James Comey. The president has made it clear that he wants to put his political enemies in jail as retribution for the charges brought against him. He does not care about whether there are grounds for these charges. He just wants charges. And so he instructed Eric Siebert, the U.S. attorney in Virginia, a Republican, to bring charges against James Comey. But Siebert refused for a simple reason. There was no evidence that James Comey had done anything illegal. So Trump fired Siebert. He appointed his personal lawyer, who has never set foot in a courtroom, as the new U.S. attorney, simply because he knew she would follow orders. Every career prosecutor in the office recommended she refuse to bring the charges, again, because there were no charges to be brought. But she did it anyways, as instructed. Not a single other lawyer in the office would sign the indictment, virtually unprecedented in a case like this. Trump cheered the indictment, and then he warned that there would be more charges brought against others that had vocally opposed his policies. And that's not all that happened in the last 2 weeks. Trump ordered the FCC to issue threats to TV stations that did not remove one of his primary late-night critics, Jimmy Kimmel, from the airwaves. He announced new military deployments to additional cities. He began a process to harass and arrest leaders of prominent political groups that oppose his presidency, threatening at least one funder of groups that oppose his policies, George Soros, with arrest simply for supporting opposition to Trump. Much of this, though not all of it, has happened in the wake of the brutal, horrific murder of conservative activist Charlie Kirk. His assassination was abhorrent. And it was and still is a moment for all of us to consider what we can do to stamp out political violence and violence of all kinds. But his murder does not justify the dizzying campaign of political repression that has been carried out often in his name since. To exploit his murder, to crush dissent, or to censor speech is unacceptable. And this brings me back to the debate over the expiring budget. I join with my colleagues in wanting this new budget to, at the very least, postpone the healthcare insurance increases that are coming for millions of Americans, that are going to ruin people's lives in this country. 75% increases for people who are going to make this awful decision about whether they should continue to pay their premiums, whether they should put food on the table for their kids, or whether they should risk going without insurance. I think that's a pretty reasonable ask. Just don't increase costs on families when it comes to health care at a time when the cost of everything else is going up because of President Trump's insane economic policies. But let me ask you this as well. Why would we not also simply say that any budget we pass should stop the worst of the lawlessness? Stop the deployments to our cities. Stop the witch hunt of Comey and Soros and Senator Schiff. Stop using the FCC to censor speech. Stop unconstitutionally ignoring the budget and spending only money that the president wants to spend. To me, this is simple. We should not willingly pay the bills for the most serious assault on political freedom since the Civil War, an assault that may collapse American democracy as we know it. Now, I know my Republican friends think that this is hyperbole, that our fear for democracy is just fear-mongering, just politics. I swear it is not. My Republican colleagues know why Comey and Senator Schiff and Soros are being targeted. They know that the president just picked the people that give him the hardest time and told his folks to come up with charges. My Republican colleagues know the impact that this has on people who want to politically and peacefully oppose the president, but now won't do that because they fear for their freedom. Republicans know this. They should not defend it. Republicans know that it's wrong to sit down and agree to a budget and then cheer the president when he refuses to spend the money in blue states or on the priorities that got Democrats to sit down at the table to begin with. Republicans know that that's not fair play. They shouldn't defend it. And Republicans know that using the FCC to crack down on speech that the president doesn't agree with is wrong. They know, as Senator Cruz pointed out, that that's a slippery slope that we may never get off. I want to find agreement with the Republicans on stopping these premiums from going up. I do. I think that's really important for people in this country. And I think it's okay to admit that this is an odd arrangement that we have in American government today, where the minority party in the Senate, so long as it has 40 members, is kind of in a coalition government with the majority party because the budget can't pass without bipartisan agreement. But the majority party has an obligation to honor and fight for a basic set of protections for our democracy. And when it doesn't, it really stops being a good faith negotiating partner. How do Republicans expect us to vote for a budget that funds a government that is lawlessly pursuing Democrats, that is arresting and harassing our members and our allies, that's deploying the army and masked officers to our cities? We are at a moment of decision for this country. Right now, Republicans aren't even trying to keep the government open. They're not even here. They're rooting for a shutdown. But if we're going to keep the government open, why can't we all agree that it should only be a government that respects our democracy, that is not corrupt, that doesn't treat people and places that oppose President Trump as enemies deserving of indictment or military deployment? That also seems like a pretty minimalist ask. So it's decision time. Is this Senate going to fund the destruction of our democracy, or are we going to do what is necessary to stand up for basic American values? I yield the floor. Thank you, Mr. President. Colleagues, I think there is a tendency in this place, but probably in the country writ large, to compartmentalize each news cycle, to get outraged by every new contest to free speech or to the rule of law or to the power of Congress, but to really never see the full picture. Yesterday's assault on a particular democratic norm is forgotten, and we just wake up the next day to some new outrage. And I know that when people like me start talking about creeping authoritarianism in America, a lot of my Republican colleagues tune out. They think it's hyperbole or just politics. But I think it's time for all of us, Republicans and Democrats, to really step back and come to terms with the full picture of what is happening right now in America. I know that there are many Republicans in this chamber who are not ready to give up on democracy. But there are a group of radicals surrounding the president who have convinced him to operationalize a plan that is designed to try to crush political opposition and dissent in this country. When democracies die, sometimes it's in a coup, sometimes it's through violence, sometimes it's the occupation of the Parliament building, sometimes it's the cancellation of elections. But normally, that's not how democracies wither and vanish. In countries that have lost healthy democracy, normally what happens is that over time, the regime, the party in power, just contracts the space for dissent, for speech, for political opposition, such that while elections still happen, the opposition party can never win. The rules get rigged, essentially, so that the party in power never, ever loses. That is the plan. That is what President Trump and the radicals around him are trying to do to America. I know that many of my colleagues aren't on board for this plan, but I worry that many of my colleagues refuse to see it in its totality because they deal with one outrage at a time. They justify one assault at a time without seeing the full scope of it. We aren't on the verge of an authoritarian takeover. We are in the middle of it. Now, it's not a fait accompli. It is not certain to be successful. But if we aren't clear-eyed about what is happening, then we have no chance to arrest it. If my Republican colleagues don't force themselves to pull back and see the totality of what is happening to the political opposition, it's hard to see because it's not happening to you. It's happening to your colleagues. You're not in jeopardy of being arrested. My colleagues are. Your allies are not being taken down off the air. Ours are. If we don't all pull back and see this for what it is, we will wake up and there will be a day where our democracy is gone. And so I want to talk to my colleagues today about the totality of this plan. And it really happens in 5 steps. The first step is to convert the justice system into a political witch hunt operation. Every totalitarian relies on the justice system to punish dissent, but also to immunize illegality for loyalists. That's the deal you get in a totalitarian state. If you speak out against the government, well, then the legal system comes crashing down on you. But if you are loyal to the government, then you can get away with crimes. We are seeing this at scale right now. The indictment of James Comey for no crime. Not a single prosecutor in that office in Virginia would sign the indictment. Not a single one, until President Trump sent his personal lawyer to take over that office, because only she would sign the indictment. We see this in the arrests that are being readied for at least one Democratic senator, for the Soros family, for the Attorney General of New York, for behavior that is not criminal, for behavior that apparently, reportedly, has been engaged in by plenty of other people. But you also see it in the way that it ultimately plays out in a very quiet way. The goal here is not to arrest everybody that opposes Donald Trump. The idea here is to just put enough fear into the ranks of those who might speak truth to power that they stay quiet. And it's undoubtedly happening. There are undoubtedly people in this country who see what is being threatened to Senator Schiff, what has happened to James Comey, and they have just decided to remain silent. This is a tried and true tactic of a totalitarian state, is that they threaten people with arrest if they speak up, and lots of people just decide not to speak up in the first place. But what also happens is that if you are loyal to the regime, you get away with crimes. See what happened to the mayor of New York, Eric Adams. He allegedly had committed a crime. He had committed significant corruption, but was exonerated by President Trump only after the mayor pledged his political loyalty to the president. In fact, one of the president's representatives and the mayor went on television to essentially publicly do the handshake. Loyalty from the mayor to the president, and exoneration of corruption from the government to the mayor. This is how Totalitarian regimes control speech. They punish through the legal system dissent. They immunize corruption amongst those who are loyal. The second part of the plan is to eliminate free press and replace it with state-run media. Now, I don't know that I'd go so far to say that we have state-run media in the United States yet, but there is an attempt underway to try to use the vast regulatory powers of the administration to censor media. And again, the administration isn't hiding it. They are going on TV and celebrating the fact that in the latest instance, they threatened to pull the licenses of TV stations that didn't take off the air one of the president's loudest critics. But we also see it through the consolidation of media into the hands of allies of the president. One family that has just taken control of a major media group that owns, amongst other properties, CBS, is looking to also take control of CNN and may have an ownership stake and a control stake in TikTok. That family has shown a willingness to censor content, pulling Stephen Colbert off the air, and to put in place essentially Trump-approved censors for their future news content. So you get to state-run media not necessarily through the state owning and operating media, but by the state using its regulatory powers, its control of licenses and mergers, to make clear to the billionaire class that they can own media, that they can make a lot of money off of media, but only if it propagates Trump's narrative and suppresses criticism. It's happening right now. We're watching it happen. The third step in the plan is to militarize law enforcement. The deployment of the military to Chicago and to Portland to Los Angeles is illegal. It is illegal. But it is designed to try to once again quell dissent and protest. This isn't about public safety. This is about political intimidation. And you're just naive if you think that folks aren't going to be a little bit less interested in showing up at a protest if they're worried about getting roughed up by law enforcement. You are naive to think that there isn't an impact on speech when the military is patrolling your streets. The signal that is being sent is that if you speak up in opposition to this president, you are going to be greeted by troop deployments and tear gas and military helicopters. The fourth step in this plan is seizing control of government spending and taxation. And here is where I fail to understand why there isn't bipartisan agreement, why we don't join hands. Our founding fathers saw what the British king did, using taxation and spending in order to compel loyalty to the crown, in order to punish the colonists when they rose up in defense of their rights. And so when they wrote the Constitution, they deliberately put the spending and taxation powers not in the hands of the executive, but in the hands of Congress, where every faction is represented. Thus, this body is in a position to broadly protect the rights of all people. Trump is seizing spending power from us, canceling grants unilaterally, most recently, brazenly deciding to refuse to spend money only in the states represented by Democrats. The day after the shutdown began, they announced that they were first suspending billions of dollars worth of projects in just one city, New York City, not coincidentally represented by the Democratic leader in the House and the Senate. And then hours after, they released a list of canceled energy projects they listed the states that they were being canceled, and every single one of those states was represented by 2 Democratic senators. Everybody knew what was happening. It was an effort to use the spending power seized by the executive to punish representatives of the people who oppose the president politically. And then the 5th part of the plan is to rig the rules when the rules don't work for you. This is happening in the way that President Trump is going state by state and demanding that congressional lines be redrawn in the middle of a 10-year cycle in which traditionally we leave lines as they are. Why? He's, again, been totally honest and transparent about it. He just wants more Republicans elected. Even if the majority of people in a particular state favor Democrats, he wants the lines drawn in a way that would elect more Republicans to Congress. Now, in this case, it's of course forced Democratic states to do the same, but it was Donald Trump that started this cycle of changing the rules in order to make sure that his party stays in power, that he stays in power no matter how unpopular he gets. You see the same thing happening with respect to the control of information. Totalitarian states, they can't accept truth. They can't accept truth, so they try to destroy truth. Well, that's what Donald Trump is doing by banning reporters from the White House that don't toe the Trump or MAGA line. That's what they're doing in saying to reporters at the Department of Defense, you can't report on military operations unless you are given pre-approval. That's what happened to the head of the Bureau of Labor Statistics. When the labor statistics showed that the economy wasn't good, that guy got fired and replaced by somebody who would issue fake numbers that made the economy look better. You convert the justice system so that it pursues your political enemies and exonerates your political loyalists for crimes. You eliminate the free press and you replace it with a state-run or state-influenced media. You militarize law enforcement. You seize control of government spending and taxation. You rig the rules of democracy in your favor. You can't see the indictment of Comey, the cancellation of Kimmel, the troops in Chicago as different events. They are all part of the same story. They are all part of a plan, a well-thought-out plan to try to destroy American democracy and create a new set of rules that will allow Trump and his allies to rule forever. I know this sounds extreme. It is. But if you connect the dots, if you allow yourself to see the whole story, the totality of this story, you will see the grave danger that we are in. I know that it's often easiest for all of us, but probably especially for supporters of the president who still support democracy, to just assume the best instead of assuming the worst, or to just kind of close the door and batten down the hatches until the storm leaves town. But think about how we will feel if this 250-year democratic experiment disappears on our watch, and we didn't do all we could as a body and as a citizenry, simply because we didn't want to face the hard reality. The authoritarian takeover isn't coming. It's here. We're in the middle of it. But it is not too late for everybody to see it and for us to stop it. I yield the floor.